Oh, hey, everybody. Can you believe it? Oh, my goodness. 5 years. This is our fifth year of International Women's Day. I can't believe it started as a personal challenge to see if I could do it. And here we are. For those that don't know who the heck I am, my name's in the corner. No, I'm kidding. I am Teresa Goss, and everybody calls me Tigo. And welcome to the fifth annual International Women's Day marathon. We are speaking with not five, not 10, not even 26. It looks like we might have a couple of people dropping in. We could have up to 28 women kind of hanging out with us today. I cannot wait. It's also the very, very, very first time I have ever had a co host in all 5 years. And I can't think of a better way or a better person to have a co host with. We wanted to have someone that is not only just trailblazing and helping as many people along the way as they can, but is also working with a nonprofit or has their own nonprofit so we could support them. So the entire day is dedicated to unsilenced voices. If you look up in the corner over there, you will see Unsilenced Voices. And I want to welcome Michelle Jewsbury to the show. What's happening?
Yay, I'm so excited to be here. What's happening, everybody? Hello. I'm so excited to be co-hosting with Teresa Goss for this fifth annual International Women's Day Marathon. It is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
It is going to be absolutely amazing. I want to thank you because goodness knows I'll forget to thank you later. I want to thank you so much for, hanging out with us, sharing this time with us and just being who you are. You help so many people and you've been on my show many, many times before. And our stages, we honored you as our philanthropist of the year, I believe in 2023, right?
Yep. Yeah. Philanthropist of the Year. That was an absolutely amazing honor. I actually have the award behind me, but I do know that we are on a screen, so I'm not going to be able to show it. Yeah, we're on the screen.
You'll have to show your now later.
Yeah, I'll show the now later, but it was wonderful. And you throw such great events, Tigo, and you just honor so many incredible women. And I was just humbled and greatly honored to be able to receive that philanthropist award and also be able to continue doing the work for Unsilenced Voices. So it was absolutely an incredible event.
So for those that may not know, maybe they've been living under a rock for the last, 5 or 6 years here. Those that don't know, what is Unsilenced Voices? Why do you do it? And how long have you been doing it?
Yeah, so Unsilenced Voices is a nonprofit organization combating human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual abuse in multiple countries around the globe. So we primarily do the bulk of our work and programming in Sierra Leone, West Africa. Why Africa? When I was younger, I used to have dreams of me surrounded by a bunch of African children. And I didn't know that that was going to translate into me starting my own nonprofit years later. So a little bit about how we started and why Africa and why we are also expanding to the United States and what we're up to. I went through a very, very abusive relationship back in 2012. I stayed with my abuser for roughly 4 years, experiencing all forms of domestic violence. I ended up suing him for what he did, and we settled out of court. But before we ended up settling, I ended up writing and performing a 65-minute solo play about my experience in domestic violence. At that time, I was living in Hollywood, California. So in Hollywood, I performed this play, and I literally beat myself up on stage. And when people watched it, I still remember the time I play, and I thought something was wrong when I had ended because it was silent, like dead silent in the theater. And I was like, oh my gosh, did they like it? And then of course the applause came, but it was so intense and it gave people a form and another outlet to be able to showcase some of the things that they've experienced, the injustices, the traumas. And from there, there's been a lot of other plays about domestic violence and abuses and things like that. But it was a great experience. And then after I performed, people just came up to me and started telling me their stories. And at that point, I felt God call me to do something even more. So if you're listening out there and you've gone through something, if you feel a pull, if you feel God calling you to do something even more, then use your story, use your voice, and do that something that you are being called to. So in 2017, I founded Unsilenced Voices, and I used part of the settlement money in order to start the organization, which is a very yin and yang type of situation. God is able to turn broken pieces into beautiful things, and He was able to use my story, and we just kind of started. I had no idea what I was doing. I was literally a bartender, and from there, that was my first mastermind, where people in the bar, and I was like, hey, I think I'm starting a nonprofit. And they're like, okay, Michelle. And there was this gentleman who came in, and he was from Ghana, and said, go to my home country. And I said, okay. So I packed my bags and flew to Ghana, and that's where we initially started. And we partnered with an organization there called the ARC Foundation. We supplied a lot of the funding that they needed to continue their programming. We created and crafted different programs and services together. And then from there expanded to Sierra Leone, where we help roughly 1,400 to 1,800 people between two villages right now, agricultural programs, savings box programs, malnutrition programs. We built a cassava processing facility for one of the villages that we support last year on the TV show The Fixers on BYU. So you can see that. It was a January episode of 2024, and that is season 4, episode 2. And then the bulk of where we are focusing is what's called Matilda's program. And it's a sponsor a survivor program where we have young girls between the ages of 12 all the way up to mid-30s who have experienced sexual abuse, domestic violence, human trafficking, and we help them go through vocational training. Your monthly donation of $100 would be able to help these young women go through training, get the materials that they need for their training, medical, a monthly stipend, and also counseling services. So it's a lot. And I know there's a lot of viewers out there right now who are already sponsoring a survivor. So we definitely need more help there. And then our goal with Unsilenced Voices right now in Sierra Leone is to build a vocational training center with housing. So many of our girls, although they're no longer participating in sex work, continue getting reoccurring STIs, primarily because their living conditions are so bad. I walked through these brothels a year and a half ago when I was in Sierra Leone, and I had to go into a corner because I was crying and I didn't want the girls to see me so upset. And they need out. I mean, the facilities, I mean, we work in places where there's no running water, no electricity. So these facilities are just, it's awful. It's horrible. So we really, really need to build this vocational training center along with a housing component. And then in the United States, I know I keep talking, but in the US, we have been able to.
You're supposed to be talking.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I've got 15 questions, but that's okay. You're supposed to be talking. In the U.S., I'm writing
Okay,
I'm writing down questions. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So in the U.S. in 2022, we gifted $33,000 to USA survivors. Did a 4-city tour combating the main 4 hubs for human trafficking in the nation. So that was Tampa, Dallas, Vegas, and Los Angeles. And we published a curriculum called Graced for Prosperity. So this curriculum is all about how to become financially literate. So getting out of the trauma, getting out of the abuse, of course, the mental health component of that. And then it does talk about, being a follower and faith. So we do incorporate Jesus within the trainings, although we are non-secular. So this is an opportunity for people to explore even more. And then we plan to build a day center with wraparound services and emergency housing. So that's just a little bit. And then 2019, I began speaking and blah, 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 blah. So we'll
And
get
blah,
into
blah,
all
blah.
that.
We got
Yeah.
all day. We're going to
We
talk
got all
about this
day.
all day.
Yeah.
But I do have a couple of questions. What happens, because we're treating it kind of like a telethon today.
Yep.
And treating it like a telethon for people to support Unsilenced Voices. We have a little ticker tape going by up above us on that side. Nope, that side. Somewhere over there. I can never do this right. Yeah, up there. There you go. Up there. You got it. We are asking you to scan the QR code and go find out more information. It doesn't come to us, as part of the Now Network or International Women's Day. It's going directly to Unsilenced Voices. Yeah. What happens when somebody decides, okay, I want to donate, and is there a minimum donation they can make? Is there a maximum? And can they donate every month like you see on TV?
Yeah, definitely. So if you go to unsilencedvoices.org, you will see a donate now button in the top right-hand corner. And you can donate monthly if you choose to. You can just make a one-time donation if you choose to. There is no minimum donation. You can donate $5, $10, $100, $1,000. Your contribution goes directly to all of the survivors and our team in Sierra Leone. Right now, nobody is taking a salary because we don't have enough funding coming in. And we want it to be limited to only 15 to 20% going to infrastructure and salaries. So all of it right now is literally going to support survivors in Sierra Leone who are combating human trafficking and domestic violence.
Let's talk. We got a couple of more minutes. And, you and I had this conversation. We met at a deli here a few years back. And you said, when are you going to share your story? Blah, 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 blah. And I went, I wasn't, I was blessed that that never happened, blah, blah, blah. And you said, no, you told me about your dad. Because my dad, rest his soul, was very controlling.
Yeah.
You were seen and not heard. And he was pretty dominating. If you didn't say hello to him when he walked in the door, he would ground me for like months that I couldn't go outside. And he called me every name in the book. And when he would call me by my name, that's when I got nervous. And you told me that that's abuse. And I went, what? Can you explain that a little bit? Because I have a feeling there's a lot of people, male and female, out there that grew up with, older parents, stricter parents, and didn't realize that that was abuse.
Yeah. So it's interesting when people think of domestic violence, they still think of the physical violence that people go through. Domestic violence is also emotional manipulation, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual violence, and of course that physical violence as well. So that emotional component actually has longer lasting implications than the physical violence of domestic violence. And the reason being is that when somebody tells you something, you tend to keep it in your brain and you mull it over and think. And I remember when I went through abuse with my abuser, we'll call him Paul, he a donation already came in. That's awesome. I just saw that. But he used to tell me, like I was fat, I was incapable of moving on without him, that I was stupid. There was a lot more language that was said that I'm not going to say live on the air at the moment, but that stuck with me for years and years and years, even after the physical violence had subsided.
Wow. But how do you handle that on a regular basis? It's like, especially if it's not physical, you don't think you can. There's organizations here in Las Vegas like Shade Tree, right? That you can go to if you leave your home or leave your spouse or in a dangerous situation and need to get out. They have housing and they help you get restarted and things like that. But you don't think about if it's a mental or emotional abuse, that you should reach out to an organization. Like I would never have reached out to your organization and said, hey, I need to talk to somebody about this, because I didn't even know it was abuse.
Yeah.
So when you realize it, who do you reach out to? Do we call Unsilenced Voices? What's the first steps?
So I always recommend that you surround yourself with people who are lifting you up. So there's many organizations around the US and around the globe that you can call and talk to. The Domestic Violence Hotline is one where I would highly recommend. Organizations like the Shade Tree, they're amazing. We partnered with them when we did our Blanket of Hope tour in the Las Vegas area in 2022. But yes, surround yourself with people who are uplifting to you. So it takes years to disregard some of the negative talk that has been told to you that your brain held on to. So once you surround yourself with these people who are uplifting, telling you that you can achieve, that you can do this, that you are beautiful, then your brain starts to shift, right? Mindset shifts. Something that I always love to teach is writing therapy. So writing things out. But when you write, I also recommend having Post-it notes and putting I am statements all around your house, all around your car, wherever it is that you are, in the bathroom, you name it. And just having the I am enough, I am beautiful, I am statements all around. So then that mindset starts to shift and you start to realize that that abuser is wrong.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing this day with me. We're going to get more into this in one of the breaks. We'll talk about I am. We'll get deeper and deeper. We're here all day. So if you guys want to support Unsilenced Voices, the ticker's going by all day. We'll be bringing it in and out. And it's above my guest and my guest co-host head, because it's not above my head. Okay. Unsilenced Voices, scan the QR code and you can find out more information. But sitting in our virtual green room is our first guest coming to the stage. I have known this young lady for about 5 years. She was on our first International Women's Day. Hey, Alan. Hey, Cindy. Cindy's out there. She's coming up soon. She was on our first International Women's Day. She reached out to me about a month or so ago, and we've been hanging out ever since. She has since joined the Now for Life organization, and now she's coming up here, and she earned it. I created a contest. We created a contest that said, hey, members, go invite your friends to come be a part of our community on Facebook. And whoever invites the most people, we will give the absolute last slot on International Women's Day. And she sent me a message on Facebook and said, I'm getting that slot. It's gonna be me. And she must have invited over 100 people because she's right here today. What's happening, Sylvia? Silva.
You. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes, I'm super pumped up. Thank you so much, Tigo. The very first virtual International Women's Day, I remember I was so nervous. I was like, keep asking you, Tigo, what is the question that you will ask me? Because I'm afraid of my English. If you remember that.
Yep.
So then, because of that insecurities with my accent, I got my really lesson. Like I have the lady from USA that become my client, and then on the second session, she said like, I want a refund because I hate your accent. So I got.
Wow.
Then I learned it like really, really in the hard way to rewiring, the belief that this is just me with my accent, and then that's as long as people understand, and it's my message is the most important. And then after that, I got many people said like, oh, you're so unique, your accent is so beautiful, and everything like this. It's here.
Well,
Yeah.
I love your accent. And before we get any deeper, why is it dark outside where you are?
I'm in Estonia. It's 7:19 p.m. right now.
Wow. Okay. So you can already tell me, how was today? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What are you doing? What have you been up to? I already asked you, I always ask about the husband and the kids. Your kids rock. What are you doing now in Estonia?
Yes. So I basically moved to Estonia because I'm thinking like in Indonesia, I'm doing this a lot of work for women, and not so many people, let's say, accepted this kind of ideas about women honoring their bodies and understanding more about intimacy with themselves and also with their partners, with their husband. And this is, I'm thinking, it's better when I moved to Estonia, I have the freedom of speech. But now when I moved to Estonia, people in my country started to feel safe that I'm not in Indonesia. So they started to open up because I don't know anybody. So yeah, so that's how it started.
Wow. So, what makes you move all over the world? Because you just said you lived in Indonesia and now you're leaving where you live now. Who knows? You might be in Vegas next year. What
Yes,
makes you decide I'm going to move all over the world? Is that a family thing? Is it a work related thing? Or you just love seeing the world?
yes, it was just pop up in my mind. What is the best way to do my work? And then by that time I remember I actually always just like this when I have the idea. Um, when the COVID, I was in another city in Indonesia, and it was like lockdown very badly in 2019, like 2020.
Hmm.
I was thinking like, okay, let's move to Bali in Indonesia because it's so much like freedom. You don't have to wear mask all the time. You don't have to put that sanitizers, and then that's it. We moved to Bali, and then after that, my father passed away in
Oh,
2021. So I was thinking like, oh, okay, so maybe it was too sad in Indonesia. I keep seeing him on and on, and I told my husband, let's move to your country, to Estonia. And I said, Sylvia Silvers, are you crazy? I'm not ready to move to Estonia. I said, but I'm ready. I think like this is the best way that I want to do this work, like for women, to spread this message more and more. And I think the best way is like to move out of the country. So yeah, that was the
so explain, you said this work, and I know you have a book coming out. We can talk about that in a minute. But explain exactly what it is you do, how it benefits your clients.
yes. So actually, since I was joining, together like all the mentors like from USA, we've been in the ClickFunnels community also together. I was like keep seeing those speakers, keep saying this all the amazing stories, and I kept thinking like, I don't have that kind of stories. I don't have this kind of abusive things like this happening
Mm.
in the family. I was raised in the very religious family, entrepreneurial, and my father is like a really great man, and my mom is like a really hardworking woman. What was my story? I keep asking like this. And then one day I just found out that, oh, okay, so it was the pressure of being in this kind of successful family that gave me the pressure of wanting to achieve more all the time, to show to other people that, even though you are basically wealthy man's daughter, you can achieve something because of yourself, not because of your parents is rich or something like this. And then I was in Taiwan in 2006. That's how I started to get to know the work of Tantra, which is like go into more into the sex and intimacy work. Because one of my childhood friend, she was older than me. By the time she was pregnant, and she attempted suicide because
Oh, wow.
came from the wealthy family, also married to a wealthy man, and also very religious family. But nobody knows that her husband cheated on her, and she couldn't handle it, so she tried to kill herself. But
Mm.
in Indonesia, it was this kind of stuff, especially back then in 2006, was so taboo to talk about this kind of thing in your marriage. And she was holding on, and then suddenly she contacted me. I was in Taiwan, and she said, could you please help me doing something, to get my husband back? And then, the
Wow.
innocent mind of me by that time, 20 years old, um, I was like, okay, what should I do? Okay, maybe I just buy Kama Sutra books, lingeries and sex toys, things like this, because they didn't really have it in Indonesia, or maybe not so just like now, selling it like this. So I bought all those stuff from Taiwan and then send it to her, and then
Wow.
it wasn't working. Like the basically abusive started to going on, like the physical and mentally, and keep cheating on her, stuff like this is even more and more. And then I was thinking like, wow, but I really want to help her. So and then I started to found like a lot of programs, but she couldn't speak English. And then I said, okay, I can speak English. I can learn it for you and stuff like this. And then I started to learn Tantra, sex and intimacy. I went to the marriage programs and I translated to Indonesian language and teach it to her. But I couldn't really give her the transformation that she really need because I didn't have that experience. So that was the thing. And then I was thinking like, after that I said, I'm so sorry I couldn't help you. But I was also hiding it from my parents that I learned all this stuff because it's like, my parents maybe will be so angry if they know that I learned about this sex and intimacy and stuff like this. Yeah, then but in 2011, I started to see the problem comes to my own marriage, that I have this kind of burden that I want to achieve, I want to become somebody, and then I started to go into that spiral of thinking like, started to have that, let's say a little bit anxiety, and then goes on and on thinking about, oh, who am I? Oh, now I'm only a mom, useless and stuff like this. And then I remember I started to become easily angry and things like this happening. But outside, when I went outside to the people, to the family outside, I was really nice. But at home, if I could look back, I could see like I was like a monster, right? It was like really
wow.
worst version of me. And then people just look at me from the outside like, wow, she's making it. She's really happy in her marriage. Wow, beautiful son, and like relationship, and the work and everything. But I was miserable inside.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it. Then I told my husband, I can't be like this anymore. I was thinking like, it's too much. Then I went back to the connecting with myself. So I went to go back to the practice. I did the 7 days noble silence meditation back then.
Yeah.
So that's how I started to connect with myself again and started to share my message since. Yeah.
Wow. You have come so far, and I am so proud of you.
Thank
Oh
you.
my goodness. I am so proud of you. And I'm so glad you stuck with it, because you could have easily just said, okay, I've tried this. I'm going to go and show people how to be a great mom, because you are a great mom.
Thank
Okay. You could have great mom books and great mom tours, but you stuck with it. And before we get out of here, we got a few more minutes. One, I'm going to ask Michelle Dewsbury to come up in just a second. But I also want to ask you about your book. What's
you.
the title of it, and when is it coming out?
6 stages of lasting love. It's one more chapter, one more chapter to go.
Nice.
Should be this month is like we finish it, and yeah, if it's meant to be, then it will be end of this month. It will be done. Then we'll launch next month. Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. I'm so excited for you. I want to bring up my co-host, Michelle Dewsbury, and
Mhm.
ask her about intimacy, because you're talking about I don't know what happened with, there we go. You're talking about, Michelle, you're talking about unsilenced voices and abuse. When someone makes it through that abuse, I want to know how we can connect you two together, because Sylvia is helping you with intimacy and
Mhm.
so forth. And I'm assuming, I don't know, but I would think that if someone's been abused, especially for years, then being in a relationship and dealing with intimacy has to be a rough thing to do, is it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it definitely is. Yeah, Sylvia. So I love what you do. And the 6 stages of lasting love would be so beneficial to a lot of the women primarily that we work with. Because if you've been sexually assaulted, sexually abused in abusive relationships, oftentimes you think of sex and think of intimacy as a negative thing. And
Yes.
it shouldn't be like that, right? God gave us intimacy in order to be able to connect even more with our spouse. So what the question that I'd actually love to ask you is, you said there's 6 stages. Briefly, what are those 6 stages?
Yes. So the very first one is basically when you disconnect with yourself, always, all the time is yourself, right? And after that is study to the second one is you study to feel that am I enough? Am I enough? And the third one is like, when you study to enter the relationship, there will be a stage that you will ask, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. So that was the question that I heard so many times, including also because of the after giving birth, women usually they don't want to have sex with their husband, and then they make love basically because they don't want their husband to cheat on them. So that was the thing that I learned so much. That's why it's trauma informed. It's very, very important, especially when someone have that sexual abuse. You don't go to that sex and intimacy just like that to do something for your husband or your partner to keep them. Like you have to know your body first. Yeah, and then the fourth stages is about the family. I love you, but your family is I don't love your family. Yeah, something like this. It's so many crack in the marriage because of that, because of the family, big family, um, in-laws, and all of this. And the fifth one is the blissful marriage. I call it blissful marriage, where you study to understand the polarity of the being a feminine and masculine. So that's how it is. And then the sixth one is how you use the teachings, the principle of God, which is loving kindness, inside your marriage, your relationship. Yeah.
That's
So
awesome. Yes. And you definitely need those 6 stages in order to overcome any of the trauma that you've had, in
yeah,
order to love yourself, in order to be in love and make love with your spouse. So I love what you're doing. I think that it's so incredibly important, especially for those individuals who've experienced loss or trauma or pain. So I know our time is running out here pretty quickly. Do you have any last words of wisdom for our audience?
yeah, because you asked before, Tigo asked also about the sexual abuse. Women, if you really face this kind of traumatic experience, your body knows, right? Um, don't do sex or things for others to please others.
Yeah.
And then when you face this kind of experience, very first thing that you must do is to take the time, because that's what you really need. Take the time. Don't blame yourself. You're not broken. And then also you have to learn very first time to forgive yourself. Yeah.
Sylvia Silvers, you know, you're like family to me. We've known each other for so long. We kind of started this journey together, and you've always supported me. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us. I
Thank you.
can't wait to our next, adventure ahead. Let us
Yes.
know when your book comes out, because I'm going to tell everybody from the mountain, go get your book. You're absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sylvia.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
everybody, we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get Cindy Van Arnhem. So sit right there. We'll be right back. I tried to explain this to my grandson years ago. It's not the best athletes that make pro. It's the one that make it through. You got to make it through, And there's authors and writers and speakers that are amazing that have never left their neighborhood. Or they've written a book and said, well, Amazon is free. I can throw it over there. Well, the minute you said throw, we knew it was going to be in the bottom of the heap, because you don't know what you're throwing. Don't throw it. It's not spaghetti. You're trying to figure out if it's cooked. You need to know what the secret is. And if you ask most people that know the secret, they will not tell you. They don't have a program for you. They will not tell you. You can ask them. We can walk up to my good mentor friend. If you're not part of his programs and you walk up to him and say, how do I get to be number one? He'll look at you and say, work hard. He's not giving you the secret. So having somebody in our group, this is what it's about, that's going to share, the secrets. Hey, everybody, welcome back. I got to ask you, when I watch those clips, those are clips from our Tuesday night meetings. We have Tuesday night meetings with our Facebook group. We do a Zoom call every other Tuesday. I think the next one's coming up on the 11th. It's next Tuesday, March 11th. If you guys are watching this live, if you're not watching it live, go to the Facebook group and just Now Community, Now Network, Now, what is it? Now Dash Network of Outstanding Women on Facebook. And you can watch all of these and catch up on them. But I got to ask you, Michelle, let's pretend like nobody's watching.
Okay. That's hard to do, though.
My stories, in post, and I go, what the heck did you just say? Do I drive you guys crazy with my stories? Just be honest. I'll stop telling them.
No, you don't drive us crazy whatsoever. I love you. I know the entire community loves you, Tigo, and we actually want to hear even more of your stories. We love hearing from you all the time.
So thanks for telling me that, because I'm sitting here going, what, spaghetti wall, what? I just never know my mother used to say it too. You just don't know what's going to come out of that mouth. I absolutely do not know. I want everybody to know we don't plan these. I mean, literally, these are my notes.
Yeah.
I have conversations with everybody because it's people, what they did yesterday or last year, all that, we cover a little of that. But I really want to know where they are today, what's going on with them today. And the only way I'm going to do that is by talking with them and speaking with them. So before we bring up this woman who got me into numerology, I had to practice saying that for a few times. Before we bring her up in a couple of minutes, I want to ask you to go back to talking about Unsilenced Voices for just a second. You were talking about Post-it notes. Yeah. What's the phrase and why do you use it?
What's the phrase? I am enough. I am beautiful. The I am Post-it notes. Just so that you can have it in front of you. And the reason why you do that is so you can get rid of all the negative talk. And it works, ladies and gentlemen. It really does work, because if you have gone through something, you want to do something to combat what you've gone through. And that means, putting these positive affirmations all around you so that your brain starts to think positive ways instead of holding on to the negative. So they definitely work. We teach writing therapy and everything that we do for the for-profit and the nonprofit. But speaking of Unsilenced Voices, I do want to give a huge shout out to Sherry Armstrong. She just donated over $1,000 to Unsilenced Voices. And I just want to thank you so much, Sherry. I see that you're watching live and I saw that you just commented. So that is the first donation of the day. We are so excited and humbled by your generosity. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching and you feel compelled to donate to Unsilenced Voices, please go to unsilencedvoices.org so that we can help all of the survivors all around the world.
That's amazing. Let me tell you a quick story about Sherry Armstrong. Sherry Armstrong is my official 911. When she is in your corner, she is in your corner. And clearly, she's in the corner of Unsilenced Voices. She rocks. She absolutely rocks. And she'll be on stage a little bit later today. Okay, we've got to go to our next guest. Our next guest, how do I describe her? Well, we'll share the story a little bit of how we connected in the first place. But let's just say, today, I am absolutely a fan of numerology. I look forward to every message she sends me. But when I first met her, I went, you do what and how? And no, I'm not doing that. And I was told, yes, I am. Coming up, and she's our reporter now for the Now Group. She's also helping us get the social media out about the Now Group, amongst everything else that she does. Coming to the stage right now is Cindy Van Arnhem. Come on and hang out with us.
Hey, Cindy! Yay!
Mars is hanging out with us today too.
Oh, I love that your cat's there. Hi.
She's got her now behind her. You see it? It's right back there. She's got her now. It's hanging out. They're just hanging out. And you can tell she's got a real background because she knows which way to point.
Point. I know, right? I do this too. I'm like, ah.
So Cindy was honored as our rising star, Michelle. She was honored as a rising star back when we first started virtually in 2021. Love this woman, but she's a terrible actor. Because see, what happened was I told everybody because we were going to do it live. And then, of course, COVID had a little bit of a revamp and we didn't feel it was safe to do it live yet. So we did it virtually and we honored 6 women. So I told all 6 women, don't open the box, open it on air so you can be surprised. Because they had never seen the now. There was no pictures, nothing, right? Every one of them, all 6, did this awful, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. It was the worst. It was the absolute worst. And Cindy's like, I'm just going to be honest. I opened it the minute it got here.
Oh, that's hilarious. Don't act, right? When it happens, just be authentically who you are.
Exactly.
All right, Cindy, what's going on? Because your logo is floating somewhere around here. Full blast. There it is over on the left. What does full blast mean? And what are you doing?
Oh my gosh. Full blast is about living your life to the fullest at full blast, whatever that looks like for you, because each and every one of us is different. But for me, it's about, giving as much as I can, but also taking care of myself. It's about saying yes, even when I'm scared, and doing the big, bold things that I really want to do. Because for me, when I get to my deathbed, I don't ever want to have any regrets. I don't ever want to feel like I've left something on the table, and I want to live my life to its absolute fullest. So that's what Full Blast is. What am I doing? So many things. So many things.
What are you doing? I want to know.
Well, I'm on my way to Vegas to help support the launch of Squirrel TV, in which my short film about my life story, which is now a 7-time Film Festival Award winner, is going to be on that TV network. So Squirrel TV, be there.
Wow. No kidding.
I love that. Super awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What does numerology have to do with people that are stressed, with people that are maybe, members of Unsilenced Voices? Is this something that affects everyone? Can it help them with their stress? What does that mean? What is what you do with Full Blast help everyone across the board, not just people like me that's talking about spaghetti for some strange reason? I don't even know why.
I talk about spaghetti a lot too, Tigo. But the numerology piece, it's not just about the numerology, because you could go Google some numerology and find out some really cool things about yourself. It's taking the numerology and understanding who you are, which is no different than getting an astrology reading or a human design reading, but it's a personality assessment. And you take what you learn about yourself, but then you add in emotional resiliency and intelligence and blend the two together, and it creates massive possibility for yourself. So my history, Unsilenced Voices, Michelle, thank you for the work you do.
I love it.
I'm an ex-cocaine addict, abuse survivor. You name the type of abuse, I have experienced it, including spiritual abuse. And it was only the understanding of emotional resiliency and understanding of myself through my numerology that allowed me to move through that. I honestly think the numerology saved my life because it gave me insights about who I am. But from there, also, if people are stressed out, we can also understand from the numerology what's going on in the world today. Mm-hmm. And back in December, I predicted through the numerology and astrological influences that March 2025 was going to be a wild ride. And I describe it as a roller coaster. And some people love to get on a roller coaster and they're super excited about it. And it's playful and, oh my God, yay. And other people get on the roller coaster and they're terrified. And the emotional intelligence piece that we add into that helps you to become resilient even when you're on the roller coaster, you're terrified, you don't know what's going on, and the roller coaster is about to go down and your stomach is in the pit of up in your throat. It teaches you how to navigate that so that it's less stressful for you, so that you can monitor your nervous system, so that you can take action even when you're afraid and have some fun doing it. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. I know Michelle has a question though, and then I'm going to hit you with one. Go, Michelle.
No, that's okay. I have a feeling we're going to be doing this all day, Tigo.
All day long.
All day long, right? Jumping on each other. Cindy, I have met you in person, and I absolutely love who you are, what you represent, and how you've been able to overcome the negativity in your life. And numerology is such an interesting way to figure out how to navigate your circumstances. What is the biggest takeaway for you on how you've been able to use numerology, numbers, in order to overcome?
Yeah, first and foremost, understanding who I am. And that's sort of the work that I do with my clients as well, is when you're coming through childhood and you're programmed mentally with their beliefs and your teacher's beliefs, and then abuse occurs or trauma occurs in your life, it just kind of starts piling on. And it's like you put on all these masks and you become somebody that's not truly who you are, the authentic version of who you are. And numerology starts to pull back the layers of that so that you can start to see to the core. You can start to see what your soul is actually meant to do here. And so I get comments all the time about how authentic I am. That's one of my top values. But the only reason I got there was because I've been peeling back the layers of all those masks, all that trauma, and getting to the core of who I am. And numerology has been the answer for that, for myself and for so many of my clients, because it really just gets to the core. It gets to the truth. And it says, hey, did you know that this is who you are? And you've been hiding behind a mask of fear and trauma over here. If you just let that go, obviously there's work to do that. You can become the truest version of yourself and truly live life at full blast.
Yeah, super awesome. I had a roommate who used to use numbers a lot, and we used to figure out, Jesus's year and then what year I am in. And so do you do that with numerology as well? Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, I use numerology in 5 different ways to support my clients. So I work with a lot of people on the internet. So I'm all about building internet businesses. So the first one is, of course, self-mastery and understanding who you are, because it's going to be really hard to build a business if you don't know who you are or what you're supposed to be doing. So we start there, but I also use it to help people create authentic content that resonates with their audience. I help people have better sales conversations because we're all different, we're all unique, and you can sell in a way that's more powerful and potent to anybody if you know who you're talking to. So it feels more authentic, it's more supportive, and it's not just selling. I also help my mentors and coaches do product launches and service launches. So if you've got a new offer or something like that, we can look at the frequencies and the energies that we're going to be experiencing in the time ahead. I can tell you and pinpoint specific days that will be supportive for launching a new offer. And then, of course, I also use it to create said offers. So I have a very unique process around creating offers as well. So there's multiple different ways you can use numerology. There is no limit. People that do what I do also look at relationship dynamics, business partnerships. We can look at health and well-being. There's all sorts of things we can look at through the numbers. The numbers tell you everything.
Yeah, I ended up jumping online at one point and going to Love Language something. I don't remember the website, but to figure out, should I be with this guy or does this guy work?
Numerology can answer that too.
And I'm still single, ladies and gentlemen, but yes.
I have done so many relationship dynamics readings for people where they come to me and they'll be like, hey, I went on a date with this guy. Can you tell me what his numbers are? Is it a match? So we can definitely tell that. Of course, there's more to it than that. I can't just be like, your ideal lover is going to show up on this day. That's not what I do. I
would love to hire you for that, Cindy. If you could tell me when my lover is going to show up and when my spouse is going to be there.
I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a fortune teller. There's lots more layers to it. But if you go on a date, I can look at his date of birth and I can tell you.
I've got a question. Do you have or have you ever considered doing a challenge or doing not a lover's challenge before you go there, Michelle?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah. Doing a challenge or doing like a workshop that you just dive deep, because you and I've had the privilege of spending a couple of hours with you and you really breaking this down. And even though you've been on our show several times and, you support us 1,000%, a lot of people don't get to go past maybe the first or second layer. And you're like an onion. You just got to keep peeling it back. You keep getting more and more and more information. Is that something you've ever considered, or are you doing it?
I have done them in the past. There's a lot of things in the works right now. For me right now, I think what's most important in March and for the next few months is really understanding emotional intelligence versus, playing with the numbers, although the numbers help. So I'm actually running a masterclass here next week, actually, around that emotional intelligence piece. I am layering the numerology into it. I bring numerology to absolutely everything I do, even down to the day that I chose to do the masterclass on. So there are different opportunities to do things like that where I kind of dive into the numbers. But Tigo, as I'm talking, you gave me an idea. So stay tuned because there will be something coming.
But that's my job. That's my job. I sit here and I just think, Michelle knows too. She's even nervous. It's like we're going to have lunch.
I'm like, what is she going to ask me now?
What am I getting voluntold for next?
Right?
Voluntold. I am known to voluntold people. That's Wendy is coming up a little bit later. Wendy Cunningham Barnes is coming up a little bit later, and she's always talking about my voluntolism. Yep, we're going to figure out how to get that into the dictionary. Voluntolism. Before we get out of here, Michelle, do you have any other questions for our friend, our buddy, Cindy Van Arnhem?
Well, Cindy, is there a specific day of the week or day of the month that is not good to, say, launch a business or to make drastic decisions, or does that vary for each person?
I love this question, and it's all going to depend on the person and also the collective energy. So by collective energy, I mean just society. So this would be a little bit more specific. I would have to actually go in and look at a particular date. But what I do for you personally, and I actually have a guide for this on my website, it's free, you can download it, is you can go and download what's called Activating Your Weekly Divine Timing Cycle. And in that, you can decide which days are the best days for particular activities throughout your week. So I break it down throughout the 7 days of a week and give you an idea of when are the best days to be brainstorming and planning? When are the best days to be connecting with clients, networking? When are the best days to be head down, blinders on, sit in front of your computer and do the work? When are the best days to take the day off? That whole guide will walk you through that and how to calculate that for yourself based off of your date of birth, because it is going to be unique for everybody.
How do people find you? Well, how do they reach out to you? No, y'all can't call me and ask me to connect you. I have my own hotline, but how do they find you? How do they connect to you? All that good stuff. And when is this event next week?
March 13th, 1 p.m. Pacific. All you have to do is find my website and you will find that masterclass there. Early bird pricing is on right now, so if you want to get in there. But you find me at fullblastcoaching.com, super easy. But also another way, somebody told me this once, it might have been you, Tigo, that if you can Google somebody, you've become successful. I am all over Google. Just Google my name and you'll find me all over the place. Social media, my website, everywhere, your community. I'm all over the place on the internet.
Yeah, that wasn't me. But I truly believe if you are on Google, you're stalkable and they're stalking you all over the place.
That's right. Oh, and Tyler
put up the web address. I'm going to tell you, if you're driving, if you're busy, you got your earphones in and you're going, I didn't write it down. What do I do? It's the same as my show. Go to tigodirect.com, type in Cindy. Type in, if you did not go to my school, Chicago Public Schools, and you can spell numerology on the fly, type in numerology. I, on the other end, have to look that up. And she will come up. You can send her a private message. She'll reach back to you and let you know exactly what's going on with her. That's why we created tigodirect.com, so that everybody can be connected. The same goes for, I don't know why you wouldn't see Unsilenced Voices everywhere all day today. But if you're looking for Michelle, go type in Unsilenced Voices or type in Michelle on Tigo Direct. Same thing. Send her a private message. Say, hey, I saw you on International Women's Day. I want more information about whatever. And that works for everybody you'll see today. Is that still Mars?
It's still Mars. Jupiter doesn't come on camera very often. He's a little shy.
He's a little camera shy. Okay, we have to do kitty camera shy videos soon.
Oh
I'm
my
just
gosh,
saying.
that would be so cute, Tigo.
You
If
know
you
I'm
go
gonna
to my
figure out how to do it.
Instagram, if you go to my Instagram story today, though, there is a video of Jupiter. I got him.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us. You are the absolute best, and we'll see you next time. You're awesome.
I'll
Bye,
see you in a
Cindy.
week and a half. Bye for now.
Bye
See you
for
later.
now.
Bye bye.
Oh my gosh, I love that woman. She is incredible and she has such a huge heart and a story. Man, stories are so important and she is able to share her story so incredibly well.
She is, and she's fantastic. And everybody that's coming up, oh my goodness. I mean, everybody that is coming up is amazing. We have the best community ever, and I love the fact that we can all just reach out, and say, hey, I need a little help with this, or will you come and do that? Because I asked you, want to be my co-host? And you went, yeah,
Tigo, I don't think you asked me. I think you
I did.
told me. You're like, hey, we're gonna support Unsilenced Voices, so you're gonna co-host with me. I'm like, okay, I will say yes to whatever Tigo says.
Yeah,
Sounds great.
I kind of do that. But again, great community. You guys don't tell me
Yeah.
to go stick it. You actually show up. So we're gonna take a little little break. And who's coming up next? Well, let's just say that pink is part of her passion. She loves supporting women. And every time I get a chance to see her speak or see something go, I kind of stalk her online. Yeah, I might as well admit it. I kind of stalk her online. Yep, Lori McNeil is here, and she'll be right up after this message. The key to it all before you even start the book is it needs to know you and your style. Because otherwise it's grabbing just generic information from wherever, and it'll key on keywords that you may not even be thinking about. And then want to incorporate that in. I had written a letter, an email for something, I can't remember what, and it kept saying should or would, like 3 or 4 or 5 times in this one email. It said that word. And I went back and said, rewrite this email in my style and voice at a 6th grade level. I told it, you're using this word should too much. Do not use this word. And it rewrote it, and it was what I needed it to be. Yeah. See, there goes another story. Y'all better not have me out here, looking like my uncle. My uncle used to tell the most amazing stories. He was a mechanic, and he was one of those mechanics that could have the cigarette hanging off the end of his mouth that he never lighted. He would wear overalls. He could talk to you all day, and it would never fall off his lip. And every time I see a story of me, I'm visualizing me standing there in the overalls with the cigarette hanging here. Y'all better not have me out there looking like I'm wearing overalls. Anyway, so coming up, we have the amazing Lori McNeil. This young lady is changing the world one step at a time, one voice at a time, and she's doing it from all angles. She's an author, she's a speaker, she's a motivator, and she's an outstanding woman. What's happening, Lori McNeil?
Hello, how are you?
Absolutely, we are great. How are you?
I am good. I am good on this beautiful Saturday. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Where are you? That's a set I have not seen.
I am in a private office in Dallas, Texas this morning.
Okay, you don't live in Dallas.
I don't live in Dallas, but I'm in Dallas today.
Tell me about branding, because you mastered branding. It's like you're never out of it. Right now, see, branding. You are never out of form. Tell me why that's important, and when did you start doing that?
Branding is so important. It's one of those foundational things that people really need to truly understand is vital in building the foundation for their business. I have people ask me all the time, well, Lori, I do a lot of Facebook, I do a lot of marketing, And what I always try to encourage people to understand is that marketing gets them in the door, branding keeps them coming back. They are two very different things, but they are absolutely connected. And it's important for people to understand the strategies that are needed in order to build their foundation to actually get them to where they want to go. I've been in branding, media, and marketing pretty much my whole life. Some of you have heard me tell the story about how I kind of got into all of it when I was 11 years old in a controversial situation where the newspaper at that time came to my aid. And then this light bulb went off where I realized the power of media, the power of branding in the business that I was running at 11 years old at the time, and how to put all those pieces together. And now I actually do it in a very, very strategic way and help businesses do the same and understand the power of not only having a solid brand, but incorporating the media and the right marketing strategies and the trifecta of those three things as that foundational tools that has to be in place in order to build any business to have the greatest impact that you want to have. The color psychology behind it all is super, super important. And Tigo, I know that you mentioned that I'm always in pink. I am always in pink, always in brand, because I understand the power of the messaging behind reaching my target audience and getting to that emotional connection that's actually going to reach them, that causes them to take action. So when you understand all of the intricacies of how all of this works, it is a complete game changer.
You know,
You
you're so
seem
much in
like-
brand that you even have shoes that have your logo on it. I said, look at that. I think you took a picture on an airline or something and said, oh, new shoes are in. And I went, oh my goodness, the tongue on the shoes have her logo on it. It's amazing. You know, I'm so used to us all being a family and all being in the community. We honored Lori last year at the Now at 2024, that I just assume everybody during that weekend got a chance to meet and became best buddies and went on barbecues together. And then I just realized that you really probably never really met Michelle, and Michelle's probably never really met you. So let me officially introduce the two of you, because you're both following in the same, you're going down that same, trail of helping people, not just women. You help a lot of women, but you're helping people. And I think it's amazing. And we're all going to share stage together really, really soon. So Michelle, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was listening to your story, and you had mentioned that you were a business owner at 11 years old, and you started learning about branding way back when, right? When you were just a small child. What drove you to be an entrepreneur at 11, and how did you figure out that branding and staying on brand was what was going to really propel you and make an even greater impact?
Yeah, great question. So I actually grew up in more or less homeless, or in a family that we just didn't have a lot of money for a lot of time. And so when I was very young, even prior to 11, I actually had to jump in and help my family in a variety of different ways. I actually started off when I was in first grade making and selling barrettes at Christmas bazaars, where I learned product placement, pricing at 11 years old. And I started to really pay attention to what the customers were saying for what size they wanted, what colors they wanted, all those different things at a very young age. I then used those as building blocks for all kinds of different entrepreneurial adventures along the way, taking it very, very seriously as a young child. So I took out my first bank loan for $3,500 when I was 11 years old, co-signed by my mom, who actually had enough faith in me to co-sign that for a hot dog stand, where I got the equipment, the hot dog stand, everything that I needed, where I sold hot dog chips and a drink at that time for $2 with a variety of different topping choices and whatnot, and started down this journey that I really didn't know anything about at the time, but was a fast learner and quickly realized the power of media, the power of branding, the power of all of it, but then also how to utilize those business strategies even from a very young age. And it may seem like, oh, well, Lori, that was just a childhood, business that doesn't have anything to do with anything. And I'm here to tell you that in my case, it absolutely has served as the foundation for learning tools that I have used throughout my entire life, because that was the mindset that I was in. At that time, I was in survival mode, trying to help my family. And so I was very focused on learning everything that I absolutely could in order to be successful, in order to help be that provider. And then as I got older, teaching classes, designing MBA programs, and all the different things that started way back, if you want to go back further than that, Michelle, to actually when I was making barrettes for Christmas bazaars.
Absolutely crazy. Amazing story. Because in the midst of adversity, do you really kind of get in that survival mode and pull your bootstraps up and get to work? So I want to congratulate you on getting to work, because you are where you are today because of the action steps that you took in your past. And it's interesting that we never really did get to speak very much at the event last year. And
no, I think we saw each other.
Yeah, like in passing, right? And you
Yeah.
just seem like an incredible rock star making a huge difference. What do you think has been the most valuable lesson that you've learned throughout this process?
Oh man, throughout this life process, there's been so many amazing things that I've learned along the way. But I think one, not to sound cliche, because I think we hear this a lot, but one of the most valuable things that I think that I've learned is to completely cut out the noise and cut out everyone. That's the naysayers. That's the, that's too big of a goal. That's too big of a dream, or that's never going to work, or these things. I have so many different stories along my path where I've had dozens and dozens of people tell me that I was crazy. I couldn't do it. I didn't have enough time. I didn't have enough money, whatever it was. And in fact, even graduating from high school was one of those conversations that took place. And then even, being good enough to go to college, kind of a thing. So I've had all kinds of things happen to me along my life where people that I love, people that I trusted, and then other people that just, maybe weren't necessarily a Lori fan, different people in my life that have told me like that I couldn't do something. And I have enough of a competitive edge in me, or a stubbornness, if you will, that I always tell people, like, really, just watch me. I'm not only going to do it, I'm going to do it bigger and better than I even thought that I was capable of.
Yeah.
And so because I've had that, it's actually just served as the driver to solve, any problem that's ever come my way. So shutting out all of the naysayers, shutting out all of the negativity, and staying focused on what I want to do that's in my heart, soul, and mind is actually been one of the biggest things, and not caring about what anybody else says or thinks.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise in this world. There's a lot of people who want to tear you down. There's a lot of jealousy. And the one thing that I really love about the Now network, what Tigo has really kind of put together, is there's been a lot of women who are catty, right? That's just typically what it is. And instead of supporting one another, women primarily, have been tearing each other down. And now we get to come together and lift one another up. So I absolutely adore what you're doing. What do you think is the biggest impact you are making in society right now?
I think one of the biggest things, and really it's not just what's in my heart to do, but what the feedback is of people that I've gotten and that I'm continuing to get, is that, Lori, they say, you are so inspiring and you actually show us what's possible. And I love that, because one of the brands that I have under my brand is what I call the legacy brand. So I have Legacy Unlimited magazine and podcasts and all these different platforms that teach legacy, and based on an 8-step process that I've learned, that I've developed over the years. And in that is that you pursue what drives you. And I tell that through my own story. And I have people say, Lori, you're changing your family tree. Yes, absolutely. I've changed my family tree in so many different ways, and I will continue to do that for, grandkids and cousins and nieces and nephews and all of that. But I teach other people how to do the same. How do you step into your greatness? How do you actually serve the world in a bigger way, so that you then can change your family tree and change the trajectory of the world in a unique way that only you can. I always share that you have unique tools within your toolbox that make you qualified to do exactly what you were created to do, to serve external problems in only a way that you can. So I have people telling me all the time, they're like, Lori, you inspire me to think bigger, do bigger, do better, because you actually are living it right now. And I am so inspired by thinking about the possibilities just by watching you. And I love that. And I'm so honored by that. And I know that every single day I have the opportunity to actually plant those important seeds in the heart, souls, and minds of every person I come in contact with.
You know, before we gotta get out of here, I can't believe how fast this time flew by. But I've got to ask you, as my mother would have said, you are very pulled together. You don't have a hair out of place when you're on stage, things like that. But you have diversity, you have challenges, you have family things. You're a human, you're a mom, all of that. What do you tell others that say, "Oh, I can't because, I have belly," or "I can't because I don't have enough money," or "I need to lose 20 pounds before I take the stage"? What do you tell people when they're stopping themselves, when they're their own blocker? Nobody has to do it for them.
Oh man, that is such a good question and such a challenge that a lot of people have in their own minds. And literally that's just it. It's in their own minds. We all have the reality of life that hits us with, kids and all those different things, but they really truly are excuses. And one of the things that I want people to really kind of marinate on is that excuses do not excuse you. So we have all of the reasons in the world why not to do something, but there are a ton of reasons to do something if we actually just get out of our own way. So yes, I'm a mom. Yes, I've got a ton of responsibilities, a huge family, all these different things. But what can I do? And how am I using that as an excuse? Or how am I using that to, you know what, I've got 5 minutes. It's not what I don't have, it's what I do have. Or I might not be at the 6-figure mark yet, but this is the mark I'm at. And what can I do with the resources and the time that I do have? So it's flipping that script in your mind to actually focus on what is possible and what you do have versus the challenges and what you don't have. And I think that is super, super important because it's really easy to get in this competition mode of thinking that everybody has, fewer challenges than I do and fewer responsibilities than I do. And everybody else seems like they have it easier. And the reality is that everybody's story is different. Everybody's challenges are different. What tools are in somebody's toolbox are very different, but you have the tools that you need to move forward exactly from the point that you are right now today. So you have a choice with what you are going to do with those unique tools that are only meant for you.
Absolutely amazing.
Go ahead, Michelle. I'll wrap it up.
Just
Go ahead.
The excuses do not excuse you. I mean, that I wrote down. I'm going to put that all over my house. Post-it notes work, ladies and gentlemen, right? But those excuses that people make on a daily basis for why they're not doing something, use those excuses to propel you to do something. Like Lori, you were saying, you've got 5 minutes to check your email, to do a post, to et cetera, to increase your impact through your brand. So amazing content. I'm just flabbergasted. You're an amazing, wonderful woman.
She is absolutely amazing, I got to tell you. And she's also going to be sharing many stages with us. I'm so excited. We're going to talk about the Global Speakers Tour a little bit later. We're going to talk about that. But I want to know, can we take that wonderful quote that you just did about excuses and make it a Lori McNeil Now t-shirt quote and put it out there? Because I think people need to be wearing it. They need to have Lori's name on their shirt. Can we do that?
Sure. Awesome. I love that. I love that because it really is so simple and yet so profound, and is the thing that is stopping so many people. Because we all have the real parts of life, but we always have a choice. And I think that's something that we really need to remember, is that you always have a choice. And that it's that consistent persistency that's super important. Even when you have a more challenging day, you have a more challenging week, whatever that looks like, that to stay the path and stay super persistent and be consistent in that will be a game changer. It is going to be the thing that allows you to win. If you think about the story of the tortoise and the hare, we all know how that ends. So when you stay focused and you put one foot in front of the other and you stay consistently persistent, you will absolutely win the race. And if I could just add one more piece of that really quickly, I want everyone to think about the fact that it is not possible to have all of the information that you need to make the decision for the next step. If you think about your life as this, you know, a little bit into the darkness, when we're an entrepreneur, sometimes we don't always know exactly which way we're going to go or how we're going to get there. But when you have that faith over fear and you shine that flashlight as the way it's designed, which is the next step or two in front of you, when you have that faith over fear and you take that next step, then that flashlight does its job, which is to illuminate that next step and show you the next path and show you the next step of the way. It's not possible for you to have all of the resources, all of the information, all of the collaboration, all of the information that you need in order to have that big, huge picture in order to say, this is exactly how it's going to go. Entrepreneurship, it's not a straight line. A lot of times it does this. So when you step into your power and when you step into the greatness of who you are and you have that, you take that courageous, unapologetic action and you move forward with your next step, your flashlight will shine in the direction that it was meant to go, because you are created to be exactly who you are in this world, to use the internal tools in your toolbox in a very unique way, to solve external problems in only a way that you can. Your path is meant for you. It's not meant for anyone else.
I love that, because it's that first step that you have to take and not knowing where you're going. Sometimes it's frightening. I remember starting Unsilenced Voices, not knowing what the heck I was doing, just putting my head down and starting the grind. And it was that first step that has now propelled us to a 6-figure nonprofit, helping thousands and thousands of women all around the globe. So Lori, that is great content.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for what you do. And we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not to be expected that you're going to know more than you're capable of knowing. But when you step into that greater sense of self, then you actually are preparing and are more ready for whatever that next level is that you're trying to get to. A lot of people try to propel themselves too fast. And what they don't understand is that you're actually not as ready as you think that you are when you haven't done the work that needs to be done to prepare yourself for that next level. And that's an important concept for people to realize, is that when you have that faith over fear and you take that next step, you are doing what needs to be done to prepare yourself for the bigger goal, the bigger vision that the world has for you. And yes, the world is waiting for you to show up, for you to show up.
You know, I have to thank you. And okay, everybody, before you start texting me, because my phone just dinged, let's ask her. Ms. Lori, how do they find you? How do they get in touch with you?
LoriMcNeil.com will take you to anywhere you want to go on social media, my blog. You can send me a direct email, all of that. So just go to LoriMcNeil.com and connect with me there.
And you guys already know, if you don't write it down, go to TigoDirect.com, type in Lori. She's coming up. Send her a private message. It costs you nothing. It costs her nothing. We just keep the community connected. That's what it's all about. Lori, I thank you so much for all the support you provide to everyone, all your insight, and just, you know, talk about a spotlight and a flashlight. You've definitely shined one with us in our community, and definitely on me. And I truly appreciate you. You are the absolute best. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, ladies.
Bye, Lori. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a great day. Okay, so Michelle, I failed.
You failed in what? Oh my goodness.
You just have no idea. I'm sitting here going, I can't believe that I failed. So Cindy was here, right? We had her here. 15 whole minutes. She hung out. She shared. She had a gift for everybody. I failed to mention her gift. So we're going to do it right now. For everybody that wants to know, that is Cindy's book. Get the ticker tape. Alan, if you could turn the ticker tape off for me so they could scan the QR code. Thank you. Scan the QR code. Go get Cindy's gift. I can't believe I forgot to mention it. There it is. She is absolutely amazing. It's also another great way for you to get in touch with Cindy. And I have to remember, we have some pretty cool gifts that are hanging out there. And I'm failing to share these wonderful things with people. So I'm going to go get a Kleenex and dry my tears. from my failure.
I'll constantly remind you now, Tigo. Don't worry.
I know it's something I'll never ever live down. It's kind of like the spaghetti against the wall story. What was I thinking? Let's take a quick break because there's a woman coming up that's trying to change my name. What does that mean? Y'all guys are gonna have to stick with us for a couple of minutes. After this break, you'll find out. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Now, what did I mean by that? Well, you see, if you've watched me, if you've been a part of my show, Michelle knows, she's been with me for years now. You know, I share the fact that I'm literally sharecropper's daughter. You know, they were sharecroppers in the 20s and the 30s. They were born in the 20s. And now I'm like weeks away from getting my PhD, which is just scary. And this wonderful woman coming to the stage wants to slap doctor in front of my name. And so I went out and bought, drtigo.com because, that's what I do. That's what I'm talking about. Dr. Pauline Crawford is in the house. What up, Dr. P?
Hey.
Hi there, ladies. Happy International Women's Day to you guys.
Absolutely. You are from, we'll get into the whole doctor program and all of that, the whole PhD program, but you're from England. That's an accent we hear, correct?
Sorry, what was that?
You're from England. That's an accent we hear?
Absolutely. So I was born in London, in the UK, in England, and that was a long, long time ago. And I never imagined I would actually end up living in the USA. So now I'm in Las Vegas. And I've also lived in Malaysia, and I've had the most incredible life to date, and I'm planning to expand it even more. So here I am to raise and leverage and elevate women across the world. That's my mission, starting with you, Tigo. Dr. Tigo.
Dr. Tigo, I love that. What's up, Doc? I'm going to say that all the time to you now.
Oh, goodness. Don't. Oh, my goodness.
You call me kid. I'm just going to call you Doc.
But you are one of my kids, literally. I would, when you do the housewarming, I'd fly to Florida just to bring you flowers for your housewarming. You're one of my kids.
April 12th.
You are one of my kids.
Go for it.
Dr. P, I asked you about England because it is International Women's Day. It's not America Women's Day.
No.
How important was international or is International Women's Day in Europe? Are they celebrating it too?
It is. I mean, I just on the call this morning with my contact in Tanzania. We're doing work with them we're actually going to present a PhD, honorary PhD, to the president of Tanzania, because I don't know whether you know, it's a woman who's been there 10 years and is amazing. I work with people in Parliament in London and across Europe with the G100. There's women everywhere. And I feel that I'm a global citizen. So if I could get a global citizen passport as opposed to an American or a British passport, I would love that. Because I live in time zones constantly. So I'm always thinking about, who's waking up in Manila now? How can I get in touch with my contacts in Kuala Lumpur? Who do I know in London? Is it East Coast? Is it Pacific time? And so many people don't do that. Even my own daughter sometimes says to me, how many hours apart are we? I'm going, I just know instantly. So I see the globe as totally connected. And I think International Women's Day, I've been watching the messages coming in, and they're from everywhere in the world. And that's what brings us together. Because my passion is coming together, creating a joint custody world, creating harmony. We have to be international and get over our boundaries and our barriers to talk to each other.
And especially in this day and age, the technology that we now have at our fingertips brings us even closer together. So people are watching this live right now who are in Sierra Leone, the Philippines, London, you name it, and being inspired because it is, like you said, International Women's Day. So I want to dive in a little bit about what it is that you do. So I heard honorary PhD. So do I need to have some other credits before
Well,
applying for an honorary PhD? How does that work?
no, in a sense of getting your own PhD, and we make the difference that it's a professional higher doctorate in your life story. Now, we are going to honor the president of Tanzania with an honorary, but that's rare. So we do that on very special occasions. And because, we know she's had 10 years running an African country very, very successfully. So there's some proof there. But Tigo's actually been through the process. We've been together for a year now, Tigo, haven't we? And
Yes.
we've been meeting and we've been exploring the aspects of life. And what's important, Michelle, is that it's about how has life impacted your success and success impacted your life? So we've gone back even to times in your childhood where your first entrepreneurial activity turned up. You did something, you didn't realize at the time that was going to inspire you later on, but it's all there. I believe that, and the founder of our International University of Entrepreneurology, who's passed away now, my father-in-law, he started this in 1972 and the decades before that when he was an entrepreneur. And he said that he believes entrepreneurs and entrepreneurologists are born, not made. Now, some people may disagree with it, but there's that spark of ingenuity, of creativity, innovation in us. And that's what we find in the now community, for instance, and women everywhere in the world and men, but women have been so inspired to overcome things and do things in their life. And often they don't realize what the value of that. So one of my key quotes is never underestimate the value of life's experiences. And I do in my help feel that women understand this much more than men because we've been born to survive and thrive. And that's really what this PhD is about. We honor the little hd, which is academic. We honor the honoraries that are just given. But the earned PhD is the value that you give back in lessons. And I'm very passionate about intergenerational wisdom because I want to give back to the younger elements of the world as I'm fairly old at the moment. I can give back 7+ decades of useful information and guidance. And we don't need to teach people anything. We need to ignite them and reveal them and discover them. That's my passion.
Yeah, we were all born in order to accomplish something on this planet, and we have a purpose. So our life experiences lead us to where it is that we are supposed to go and where we're supposed to thrive. So what caused you? What was your one thing that caused you to be an entrepreneur when you were young?
I think it was I was born into a family of very loving brothers and sisters and parents and everything, but I was always I was actually called the rebel at a very young age, and I never realized that I was, but I just always wanted to do things a bit different. I was always thinking, how could I make that into that? How could I take these dots and make it into something else? And also I was a great conversationalist from a very early age. So one of my passions is how do we communicate? How do we make conversations? And I was always the one, even at school, everybody would come to me as an information source to go out to other people. That might sound like I was a gossip, but I wasn't. It was just, I had this natural gift to bring people together. And in fact, it was my daughter who said to me, well into my career, she said, "Mum, you should be called the president of Magical Conversations." And I said, that sounds really good. I think president's a bit grand. So I actually called myself the ambassador of Magical Conversations. And I made myself a business card at the time, which just said that, nothing else, my number. And I tried it out at various networkings. And it was amazing how it intrigued people. So I like to intrigue people to get out of their comfort zone. And as soon as I said Magical Conversations, people go, "Oh, I want that," even though they didn't know what it was. So I like to kind of tease people into their own curiosity. And our motto in the university is we bring together knowledge, experience, and imagination. So knowledge is what you learn, and you might learn that at school or in the military or whatever. What you do with it, the experience, is important, how you interpret it, because lots of people go, oh, that was a really bad experience. I'm going to go and get under the duvet and never come out. And then other people go, that was interesting. That was really bad. I'm going to do something different. But the imagination is what really drives the entrepreneurologist. And Albert Einstein says, imagination is more powerful than knowledge because it's infinite, whereas knowledge is limited. So everybody that we know, like you two wonderful women, you use your imagination to get past those dark, deep black holes.
Yeah.
Whereas some people just go down the dark hole and then they never come up. And so the natural entrepreneurologist, I do think, is born, and they create amazing communities and businesses and jobs which other people want to be part of. And not everybody needs to be an entrepreneurologist. I hope that makes sense, because I don't want to put down people who don't want to be entrepreneurs, because I think we need them to be around us to have a partnership with entrepreneurs and entrepreneurologists.
Yeah, and what really resonated with me when you were speaking is that A, rebel, B, magical, and we can all be rebellious and have magical conversations with people, because it takes that camaraderie in order to help people and alleviate these stresses and help them overcome their obstacles. So I love everything that you're standing for, but the magical conversations. So how important is it to be able to have magical conversations with people?
It is, and it's actually vital today. So we go to the world situation where everybody's polarized and arguing about all sorts of things. So in my book, which is behind me, is a magical conversation has 3 basic rules. No judgment, come from your experience. No anger, use your passion. And no coercion, allow people to be in the space without trying to control the outcomes. Because that's what often people do, is like, and often different personalities are anxious to get into action. But when you have a really magical conversation, you're seeding the energy of the future, and you're allowing everybody in the conversation to be uniquely themselves. So you need to listen. You need to contribute without going, I'm right, you're wrong. That's not allowed in a magical conversation. So I always think about, and I've done this in many corporate situations as well as community situations, I always think about the subject matter of the conversation is on the table, not in the ownership of the person who starts it. So when it's on the table, you're all looking at the conversation. So what's the most difficult conversation that we could have in the world at the moment? I would suggest it's somewhere around violence and war and things going wrong. If we could actually have a conversation without judgment, what could we see that's more harmonious? That's my mission.
Before we run out of time, I want to go back for a second and clear up something real quick. IUE and the PhD program, it's not honorary. The organization do honor certain people. I think they've done one before. They're doing another one where it's honorary and they're presenting it, but we have to earn it. We literally are working on our dissertation. Trust me, it's interesting. But what makes you really interesting for me is that the dissertation truly is on your journey of your life. Yes. Not just your entrepreneur journey, but your life's journey. So as we go through each chapter of that dissertation, and she has me answering certain strategic questions and so forth, it's like it reflects and puts a complete spotlight, going back to Lori McNeil, a complete spotlight on your life's journey. And you go, wow, things that you never thought matters, that helped build maybe not the next stepping stone, but the next pebble that got you to the next stepping stone. So I've been offered honorary doctorates before and an honorary master's before. And I turned them down because I'm, old school. I had a union dad. You earn everything. And then when she came along and said, hey, IUE, blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, 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 no. I don't want an honorary thing and throw doctor in front of my name. And she looked at me straight away and said, oh, no, you have to earn it. It's
Yes.
not something that you're just going to get handed. And she's the whole team is very particular on who they allow in. You
Yes.
have to be an entrepreneurologist, not just an entrepreneur. And I didn't know what the difference was back then. I was like, an entrepreneur is an entrepreneur, but in reality, not really. A lot of entrepreneurs are people that either fell into something or they started something and it got so big they could quit their day job. They've never adventured on anything else. An entrepreneurologist, it's in our blood. It's in your blood, Michelle. We're always thinking next step, next journey. What can we do next after that? We never get comfortable, and that's what the PhD program is about, is bringing a doctorate to somebody who's literally earned it, woke up and said, am I going to eat tomorrow? Because I've had those days back in the day, where I thought I should have just stuck with being in the military. What was I thinking? It's a paycheck every 15 days. What was I thinking? But that's what the journey is about. So I didn't want to lose that path before we got out of here.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you pointed that out, because an entrepreneurologist will never give up. They probably will never retire. They're always thinking. You think of Sir Richard Branson, who's my favorite entrepreneurologist. He never gives up. He's always thinking of new ideas. He's always giving back. That's really what the entrepreneurologist is. It's not just making money and put it in the bank. No, it's about your life, your experience, and what you do with it. And that's what's so exciting. And I have such a thrill actually learning about people in this way, because you find out all sorts of interesting secrets.
And secrets are what rule the world. I love that.
Absolutely. The secret of success is the secret.
Well, I can't believe we run out of time already. I can't believe it. We've already run out of time. It's amazing how fast the time goes. Dr. P, how do people find out more about your program and how do they reach you?
So the best way to find me at the moment is on LinkedIn. So just look up Dr. Pauline Crawford on LinkedIn, and also on Instagram, which is not so much about entrepreneurology, it's just about me. But really, in this intelligent technology world, I think you can find me. I'm on Facebook as Pauline Crawford as well. And if you send me a direct message, I will send you our slide deck, which introduces this program, a PhD, Professional Higher Doctorate in Entrepreneurology. And I look forward to seeing you on the program.
You are the best. Before I let you go, you really are an international almost liaison. I don't think we've had a conversation where we haven't talked about your life journeys and all the things that you have done. What do you think? And you are an amazing supporter of the Network of Outstanding Women. So, Michelle, I'm thinking, we've never had an international liaison as a now honoree.
Well, you definitely need a liaison. A liaison is really, really good in negotiating deals. And I know Dr. Pauline is probably very good at that and bringing even more people into your network. So an international liaison probably goes hand in hand with Dr. Pauline Crawford.
So yeah, I think Dr. Pauline, we're going to honor you in October as our first ever international woman liaison for the Network of Outstanding Women. Is that okay with you?
That is absolutely fabulous. You really made my day. Thank you. Thank you. What a happy International Women's Day.
Absolutely. Have a great day. We can't wait to see you soon. And I'm getting my homework done, Doc. I got one more chapter to do and then I'm done. One more and I'm through this journey. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, ladies. Bye. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Awesome. You too. International Women's Day. What a day. And ladies and gentlemen out there watching, this has only been a couple of interviews and we've got so many more incredible women to come. We are here today celebrating women. This one day a year is not the only day that we can celebrate. And we are here also to support Unsilenced Voices, a nonprofit combating human trafficking and domestic violence. worldwide, and we need your support. So if you are out there, you are watching, you feel compelled, you're loving this program, please consider donating. Go to unsilencedvoices.org, or you can go click on that QR code over in the corner. But Teresa, you bring together so many awesome people, and I am so excited that I get to call you Doc.
Oh, goodness. All right, kid. That's it. That's it.
It's
Now,
going
I
to be
know
Doc all the time.
on your schedule, we have Dr. Wendy Labat. And Dr. Wendy Labat is, well, she was our Pink Conqueror a couple of years ago, but she is a humongous supporter of the Network of Outstanding Women. I'm sure she's probably watching, but she's sick today. She has the flu, and she said she couldn't make it. So, of course, I had to figure out, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, of course, I'm going to call Ann, because Ann has had my back since 1990, something, a long, long time, probably since before you were on this planet. And she's always had my back. She's doing something new that's helping me move around a lot. Ann, are you out there? What's happening?
Yes, I am out there.
How are you? How are you? How are you?
I'm excellent. I'm excellent. Thank you for the honor of stepping in for our sick Dr. Wendy. Our heartfelt wishes for a speedy recovery go out to her.
Absolutely. And I know she's out there watching, and she always supports, and I got to give her a round of applause. She'll be here next time. But I want to thank you so much for coming in, and the timing couldn't be better after Dr. P, because we're talking about entrepreneurs and entrepreneurists. And you have been an entrepreneur with me since the 90s.
Yep.
Okay. But now you are venturing into entrepreneurology. You are venturing into your own journey. It's not being the person who's always got my back. You're literally standing out front. What are you doing now?
I'm learning an entirely different industry. As everybody knows, most of my story, I spent 20 years in the military. I did 30 years in corporate America. Last year in June, I said goodbye to that toxic world and stepped into an industry that I have like zero exposure to. So it's been like a vertical learning curve. I'm studying the system and so on and so forth. But I stepped into network marketing, or as we call it, the next level marketing.
Oh, I like that. I had not heard the next level marketing.
That's
What
what we
made
call
you
it.
decide to do that? Because I have known you long enough that you retired from the military, then you got another career. You retired from that, then you got another career. You retired from that, and now you're an entrepreneurologist. What made you decide to do that?
Originally, I just thought I would get out of the corporate world and continue to be the behind the scenes at Melrose and be uh, have your back, so to speak. But I found in my health journey, I'm going through a health journey, and I decided that I want to be a centenarian. I want to live to be 100 years old. When my second great grandchild was born, I thought I want to be a part of their lives and their children's lives. And so I made the decision that I'm going to live to 100, but not just get to 100. I want to be independent. I want to be feisty. I want to be mobile. I want to be contributing to the world. And as part of that journey, to see on my mantle, although I don't have a fireplace, I want a 5-generation picture. I want to be in the middle of that with my to make 5 generations. And so with part of that health journey, I came across a product that is helping me do that, being more mobile, getting rid of muscle and joint discomforts, helping my skin, improving my vision, decreasing eye conditions, and there's more and more and more. And it's so natural and it's across the world, and not everybody knows about it yet. It's 15 years old. a scientific medical breakthrough. And I said, okay. I took it. I felt well. I said, maybe I can, whoop, cancel. I can be one of the visionaries that step into seeing that the world gets the word.
You're amazing. I saw you. If everybody doesn't know, Forbes Riley is coming up later on today. And I was sitting, doing what I do. This left thumb is very strong from scrolling. And I saw Ann, our Ann, hula hooping in a Forbes Riley program. What happened? How did that happen?
Well, as I said, I got into an industry that I have no idea about. Of course, selling or pitching is, just wasn't in my vocabulary. And you and a couple other people on the same exact day said I needed to take Forbes course. And I said, well, multiple people telling me the same thing on the same day. I think I need to follow that. So I joined her pitch 2.0. And of course, you've got to you got to get out there and do some stuff, which she said something to me that I said, okay, if I have to, but I think the one thing that she said to me that changed the perspective was she said, cancel. So I did cancel. And she said, you don't have to do anything. What you have is the opportunity to get to do something.
Ah,
And, so that kind of that pressure cooker feeling that you get just sort of petered out. And I said, okay. So I went out there, retrieved my hula hooping video and stuck it up there.
I want to tell you, it's awesome. I'm scrolling along, and then I see you just hula hooping and going for it, and it shows because I know you're one of the strongest women I've ever met. When I've been a puddle, you've been standing right there going, okay, when you're done with that. And then your husband, I call him my brother, Bruce is standing there going, what the heck's wrong with her? And when's she going to stop that? And you've always had my back. But when you decided to do this journey, it was probably the first time, and you and I have been through cancer, caring for other people, and loss of pet. And, I don't have biological kids. I'm a bonus mom. But you have, like you said, your dream of fifth generation. Well, I remember when the first generation had the second ones in strollers, and now they're having kids. And then those kids are having kids. It's like you never shake. But when you said, I'm going to go out there and do this networking thing, I literally saw you shake. So what was it like to face the fear, and how are you handling it day to day?
Whew. I had to take a big step back. I had to swallow a lot. And remember the old me. I think some of the old me had disappeared over the years of working in corporate America, where toxicity was the rule of the day. And it took me, everybody says, get out there. It's okay to be messy. Just get out there. And so I threw all of my systems and process thinking to the wind and got out there messy. And so that was just it. Just getting out there, doing it messy. Am I still nervous? Yeah, I'm tongue-tied half the time when I get up to say something, but I'm learning, and the I am is coming back to me more and more and more. I am worthy. I can do this. And whereas I'm finally getting that old Ann back. Not too many people know that old Ann. But I'm back to regenerate and rejuvenate and show the world who and what I can be.
What is it that you would share with someone who maybe has only retired from one business and one job? I mean, you did it 3 times, but what is it that you would share with someone who's dreaming of maybe being a business such as yours, or creating their own, or maybe starting their own podcast, but they're going, no, that wasn't me. I'm not out front. I don't do that. What would you share with them?
I think the first thing I would say is that truly a passion? Is that something you want to do? Or are you really just wanting to sit on the couch? Do you not have um, uh, any other goals? Because people my age, I'm 71, I'll be 72 this year. Some of my classmates, in fact, they did their 30, 40 years, most of them in the same company, because that's kind of my generation, and they're satisfied with their cats and their uh, uh what do you call that, knitting, maybe a glass stain woodwork or whatever. They're content with that, and traveling, perhaps getting out and traveling. So my first question is, do you want to make an impact? Is that something you have a passion about? If you don't get started. If you do, if it's eating and clawing at you, then find a way. And if I can help, let me know.
I think that if I came over to your house and he was outside blasting wood or something, and you were inside knitting, I'd probably call 911. I'm just, I'm just saying, the visual idea of you knitting right now is like, what? Anne's making booties for the great grandson. Excuse me? What? Okay, never mind. You could have picked any business. You didn't have to pick the one you did. And you explained earlier that you have this dream of, 5 generations, which would be absolutely amazing. And I'll be right there by your side, taking pictures of all 5. I might need to have somebody hold me up when I do it, but dang it, I'm determined to do it. Why this business? Why this type of business? You could have done anything.
Even though I'm very structured, um, I felt I needed this type of business so that I could have some freedom, and freedom, time freedom, travel freedom. Because, when you work in a regular 9 to 5, not that I work 9 to 5, but um, you had to ask permission to go on vacation. You had to time it just right. Oh, well, that's closing. You can't go then. On and on and on. Anybody that's worked corporate America understands that. And I was tired of that. I mean, I've got like 3 trips planned, add a fourth one here soon, and at a whim. I mean, just look at the trip I'm taking on May. I thought you were going to pass out when I said I've only got one. I've got one timeshare time scheduled, and we're driving from Las Vegas to Orlando. I've got friends in that general vicinity, and then coming back, we're just going to wing it. And I know for you, you like, somebody's body snatched
Somebody has
and
taken you. I totally saw it. Somebody has taken you because you planned. I have traveled with you by car. You plan every moment of that trip.
yeah, yeah,
We even know when we're stopping for potty break.
yeah.
It's like you plan it completely out. And now you're saying we're going to wing it. I don't know who you are. Now, before we have to get out of here, I can't believe the time flew this fast. Before we have to get, she's winging it. I'm almost scared. I'm almost wanting to put one of those little Apple things so I can track you. I got to know exactly where you're at. Okay. Before we get out of here, I know that you're in a network marketing company, but can you kind of share what it is that you offer? Because I know people are wondering, well, what does she do?
Well, we offer the body its capacity to heal itself by providing it with a natural resource that lets the signals in your body communicate. So if there is a rogue cell, a damaged cell, then the communication starts. It says, oh, we can repair you. Oh, we cannot repair you, so let's get rid of you. So when your body starts rejuvenating itself through its natural mechanisms, it's It's wonderful. I'm, like I said, I'm 71. I feel like I'm 50-ish, maybe. So we help people just revitalize, re-nurture, and live longer, healthier.
Wow. Yeah, that and I can testify, and I'm going to do an actual testimonial. I told you, I think yesterday or the day before we talked about it, because I've got, artificial knees as a present from the government and the Navy. That's why I'm a quote unquote disabled vet. And the products that you use has me moving. I went to a lunch meeting the other day with Jill, and everybody knows Jill. We honored her last year at the Now. And Jill said, "Buddy, you're walking in front of me." And I went, "Uh-huh." And she said, "But you're walking really well. What is going on?" And I said, "Talk to Ann." And she said, "Oh, are you doing what Ann said?" "Absolutely." "How does it work?" "Talk to Ann." I trust you with my life. You already know that. Ann said, "Go here, order that, do this." I said, "Okay." And I'm doing it, and it's working. And I want to thank you so much, because usually by now I am in so much pain doing this live marathon that Alan can testify, at the end of the day, he's talking to me about this person or that person, and I don't even remember talking to them, because all I've been listening to is the heartbeat coming out of my legs. And my legs don't hurt at all right now. As a matter of fact, my crazy butt just slapped my legs again, and they're fine. And I want to thank you so much for that. If you guys want to know more about what Ann does and how she does it and how it's helping me, and how do they reach out to you?
I'm going to make it really simple. They can either do Ann Anders to Facebook and DM me there, or Ann at annanders.com.
There you go. That's what it's about. You guys already know you can go to Tigo Direct and type in Ann. She's coming up. Reach out to her and say, "What the heck did you do to Tigo that she's on air smacking her own legs?" Okay. See, now Michelle's in the background laughing because she's thinking that's a whole nother show.
It's like throwing spaghetti on the wall, Tigo.
Oh, yeah. See, we're back to spaghetti on the wall. And thank you so much for hanging
My
out
pleasure.
with me today. You are the absolute best. I thank you
you.
for being here today.
Bye, Ann.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
You smacking your legs. Really? You're talking about that on air. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm never living that one down either. It's like the
No.
spaghetti, the smack of
No,
legs.
Doc. Yes.
Oh, the doc. Oh, Jiminy crack corn, and I don't care.
Jiminy
All righty then.
I've never heard that. That's awesome.
All righty then. So coming up next, we've got a woman that just always brings this calmness. I don't know how she does it, but I can be like, "Oh," and then she comes on and it's like, "Ooh, you're in a chill jazz club and you're waiting for somebody to bring," I don't drink, so what do I know? One of those pretty glasses that you just are supposed to sip or sniff or whatever the heck it is. Yeah, that thing. You're waiting for that in the jazz band to take the scene. That's how cool she is. But then on top of that, when you get to know her, you go, "Wait a minute. When does she have time to be cool?" Because not only is she taking care of her family, is she building her own business, but she's the chair of the Network of Outstanding Women. So she's dealing with me all the time. That's right. Wendy L. Cunningham Bonds is in the house, and we're going to talk to her right now. What's happening, Wendy?
Hey, y'all are doing some amazing interviews so far. I'm enjoying this whole thing.
It's so much fun, Wendy, and I'm so excited that you're now on. You are such a dynamic person with your story, your history, what you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you. So. You know I love you, Michelle. And Tigo, you're a joy.
I appreciate that. And thank you for not telling people how you really feel about me out here in public.
The South Side code. We got to keep the South Side Chicago code.
We got to keep the code. But Michelle doesn't know the South Side code. Let's just put it this way. When it comes down to it, if I really need Wendy, she'll be on the next plane. She knows I'll be on the next plane. We'll have the earrings out and the Vaseline jar. Let's go.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Ready at all times.
It took me a minute to realize earrings out, Vaseline jar. Oh, you're talking about fighting. I get it now, right? Yes. I get it. Yes. But yeah, a lot of people might not know that.
But you caught on, Michelle. So I think it's
I caught on.
self-explanatory.
I
Yeah,
caught on. Yeah,
you
I
caught
caught
on.
on. So Wendy, how are you? What are you up to right now? You have so many dynamic things going on in your life, and you are moving and grooving. You also are a huge supporter of Unsilenced Voices, and I want to say
Yes.
thank you for that. And we just sent you a video of a young girl that you are now, well, not just, I want to say a week or two ago now, but you are supporting. So I want to say thank you. So what are you up to?
That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Thank you. I can't wait to watch that video. You know what? I am amazing. I am grateful for every minute, every second, every opportunity that I am afforded because I know it's a blessing. I am up to a lot. My husband and I just completed and released our first book together called Self Love. And it's the power of self love for women. And it's just reading it, you have to understand the difference between self care and self love. And that I think that I've always felt that piece was missing. And I'm going to get a manicure, I'm going to get my hair done. You got to go deeper. And this book helps you dive deeper into that. We are gearing up for a lot of events for the, what is the name of my foundation? The You Belong Foundation. We're gearing up for Trailblazers at the end of the month. We're gearing up for the global speakers. Oh, she said, we'll talk about that later. Lots of things going on, but everything is so exciting.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And congratulations on your book. I know that writing a book sometimes feels tedious, but once you get that book out there and once you get that published, you literally have something tangible that you can gift to people, that you can have people go onto Amazon or other bookstores and learn from your knowledge. And self-love is so incredibly important. And Wendy, I know that you have a full book explaining many of these teachings, but what do you think is the primary difference between self-love and self-care?
Self-care comes from your external, how people see you externally, your hair, your nails, your makeup. I get a massage. They're more external. They're necessary. Trust me, they're necessary. But that inner work, if you've learned to forgive yourself for past, if you've learned to forgive someone else who's wronged you in the past, if you have worked through, for instance, and I've always made it's never been a secret, I was molested as a child. I was exposed to drugs from a family member as a child. And I took on that blame. And it took me decades to realize I was blaming myself for being a kid and being in these situations. And that wasn't my fault, but it took lots of therapy. It took lots of prayer. It took changing the dynamic of the circle that was around me. You know what I mean? People who are feeding that guilt. I had to remove them with love from my life and have people around me who loved me for who I am today. Today, the hair's right, the nails are done, but tomorrow I may look crazy, but they still love me. And that the number one person is my husband.
Wait. Did you just say the hair's done? Tomorrow you might look crazy.
You just never know, though, day to day. Some things work, some things don't. But when you have that self-love, the external things almost don't matter. You just show up anyway.
And that forgiveness is super key, forgiving yourself and forgiving those people around you, because oftentimes we hold on to things like a fist. And in order to alleviate this worry, this fear, this doubt, this unforgiveness, we literally have to open up our hands and learn to forgive. And ourselves are the hardest people to forgive because we blame ourselves. We have negative self-talk. And in order to really kind of move forward in life, it's rearranging that in our brain. And like Anne said, we get to do things. We don't have to do things. We get to choose. I know choice was another thing that was talked about earlier. We get to choose to use our past experiences to propel us forward and help other people around us. And that's exactly what you are doing.
And you find out when you do, you're not by yourself. The challenge with guilt and not forgiving yourself is that you hold on to it and it just feeds and it grows. But when you start talking about it, you realize you're not by yourself, and there are other people who have gone through it, and potentially telling your story about whatever you felt guilty about or your past will keep someone else from even going down that path. And that's always my goal when I'm talking about my life story.
Yeah, and that's why we have our book collaboration, Breaking the Silence, to help
Yeah.
people share their stories of adversities that they've gone through. Because when somebody picks up that book on the table and reads a story of, say, Wendy Cunningham Barnes' story of how she went through this adversity as a child and then how
Yeah.
she was able to overcome, you're helping somebody else. You are not
Yeah.
giving a handout, right? You are giving a
Yeah.
hand up. And
Yeah,
that's
Yes.
absolutely.
exactly what you're doing. Let's talk about your You Belong Foundation. So I
Yes.
love it when amazing women have foundations and organizations that they are giving back, because we are not here just to make money on this planet. We are not here to go to our 9 to 5 or just do our job and watch the TV and have a glass of wine with friends and then do it all over again. No, we are here to make
Yeah.
a difference, and our time
Definitely.
on this planet matters. So
Yes.
talk a little bit about the You Belong Foundation and why you started the organization.
Man, the You Belong Foundation came from the heart. I am a mom of 3. 2 of my kids are special needs. My middle son, who he likes to be called the older son, but my daughter and my youngest son are special needs, and my daughter's in heaven. And as I thought about it, for 12 years, I was a single parent. Basically the day-to-day was me. And I felt by myself. I didn't attach myself to the big, beautiful, necessary machines of like autism or Downs, things that people have heard of before. My kids had pneumococcal meningitis, Dandy Walker syndrome. These are terms and names you've never heard of. So I didn't attach myself to anything. But when I thought about it, when I look back over it, the journey of the caregiver, even that person going through as someone with a disability, that journey is the same. You're happy. You're celebrating the smallest things that most people take for granted. You are frustrated. You are angry. You are doing the why me. You're angry at God. All of these things are the same. They may have different levels at different times, but they're the same. And so starting the You Belong Foundation, I wanted people to see the title and understand it doesn't matter what your disability is. You belong here. You have a purpose here. You have a voice here. You have people, a group, a family that understands you here. And we work really hard to bring the community together. We work with businesses to make their businesses more accessible. Just really quick, if you could just use this test when you go out today, whatever store or business that you go into, think about being in a wheelchair alone and trying to access this space. You will find that this world is not very accessible for people who have special needs. And we have that trouble a lot with Christian. Just as something as simple as I'm just running in the store really quick. So I'm going to park in this handicapped parking space. I'll be right out. But that's just when someone has pulled up like us, and we need the lines next to it because the ramp comes out. But you're just in there for a minute. It seems like hours for us because we're driving around frustrated. So the You Belong Foundation is to make you feel like you belong in a space where you do belong. You belong in this world. And we're trying to make it more accessible for you to participate in this life.
Yeah, and whether you are watching and you have special needs, you know somebody who has special needs, this is great content to remember, because sometimes the world around us is not built for those with special needs. So it's up to us. So Lee Steinberg is a friend of mine, and he's the founder of not the founder, excuse me. He's Patrick Mahomes' agent. So he's the real life Jerry Maguire. So he's a really cool guy, big into football. But he ended up saying at one of our fundraising events that it's not about them, it's about us, right? Meaning that we make the difference. So those of you listening, the ones that are being interviewed today, our amazing speakers today, it's about how we are making a difference, and we need to come together to do that. And that's what Wendy is doing, is collaborations and bringing awareness to what really needs to be focused on this world. So Wendy, you're just a kick butt lady. And then how did you get involved with Tigo? How did this all start?
I met Tigo. We were in a weekly meeting where she was a box on the screen. Super cool, right? She seemed cool. And then we went to a speakers camp where I had a chance to be in the same room with her. And I'm like, there's something special about her. And I am that woman who I don't hate on women. I don't roll my eyes or shrink away. If I see someone phenomenal, I'm going to introduce myself. I want to get to know you. And she was very receptive. And we just from like day one, just being South Side of Chicago sisters, you know, we connected, and the way we support each other, you don't find so quickly. And we locked in with each other quickly. And she knows that whatever she needs, I am here for it.
Yeah, and it's not about competition, it's about collaboration.
Exactly.
And yeah, and a lot of women, like I said, you know, I remember going through high school and everybody being so catty, and these women just in competition with one another and not liking each other because one's better than the other. But you are the 5 closest people you surround yourself with. So if you think about that, if you're watching live on Facebook right now, right? You are the 5 people that you surround yourself with. Do you want to be those 5 people? And if not, then start surrounding yourself with these people like a Wendy Cunningham Barnes and a Teresa Goss, right?
Ooh,
Or
Michelle,
Doc,
she's very-
Doc
not
Tito.
the full
That's
government.
right, Dr. Goss.
Yeah, Doc.
All right, women. Before
I
we
love
run
it.
out of time,
No,
before we run
we
out
can't
of
be out
time,
of time already. I love Wendy.
I love
I
you
know
too.
we got a few more minutes, but I want to make sure we hit a couple of things. One, I mentioned before you came in into the conversation, Wendy, that you are our chair for the Network of Outstanding Women. You've been doing that now for about 4 months, 5 months, something like that, believe it or not.
Yeah.
How is it? Do you have your life vest on? Are you about to jump off the side of the ship? What's going on?
No, I can see the side of the ship, but I haven't made a step towards jumping. You know, it's such an amazing space to be in with, like we said, with this group of women. Everyone is looking to support each other. No one is that cattiness. I think that's such a myth that is perpetuated by media, by society, by your environment. It's the fact that you don't think enough of yourself. If you're strong within who you are, that whoever is in the room doesn't matter. I've been in the room, some, as they call them, 2 comma people. I'm gonna get there, but some powerful people, and I don't feel less than. I feel a growth because I get to be in the room with the people. So if we change the narrative of whatever that cattiness is supposed to mean, we don't have to do that because we are strong individually. We can be stronger together. But I love being this year. This is awesome.
So I've been told, what do you guys call it? I don't ask, I
voluntold.
Voluntold.
Okay, so let me do my voluntold thing now because I do it to you all the time. So next year, International Women's Day. Are we doing International Women's Day next year, Miss Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. So next year, I'm gonna voluntold you now. You got to co-host at least half the day. So I know your schedule's crazy, but I'm just asking for, 3 out of the 9 hours, 4, something like that. That would be amazing. And then that way we can also do a fundraiser and do it as a telethon like we're doing for Unsilenced Voices today. We can do it for the You Belong Foundation. And we already know You Belong Foundation is our charity of the year, that we're making donations from what's going on throughout the year with Network of Outstanding Women. So that's happening. So now that I have voluntold you, did she get frozen? Wendy, are you frozen?
Frozen. Wendy got
frozen. I think she ran because I voluntold her.
It happened right at the moment, too, Teresa.
I know. I don't think she's frozen. I think she's just sitting there like staring at us right now.
Oh, she's back.
I'm back. I was just sitting here praying, like, come on, Lord, we just need a few more minutes. I will uncrazy my schedule for you. It would be an honor to do it. Just being in a virtual room with all these women is a blessing. And I thank you for trusting me to come in the big shoes of Michelle and co-host.
I appreciate that. And as you may have heard, I don't know if you were on or not earlier when Dr. P was here, but I kind of created a new category, Miss Chair, for the honors coming up, International Liaison for Miss P, for Dr. P. So I know I didn't clear it, but there's another voluntold.
Another voluntold.
That's a great decision. She's awesome, and she would be an amazing person in that role. We just love her.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you're not going to send, throw a shoe at me later. And since we're on a roll, I think we got a secret to tell. And Miss Wendy, I got one one little question for you. And I'm going to ask Michelle too, because she doesn't even look at her face. She's like, what is
like,
she
what are we
doing?
doing?
We're so used to you doing this. It's fun.
I've got one question, and we've got a little video, and hope Alan's got it ready because I didn't warn him either to have it queued up yet. But I've got a question for both of you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. So that's my question. Are y'all ready to speak? We're kicking off the Global Speaker Tour, y'all.
Awesome. Oh, Wendy, you put your head down, you muted yourself.
I think she put her head down. She was so shocked that I did that right now.
That's awesome. May 2nd to 3rd in Chicago. So this is an in-person speaker tour, I'm assuming.
This is an in-person speaker tour.
Let's go.
Yeah, with a little seasoning. You know, I have interviewed over 700 people in the last 5 years. You know, and I want to bring clips and tips from those interviews into that room. So we're going to spice it up with a little bit of live, a little bit of sprinkle from some of the biggest experts in the world, that some will be standing right there in the room. Some may be live zooming in, and some may be sprinkled from a previous interview. But we're going to kick this off in Chicago. And then we've got 7 cities at Chicago. It's Irvine, California. These are not in order of appearance. Okay. Chicago, Irvine, California, of course, Vegas, because we got Trailblazers and Now Honors. Yeah. London, England. We're ending this big thing. Paris, France, with Paris. We're dropping in Sydney, Australia, and a little bit of Manila, Philippines in the middle of that. Y'all ready to do this Global Speakers Tour?
Yes. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And, you know, let's be fair. It's not just women. We're going to let the guys come. It's like at the Now Honors Power Pink, women on the stage. Men can come, but women own that stage. The Global Speakers Tour and Trailblazers. Yeah, everybody is welcome. Everybody can take the stage. And I couldn't think of a better place to launch it than my hometown, Chicago. And I can't think of a better person to co-host it. Here comes that voluntold. Then Wendy L. Cunningham Bonds. She thought she was just helping me get the space.
Yeah, I thought wrong, but it's okay.
Yeah, no,
I will be ready.
Yeah, you're co-hosting. So there's the voluntold. What do you think? Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Ready. Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be epic.
It's going to be epic. We're filming it the entirety. You know, we're going to put it together and drop it as series on Squirrel when we launch Squirrel Vision. This is going to reach millions, not thousands, not hundreds, millions. I can see our next guest sitting down there. I just looked, and she's got the biggest smile. So I think she's even ready for the Global Speakers Tour. Yeah. She's got her thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. Wendy, I always say this. I got to say it one more time. Wendy L. Cunningham Bonds, I thank you so much for, you know, not fitting us in, but including us. Always. You know, including us in your world and all that you do that makes a difference with, you know, from just being able to have someone they can go to and ask the questions when you didn't have anyone. Way back when we were just getting started with my nephew, the Prince. I want to thank you so much for all that you do. Can you tell everybody how they get in touch with you, how they can support the You Belong Foundation?
It's the You Belong Foundation on Instagram, Facebook. We have the youbelongfoundation.org. That's our website. That's where you find all of the events that we have coming up, the information from the past events. Interesting and intellectual. We teach you things through our social media. Oh, LinkedIn. I forgot about LinkedIn. We're doing that too. So just join us and just learn. If you've never had the blessing of being around someone with a disability, come and learn from us. We'd love to show you, and we need your support.
You're the best. Are we doing the popcorn fundraiser again? Because I have to really quick. This is really important. I was cleaning my kitchen and I found a bag. It's a Ziploc. It was closed. It had about this much popcorn in it. Yes, it's 2 months old. Yes, I still ate it.
I was about
It's
to say,
very important.
I would have still ate it too, Tia.
Yes, I still ate it. I'm thinking we may need to, do another popcorn. And the spring is coming. Spring. The
Yeah.
snow will melt sometime for y'all. I'm sorry, but I think we need another popcorn run because I'm probably going to break out in a rash if I can't get more. I'm just saying. Can we do another one, please? And
Oh,
she
no.
froze.
And she
right at it.
froze.
So I can't even ask her. I'm going to assume that's a yes. I'm going to let her go and go do what she's got to do. And we're going to keep this moving because our next guest is sitting in the wings. So let's take a little break and we'll be right back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Wendy, we know you froze. We already said goodbye. We'll catch up with you later. I know you're super busy. Thanks for coming back in for us. That was awesome. And yes, I'm going to tell everybody we're doing the popcorn thing, whether you said yes or not. You gave a thumbs up. Okay, popcorn it is. Now, did you ever watch the show Quantum Leap?
Yes.
Did you ever see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was a little young, but yes.
That's why I call you kid. But I loved the show Quantum Leap. And then the next guest coming up, she said, I have this new program about quantum leaping. And I went, oh, the show? Can I film it? Is it good? She said, no, it's not about quantum leaping on a TV show into some other strange space area. It's about changing your life. And I went, you've got to be a guest on International Women's Day. You got to come and share. And she's here. Everybody give it up for Allison. What is happening?
Tigo, it's so good to be here. Thank you. I'm so happy. Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Happy International Women's Day. And do you know Michelle? Have you guys had the opportunity of meeting each other?
No, we haven't. I always love being introduced to people in your network, Tigo. So Allison, I'm super excited to learn who you are, what you're all about. So love it.
Thank you.
And here's what's funny. We all met each other through Greg Reed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kidding, no kidding. We all met each other through Greg Reed. And it's like, and we're still kind of getting connected. Isn't that weird? I always say we're all in the same pond. We're just on different lily pads at different times.
It's true.
And yeah, we met through Greg Reed. He sent a shout out and I said, okay. And we connected and now she's a part of the family. And I want to thank her so much. But I know people out there going, yeah, Tigo, shut up. What's this quantum leap thing? Allison, what's this quantum leap thing?
Quantum leaping is all about skipping the slow step-by-step process and creating massive sudden shifts into success, both personally and professionally. There's several moving pieces to quantum leaping, but it's stunningly simple and actually quite easy to do when you understand the mechanics of it, when you understand your role in the manifestation and the creation process to be able to quantum leap personally and professionally in any area of your life.
So that means exactly what to you? To the average person that's looking and going, I think she's talking to me, but I'm not quite sure. Which is the face I have on right now.
It is.
So,
it's about being able to heal very quickly. It's about being able to make money very quickly, to change your relationships very quickly. It's about getting out of hustle and into peace. It's about getting out of the grind and into alignment, getting out of stress and into trust. It's about it's a mindset shift that then changes the way that you approach everything and then changes the way everything responds to you. So does it work in very practical ways? Absolutely. Can I share how I know this?
Definitely.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Please. So this is not my first rodeo. I've been in the online space and had my own business for almost 13 years now. And I built my business from scratch to multiple six figures, about 300 grand a year in 2 years. And I did it following society's rules of hustle and grind and burning the candle at both ends and anxiety and fear and all of the things. Here's the milestone and let's hit the next milestone. And instead of feeling successful and accomplished like everybody told me I would when I would hit these milestones, I looked around and realized that I couldn't sleep because I had so much anxiety. I'd gained 45 pounds. I couldn't be present with my 4 children. And I felt like I was roommates with my husband. And so I rebelled against that. And I torched everything that I had learned about success and the rules of success, and I rewrote them. And in a space of 6 months, I quadrupled my business. So I went from 6 clients to 97 clients in my business. I made almost $250,000 cash flow in 6 months. I lost 45 pounds in 4 months and revolutionized my relationship with my spouse. I could finally be there for my kids. I could rest without feeling guilty. And as I had looked at what I had done, the inner game and the inner processes that I was using, I documented it all down because before, like when people talk about manifesting and they're like, well, I don't really know. I mean, I just stopped worrying and then just pictured it and then it came.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, well, okay, first, how do you stop the worry? But all right, I'll picture it. But there's actually very practical things that you can do because I want to be able to rinse and repeat quantum leaps and not just have them be a fluke when they come. And that's exactly what I teach is how to what is your part and how do you use faith as an actual, not just a religious principle, but faith is an energy and it's an energy that has the power to move things. And how do you actually harness that? And what's the role of trust that plays in your quantum leap and understanding how the universe speaks to you and how God speaks to you and how you're meant to express yourself and your mission here. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to it, but they are so fun. And it is so much easier to do that, to quantum leap than to grind and stress the way that we have been taught. And that was the thing that surprised me the most is that even with all of these results, it felt effortless. Now there was still work, but I was aligned. So it was effortless and it was fun and it was exhilarating and it was deeply healing. And that is my passion to teach other faith-driven professionals how to do this, to make a bigger impact in the world without sacrificing your joy or sacrificing your health or your family.
Yeah. I know so many people who just put their nose to the grind, right? And just work. And I'm one of them. I mean, I work 16, 17-hour days sometimes. And it is insane when you work so hard and then you realize, hey, if I step back a little bit and if I have faith and I rewrite the rules, because I love how you say you rewrote the rules, then you can still achieve what it is that you are wanting to go after because it aligns with your mission on this planet. And I love that you're putting faith in your process because faith, family, fun, right? Faith, family, fun. That's what I live by. And it's so important to rely on a higher source in order to move your life forward. For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're all here for a bigger mission. We're all here. I mean, especially here on this International Women's Day, we're all here together and we're on this planet at this time because we got a mission that's bigger than us and a purpose that's bigger than we are to be able to fulfill it. And so how people manage to do it without locking into some sort of higher power, it takes a toll. It takes a really, really big toll and it doesn't need to, and it's not supposed to. And that's why I'm so passionate about teaching this because you do. I'm known as the obedient rebel because obedient rebels choose faith over fear. They choose trust over stress. They choose alignment over grind. In fact, I like to tell people there's only one place where grinding is okay, and this is not the place for it. Everywhere else, grinding tells you something is wrong, something is off, something's out of alignment. But when you will obey the rules of the game, universal laws and how you are literally wired in your DNA to create and the difference you're here to make, when you fully understand that, life gets really fun and life gets really magical. Even though it's not magic, your life feels really magical. And it's time for us to come back to life. It really is. There's so much good and so many amazing things coming our way, and we need to be prepared to receive it.
Now, I know you teach all of this, but I'm going to ask a very specific question, hoping you can give us some nuggets. Okay. So if most of the people watching are entrepreneurs, or what did you call it? The Tigo?
Entreprenology.
Entreprenology. Yeah, there you go. So those as well, right? So there's a lot of people who are listening, including myself, and we grind, right? We work really hard, and oftentimes we get stressed, overwhelmed, things like that.
Yeah, my nose is like crooked from grinding so much. I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead.
So what is one of the key takeaways that you can teach us today in order to have more faith and have faith over fear?
Oh, the thing that changed my entire life, and this is how simple and easy it really is to rewrite the rules, is that we have wired in our brains this instinctual need to survive, which is good. We want to be able to survive, but in order to have that survival, we're always planning for contingencies. We're always planning for catastrophes. And so our focus is always on, what if this doesn't work? And that was where I was. That's why, like, I built my business, but I wasn't having any fun, because I was like, what if I can't sustain this? And what if I can't scale this? And what if people just find out that I really don't know what I'm doing in business? And those were the thoughts that drove me into the ground. And honestly, they drove my business into the ground for a little while as well. But when I realized I could rewrite the rules, that everything is always working out for me, and it was as simple as making a decision, that I didn't have to have anybody except myself convince myself and remind myself, hey, everything is always working out. And we have evidence of that, because I'm still here and you're still here. And not everything has worked out the way that we thought it would, but everything has always worked out. And as I kept reminding myself, hey, everything's always working out for me, I would start finding evidence in really small, almost dumb things, like, okay, so
like a parking space.
Well, no, dumber than that, actually, like Q-tips. I love Q-tips, especially like when I get out of the shower, cleaning my ears, and I'm like, oh, I love Q-tips. This is working out for me. I can get the wax out of my ears so easily. I've got water, clean, cold water, healthy water that's literally an arm's length away from me at all times. Everything's working out for me. My internet has not frozen yet. Everything's working out for me. So when you can do it with the seemingly insignificant things, then you start getting you stop getting so caught up in the outcome of everything, and you just realize, holy cow, my part is the why. What do I want? Why do I want it? And God's part is how it's going to come and when it's going to come. And in the meantime, I get to assume that everything is working out for me, because it already has been. And God doesn't have a quota for things working out for you. And so that actually settled me down quite a bit. That brought me out of an enormous amount of stress and an enormous amount of grind, so that I, instead of trying to micromanage the entire journey, which is what we tend to do as entrepreneurs, I was just like, actually, let's just let this thing unfold. I had a mentor years ago who was like, don't pull the flower apart. Let the flower blossom the way the flower is supposed to blossom. And so I would remind myself of that everything has its timing. And in the meantime, instead of me visualizing worst case scenario, I can visualize flying and touching people's lives and taking my family on amazing vacations and like all of those things. And boy, that is so much more fun to do than like, what happens if we miss one light payment and then we have to live under a bridge, which is where my mind had taken me before.
Yeah, so it's the gratefulness. So being grateful every single day for what you have and where you're going and what God has given you.
And I think it's really using gratitude as a strategy. See, a lot of us use gratitude as a weapon against ourselves. So we use gratitude as shame. Why aren't you just grateful for what you have? Or you should be more grateful. No, let me repeat that. I am articulate. It's either why you should just be grateful for what you already have, or why is it never enough? So we tend to shame ourselves, or people around us will shame us with the whole gratitude thing. But gratitude is an indication to yourself, it's to your subconscious, it's to God, it's to the universe that what you have already is enough. And it is very, very easy to quantum leap when you already have enough of something. It's very easy to manifest and pull to yourself something that you already have enough of because you're aligned with it. And so when you understand the practicalities of gratitude, of quantum leaping, those kind of mechanics, then it makes it so much more powerful. And then you're grateful for like literally everything, even the things that feel like are falling apart in your life. You can find the gold in those, and that actually helps you navigate through those difficult circumstances a whole lot faster and with so much more ease than what we've been taught.
You know, I gotta thank you because we're about to run out of time. You know, and I'm just sitting here. One, I'm loving Michelle being a co-host because I get to sit and enjoy it a little bit. Usually, you know, I'm just running all day. I don't remember anything from the day, but I get to kind of sit and just kind of take it in. And the one thing that I'm truly taking in, Allison, right now is I want to thank you. You know, I was raised in a faith-based home, and usually when we talk about faith, we don't talk about it. One, two, and when we do talk about it, everybody's voice goes lower. You know, it's, well, you know, I just live in faith. You know, I walk by faith, not by sight. You know, this is what I do. And you go, huh? Well, what'd you say? And you know, they don't. You are. I mean, I'm literally. If I could, with these knees and this rolling chair, I would stand on it right now and give you an applause. But I would fall, and it would be a whole nother show. But I want to thank you so much for loudly and proudly saying, this is what I do. This is who I am. I am super proud of you for doing that. The other thing I want to make sure that we mention before we let you get out of here is that on Tuesday, coming up March 11th, if you're watching this live, on March 11th, you are co-hosting our Now community meeting. And we're going to really quantum leap a little bit in that Now community meeting. Can you just give us a little taste of what we might see or hear on the Tuesday meeting?
Yes. If you want to hear how you actually use faith, not just as a principle, but faith as an energy, we're going to dive into that so that you understand how faith actually works, how trust actually works, and how you actually work with it. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how do you get out of grind and into alignment. There are very practical ways. I don't believe in the theory. I believe in the practicality. I don't want to hear the philosophy. Just tell me the practicality so I can change my life and I can change other people's lives. And that is what we're going to dive into on Tuesday. I cannot wait.
I
cannot wait. I'm tempted to have Michelle co-host that day too, and I can just sit back and watch. I'm starting to get spoiled over here.
You're starting to volunteer things again. I love it.
Right. Okay.
No, totally fine. I love co-hosting this. And then what time is that on Tuesday so people can tune in?
It's Tuesday, March 11th. It's a Zoom call. It's a free meeting. Join the free group. Go to Facebook. Join the Network of Outstanding Women group. It's free. And we'll jump right in. We'll give you the Zoom link. It's at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Yes, Michelle, I know it's late, but you always make it.
I'm going to make it this Tuesday. I definitely want to hear more from Allison.
Absolutely. We try to keep it to an hour. We may go over a few minutes here or there because I do know it's later on the East Coast. But when Allison told me the other day that she would absolutely co-host, I was like, this is meat and potatoes, man. This is meat and potatoes. You know, we're about to really go home in this upcoming event, and I can't wait. And I saw you down there, Allison, doing when we were talking about the Global Speakers Tour. I really want to look to my left and my right and see y'all, you know, waiting in the wings to take that stage. So I would love to talk to you about that at a later date. Hopefully, I know how busy you are. But Sylvia Silver.
Sorry, Sylvia.
Where she is, and she still makes every meeting, and sends me a message after. Okay, that was great. I'm going back to bed. Every meeting. But I want to thank you so much. Can you please tell everyone how they get in touch with you? They're reading this book over your shoulder back there. Can you tell them what that book is and how they find it?
Yes, this book is a best-selling book that I wrote called The Prosperity Approach. You can get it on Amazon. You can find me on YouTube at The Prosperity Approach. I have a podcast, so you can get to know me a little bit better there, or go visit my website at AllisonChavez.com. I have free workshops regularly as well. So if you want to hear more about the ins and outs of quantum leaping, you can go to www.prosperityapproach.com/obedient rebel rising and come join me for a live hour online workshop.
Awesome. I think I might actually have to come join you in one of those workshops. And I am looking forward to Tuesday.
Me
because,
too.
You know, I'm sure so many of us are done grinding, and it's time to live in faith, faith, family, fun, and then have trust over stress. So thank you so much, Allison, for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Thanks, Allison, for hanging out. We're going to take a little break. And when we come back, someone who has supported Network of Outstanding Women before we even had a name for Network of Outstanding Women. I'm going to let Michelle, you guys know I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm going to let Michelle open it up because, yeah, I've been sitting there since 9 o'clock. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. But then I'll be right back. Jennifer will understand. But let's watch this quick commercial, and then we'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
So excited to be here on International Women's Day. There are so many amazing women that we are hearing from about their stories, their missions, their movements, their businesses. And I know many of us out there are entrepreneurs, and we are gaining some nuggets today. I'm excited about the opportunity to be able to fundraise for Unsilenced Voices. So please make sure to visit unsilencedvoices.org. Get more information about what we do and help us reach our goals so that we can build a vocational training center with housing for some of our young girls that are living in Sierra Leone in extreme poverty and keep getting reoccurring medical issues and problems because of their conditions. So we need your help, whether it's $5, $10, $100 or $1,000, please go to unsilencedvoices.org, and I'll tell a story later about some of our young girls. So I get the privilege to bring up our next speaker. And this woman I met, and she always makes me smile because she always says, yay. So I am excited to bring her up, not only because she's a dear friend of mine. We have been able to talk on the phone, and I learned a bit about her journey and her story as well a few different times. And she also recommended a real estate agent to help me buy my first house. So Jennifer Hammond, why don't you come up and join us?
Yay!
Yay! Yes.
And congratulations on your home. I
Thank
know
you.
it's so fun because it always is a journey and there's always some surprises on home buying.
Oh, there's
But-
still some surprises right now, but I am excited. So listening
Good.
to Allison the last interview and her, trust over stress and faith, not fear. So there's a lot of that going on for a
Yeah.
first-time home buyer. So I want to say thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, you're so welcome. And I'm so excited because I think that being brave enough to make that plunge and to decide when there's so much confusion around it. I mean, I can go back to I remember I was actually a licensed real estate agent. And then I remember someone asking me, so do you own your own property? And I was like, not yet. And for me, and I don't know if you know this story, Michelle, I unfortunately, when I was a little girl, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and hearing my mom and dad fight. And as you know, any kind of fight with your parents is very scary. But unfortunately for me, there was violence in the home as well. And I remember that fight just being a horrible fight. And as a child, you just put your covers over your head. And I was like, I hope it's all just going to be okay. I'm going to hide and I'm going to pretend like everything's fine. And then the next morning when I walked into the kitchen, I saw the look on my mom's face and I knew it was not going to be okay. And we were losing our house to foreclosure. So for me, it was extra nerve-wracking, I want to say, because there was unfortunately, this thing kind of hanging over me. Am I going to be just like my mother? And my mother, unfortunately, was very invalidating. And she would say, oh, you're not smart enough to graduate from college, which of course I went to college and got a bachelor's and a master's just to kind of, I guess in some ways prove that I could do it. But then when I got into real estate and then I realized, oh my gosh, you can do this. And not only can you buy your first home, you can continue to make good decisions in real estate and build wealth. And I never knew how to do that. My parents didn't teach me how to do that. And then I started learning those amazing talks. I'm like, okay, so now they're principles and we can teach other people how to do this. And then they can actually I've had so many stories over the years. It's almost 30 years I've been in real estate now. And
wow.
It's amazing, some of the stories from the first-time home buyers, especially in the very beginning, who trusted me. And then, we went through it and then it funded weddings and trips. And similar to like what you do, there were a lot of my friends who graduated from college with this enormous amount of student loan debt. And then they still wanted to go ahead and buy a home. So we got them in a home and then they got to pay off their student loan debt and work for their nonprofit of their dreams, which unfortunately didn't pay them very much. Got to do it, got to really live their dream because of one real estate property. So I'm very passionate about real estate.
Yes. And what's funny is we met through Teresa Goss, Tigo, and this amazing network of outstanding women. And all of a sudden we ran into each other in St. Petersburg, Florida at a BNI meeting. And I was like, Jennifer Hammond is here? It was incredible. And then I know that you've been going through some personal things, and I was so honored to be able to get on the phone with you to talk through some of those. And what I really want to talk about is resiliency with you, because, no matter what it is that you go through in your life, you always have a smile on your face. You're always saying yay. So if you guys don't know Jennifer, yay is all about Jennifer, right? And you go through it in confidence, and you're just an inspiration to watch, because no matter what happens, right, you are always uplifting other people. And how important is resiliency in your business and your personal life?
Well, and as you said, and I won't go into details yet. When I'm on the other side of it, I'll be very interested in going into some of the details, because I'd like to share the chronic illness that I've been struggling with. And it's interesting because I've learned, so the yay comes from just so many things, but particularly when I was on Sirius XM radio, I was on for 10 years and I had the amazing amazing opportunity to just help people from all over the world, actually, with real estate and how to make good decisions in real estate. And then they would call into the show and they would tell me these stories. And there was one particular woman that when she called in, she said that she didn't commit suicide because of it. And, what do you say? But yay! And so I think that resilience to keep on no matter what happens is so important. And for me, with real estate, it's always been that way. I had a pretty tough childhood, but a lot of people have tough childhoods. And so I kind of, in a lot of ways, realized both business and professional, but you also don't know what's right around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the next sucker punch that's coming for you. And where I am health-wise has had so many challenges. And I've realized, boy, I have to live my yay. I have to really live. And I have a free gift for people. It's yayjennifer.com. So we can talk about that more later, but I think it's really important. I put together a quick little ebook that is it's so important because one of the things that I realized over the last 2 years when I've had the challenges that I have is how do we find that yay when you are in chronic pain and when you feel like everything is kind of not going well, and I've had people, especially in the middle, as you know, Michelle, in the middle of a real estate deal where things just are not working out. And there are sucker punches that are coming from left field. You didn't even know could be a roadblock in your path to home ownership. And how do you find a way to really find the yay in today? And I say sometimes they're little micro yays. Sometimes they're, over the, hands over the head as if you just won a race. Yay! And you have to find which one is for you, but you also have to have some disciplines and some daily disciplines. So you talk about resilience. It has to start, in the morning I start with gratitude. I think it's so important. I know that's been mentioned before. And for you, whatever that looks like. And right now, I also had another tragedy where my uncle committed suicide because he had stage 4 cancer. And one of the weird things is his cat was left behind. And so now I have a cat. And when I start my morning, I laugh at this silly cat who also has gone through an enormous amount of grief, and just know that the funny, simple things in life can make you laugh. And then when you look at your real estate deals and you're like, okay, well, this is some pretty crazy thing that happened. Did you even know this kind of roadblock could be there? And you just have to keep on finding a way. And sometimes I say, so can we laugh at it today? Is the yay today? Or maybe we're going to need a little bit of time before this is going to be funny and be a yay kind of element to your story. Because every time in your story, there are different yays, but sometimes we can't really see them. And even though we might have resilience to keep going forward, we're not finding it funny anymore.
Yeah. And I love what you said, that something, could be right around the corner. It could be a sucker punch, but it could also be some amazing gift that we've been waiting for, because there's a yin and yang in life. There are goods and bads. This is a journey, right? This is a marathon, not a sprint. And we will end up where we're meant to be. And we will go through things. Life is not perfect, and everybody has their ups and downs. And Jennifer, I love, start with gratitude and say yay, right? Yay!
Yes,
and those I am statements
forever. I run into people that know her, and that's the first thing they say is she's the yay lady. Oh yeah, the yay lady. I know the yay lady. Jennifer, I want to thank you so much. And a lot of people may not know this, but you have had my back since the heart of COVID. I'm talking summer of 2020, when we were all wondering if we were ever going to see outside again, other than putting on masks, being 6 feet apart, and tackling somebody over toilet paper.
I can't believe people did that.
This is now it's tackling over eggs, but okay.
Yeah.
I met you, for some reason you took me under your wing, and for years, you just did it the other day. For years, you run into someone that you think is a perfect fit, or maybe I could help them, or they could help me. And you say, okay, here's the joint email, get together, talk, do whatever you're going to do. And a lot of the people that are in the Now community are there because you put that email out there, because you taught them to say yay, and you taught them that, you know, this crazy person named Tigo is doing some things and you may want to know about it. I just want to thank you for doing that. And people, like I said before we even introduced you, you know, you were a part of the Now community before we even knew it was going to be called Now. I actually talked to you and said, this is what I'm thinking about doing. She said, yay, okay. Yay! This is what we're going to do, how I can help. And then a few years ago, and we've never talked about this publicly either, a few years ago, I said, you know, I've been invited to bring my television network back. And at that time, it was Tigo TV. We started in 2016, and then we kind of backed off of it. And then we said, okay. And then I had a major company reach out to me and say, bring it back, you know, and I'm going, when, how, with what? And again, before it really had its name, because at that time it was called Tigo TV, and now it's Squirrel Vision Network, and it's launching in a couple of weeks at our Trailblazers, coming up on, what is it, March 20th to the 22nd. I told you about it, and you said, I'm in. And I went, in what? And you were like, I'm in. And literally, you just like wired us money and said, I'm in, let's go. And I said, are you serious right now? So the other day, you said, do it again. I get this message. It's like, what are you doing Tuesday? I'm like, I'm doing the weekly meeting. Other than that, okay, why? Because I have your first major sponsor for Squirrel Network. And I'm like, huh? Just show up for the Zoom call. I've covered everything else. I want to thank you publicly right now and for always believing in me. Always. You didn't need paperwork. You didn't need a lawyer to contact you. You didn't need a pint of blood from me. You just saw it and said, I'm going. That's all that matters. I'm going. So I thank you so much for doing that. Why do you, when you find somebody, there's a few people in your corner, when you find somebody that you truly believe in, you 1,000%, now with Kat, yeah, the cat's in the background crying sometimes. Now with Kat, 1,000% stand in their corner. Even when I wanted to quit a couple of times, you're like, let's go. Why? Why do you stick with us like that?
Well, number one, I had mentioned earlier, I didn't have a mom who was supportive. And when I was coming up, I didn't also have other women that were supportive of me, especially because I got into real estate investing. And then I got into being a radio talk show host. And in those environments, people were not always welcoming. And when I realized what I need to do is the power of two. And I mean, I know from the Bible to whatever your spiritual beliefs are, it's so powerful, the power of two. Now, obviously, as we continue to bring people together, we just become more and more powerful, just like the network. And watching you realize this dream has been unbelievably amazing. And that's part of it is, one, I get so much joy and so many yays out of watching you succeed. And quite frankly, I love interviewing you, even when I make you cry and you complain.
All the time. It's happening
right now.
All the time.
But you're such a beautiful, beautiful soul. And you keep highlighting people, from Michelle to all of these people. And I can see it in you. So it's one of those things where helping you helps millions, literally worldwide, because you are living your dream, which is one of the secrets to Yay, is actually finding your purpose and doing it, regardless of what anyone else says, regardless of anyone making fun of you or invalidating you. Just make sure you keep on going forward, because you are one of those magical spirits. And I am so incredibly blessed to know you, Tigo. Thank you.
You are the best. I can't believe we're already out of time. It's like the time is flying. I cannot believe it. It is flying. How do people find your wonderful gift? You always give a gift out. I think I heard
always.
But I assume that you're going to do it because that's how your heart is. How do people find out about the gift, and what is the gift today?
So today, when I have two different gifts, depending on what you like, but I know we're in marketing, we're supposed to only give you one, but yay, Jennifer. So YAYJennifer.com. If you go there, you can get the free digital book. It's 7 ways to create yays in your life. And I do have an online course. So if you're interested in the online course, you can do that. And then for those people who are interested in home buying, and I put in here first time home buying, but I also did an advanced home buying course. So you can get a free book if you want. And also if you're interested in those principles, after almost 30 years in the real estate industry, I have found that it's so important for people to understand those principles. And that's Jennifer's Class. So Jennifer with an S, jennifersclass.com. So either one of those, I think it's so important to, again, give you the, teach you to fish rather than, hand you a fish. And that I ask you to say yay wherever you are, say yay as loudly as you can, and celebrate others with their yay. Celebrate them, because that's how we all become better. And I thank you, Michelle and Tigo. Thank you for having me today. Yay!
Thank you, Jennifer. Yes, yay!
You are amazing. Yay! You always do the yay. You are amazing. And you're one of my mentors. You're one of my leaders. You stand right beside me every time. And I want to show you something. You've been telling me to do this for 5 years. 5 years. So I finally did it. My first ebook is ready.
Yay!
We're going to drop it in Trailblazers. So people can scan the QR code and you can get it. But we're doing the Unforgettable, Unstoppable, the Media Mastery Playbook. And it's yet another thing that is happening because Jennifer Hammond said, you can't just publish everybody else. You can't just help everybody else. You got to get out there. And I'm like, I'm doing the show. She's like, you got to get out there. I listened. I'm listening. And it will be ready for Trailblazers. If somebody wants a copy of it, I'll show the code again later. I'm sure Alan will.
I'm so proud of you, Tigo. Well done. It's so hard to do that. So well done. Very, very well done. Yay!
Thank you. It's done. It just got to be proofread because I'm dyslexic, so I'm not putting it out there until it gets proofread.
It is a best-selling book, not a best-spelling book. And who cares if there's
I
spelling
love
errors?
that. I am gonna steal that.
Steal that so much.
Yes.
I actually stole
Jennifer,
it too.
you are the absolute best. Thank you for always having our backs. We can't wait to yay with you again. And I got to bug you about doing a Tuesday night meeting. I would love for you to co-host one of the Tuesday night meetings. So
oh my gosh,
let's talk about that too.
Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely a lot
Awesome.
of fun.
Have a great rest of your day and hug the kitty cat for me.
Bye, Jennifer. We'll connect real soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Michelle, we'll see you soon.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh man,
Okay,
I love that woman.
She's amazing. She's amazing. So coming up, like usually I wear exactly what you see. This is me dressed up. Well, it used to be. And then, every day I'm wearing a t-shirt. That's what I wear.
You're bringing up. I'm excited.
Yeah. But now those days have changed. We're going in a whole new direction. And if you guys want to know where we're going, have you heard the word couture? We're going to define that in just a minute. We'll be right back with Sandra Falk Couture. Sit right there. We'll be right back. Yay! Yeah, Trailblazers is literally a couple of weeks away. It's March 20th to the 22nd. All those amazing people that you just saw in that spot will be in the house, including Baron Alex Stern, who is coming in as our pioneer. Larry Namer is our visionary. I mean, here's the man who founded eTelevision Network. They're in 127 countries. They generate something like $9 billion a year or something like that. And then Loral Langemeier is coming up soon. But Sharon Lecter's coming in as our legend. Yeah, at the first Trailblazers. I cannot. It is a sibling event to the now, and it's 3 days. And you guys, go get your tickets. Trailblazers is going to be absolutely amazing. The ticker tape will go by in a little bit. And I've already seen my jacket.
Yay! I'm excited for
what
that.
we're wearing. Oh, Girl, you have no idea.
Well, I'll be there so I get to see it live and touch it.
Sandra Falk Couture, Sandra Falk. I met her through Ann Anders. Ann called me up and said, get your butt over here. You need to wear real clothes. Huh? And I've been working with Sandra ever since. She has now become a cousin to me. And now she makes me, like right now, she's going to come up here and say, why are you in that polo? Hey, Sandra, what's happening?
Hello, dear sweet cousin.
Hi.
How are you? And why are you wearing, okay, you got really all the stuff in your closet? Really?
I know. I know. But you know, it's like, it's fun day. It's fun day. I almost wore the Power of Pink shirt, but I figured you'd drive over and smack me because it's a t-shirt. So at least I have collar.
You do have a collar, and you know, okay, you'll get a pass, but you're gonna, you know what? You got to pay for breakfast next Monday.
I love it. Well, I'm going to be there in 2 weeks, guys. I'm going to the Trailblazers, so I'm going to be joining you guys for lunch and dinners.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. Bring your aunt. That would be awesome. What's going on in your world, Sandra Falk? What's the latest project? I heard about this wedding dress last time we met. The wedding happened yet? Is the bride cool? What's happening?
Which one?
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure. I have a lot, so I'm not sure which wedding project you're talking about. We have a lot. No, we keep busy. It's heavy wedding season right now, and we're just trying to take care of all the beautiful souls that come in here that just need help, and it's amazing. Yeah.
How did you get into fashion? What made you do that? And you know, because you could have done anything. You're super creative. I mean, I'm not going to tell everybody that I actually saw you were making a mascot doll not too long ago. You are super creative. Why fashion?
Because when I went to grade school, I had to wear a uniform for many, many years. And I'm an individual. I've always been an individual. And I just wanted to wear something that nobody else has. And I think that's one way to truly show your personality is in your style and your vibe. And I love clothes. My mother was a fashion maven. Oh my God, she dressed amazingly. And I just knew one day that I would be in a space where I would be able to help people see themselves the way that they see themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. Hold on one second. That makes absolute sense. But can you explain the difference between couture and nice, like you go to a major chain or something and buy a high-end designer suit? There's a difference, right?
There is a difference. Here's the thing. People think that just because the word couture, it's very, very expensive. It can be depending on what textiles you use to create whatever design it is. But the word couture actually means custom made to measurement. So anybody's measurements, if you take someone's measurements and you make a pattern to those measurements and you use nice fabrics to those measurements, it's still a couture. It's the process of making clothes. Now you have haute couture, which is very more artsful. The pieces are very intricate and complicated, and it's time consuming. So therefore it is very, very expensive. It's on another level. I only have one piece that dress back there that I was able to make my very first couture piece, but it's really the art of construction and pattern making that makes the garment what it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and your designs are absolutely beautiful. I remember watching this was what, 2 years ago at the Now Honors where I first met you, and just watching your designs go out on the stage. I mean, beautifully done. And I was able to go into your shop and talk with you and see all of the amazing material that you use. I mean, you specifically shop for amazing, awesome material from around the world, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
People come to me because when you have a gala or an event, a lot of clients are, award recipients. And so they're on stage, they're speaking in front of, hundreds and thousands of people. And so they can't they absolutely cannot be seen in something else that somebody else has. And they will come to me because we use very unique types of textiles. We have, vendors in Europe, we have vendors in Germany, we have vendors in Turkey, we have, a lot of Italian textiles that we use. And so my the one creative thing that I have no idea where I get this from, but I call it, when I go shopping for textiles, I want to look at something unappealing or ugly fabric or an ugly trim, because I know that you can take that, and if you find the right combination of textiles, you can make something really, really cool. And so for me to take, I can make a couture piece out of scraps. We have bins underneath the table because we don't throw anything away, and that makes us eco-friendly because we make one piece that's gonna, for that one project, but we save all the scraps, and we can take, a bin full of mismatched everything, coordinate a palette and make a jacket, a dress, or whatever it is. And even my team thinks I'm crazy. They have no idea where that comes from, but if you do this and this and this, it'll look like this. And they're like, how did you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I just looked at it and that's what I saw. So, yeah.
Can I ask, what's the difference between fabric and textiles?
It's the same word.
Okay.
Fabric,
because
textile, it's material. It's the same word.
If someone is trying to get started, whether they're 12 or 72, and they've always wanted to design, they've always wanted to learn how to sew, how do you get started in a field like what you're in?
But if they're already sewing, they're already initiated the design passion. All you have to do is, it takes practice. I tell people all the time, I started sewing with a needle and thread and glue and strings and a stapler. And that's how I started to make clothes. My mom bought me a Singer sewing book at a garage sale and had all the stitches in there. So I would get thread and a needle and I would practice, the little stitches to make from the book on like whatever scraps of material that I had lying around the house. But when you have that and you wake up in the morning, you want to find something to make, you really need to hone those skills. So if you're young, you're in high school or whatever, take sewing classes in school, or find like a sewing center where you can, take sewing lessons, because that will really, really help you. And then if you really want to follow that fashion design realm, then, take classes in school. You can take art class for sketching. You can take a continuing education class for pattern making, or just find a design school that has all of those classes that encompasses fashion design, and go to school, or have someone teach you.
Yeah.
I wish I had somebody to teach me.
I wish I lived closer to you, because I definitely need some lessons on being able to sew. I don't really know how to use a sewing machine. I do need one. I hand sew, right? And I remember doing sewing in school. I don't think that they actually offer that anymore in high school and intermediate school, but I remember doing sewing and making pillows and things like that. And I loved it. And it actually made me look at the Portland Fashion Institute for school at one point in my life. But I actually didn't do it. And of course, God took me down a different road, but it's awesome. My cousin is a fashion designer for Target.
Yes.
And I love what you've created and how you've used your passion to create a business where you get to do what you love. So I want you to tell the people watching why it's so important to just stay with it and not give up.
When you know in your heart and in your soul and in your spirit that there's something that you want to do, and when you find what that is and you're extremely passionate about, don't let anybody take that away from you. That's a God-given gift to you, and it would be a sin for you not to use it, and for you not to follow that path, because you don't know what kind of success is lying for you, waiting for you at the end of it, or when it comes, it's just going to show up. And I tell students all the time that you will have many jobs along the way. And then once you find that one segment of whatever career it is that you want, me for fashion, it was fashion for me. Once you find that, you hold on to it and don't let anybody deter you. Don't let anybody take it away from you, and don't talk yourself out of quitting, because if you do that, you'll always have a shoulda, coulda, woulda. I don't have any of that. I don't work at all. I have the best job in the whole entire universe. I help people find themselves and find their styles and feel more confident when they leave our space because they didn't think that they could do it. And, you know, you really have no idea how much of an impact you'll have on someone's life just by helping them feel better about themselves. And that's what fashion does for a lot of people. And, I'm just a stick to it, determined kind of guy. And I wasn't a woman. I wouldn't let anybody tell me that I was not going to make it, because that's just not in my makeup.
Yeah, I love that. And it's what Allison was saying as well, right? Everything is always working out for me. Staying persistent and consistent and continually doing what it is that you love, everything will always work out for you. And that's something that I also have to remind myself about. Just like everybody, right? Everybody has to do
everybody.
that.
Every career that's around. If you stick to it and you know positively that's the space that you're supposed to be, and nothing can stop you. Nothing.
Yep, nothing can stop you. And the clothes that you wear it's very, very important, because I remember when I put on heels, for example, even if it's a virtual event and I get dressed up, then I play the part, right? So you literally, when you put materials on, shoes on, clothing, when you show up to an event and you know you look good and you feel good, then it really is an expression of who you are, and people are attracted to that.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Yes. And that's why you do what you do. So how long have you had your business for?
Good Lord. I've been designing professionally since 1986.
Wow. Okay.
But during that time in the 80s, I still had another job. So I had a full-time job so that I could still pay my car payment and insurance and bills and all these other things. But I would still come home at night and sew till, 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning. It didn't really matter. If I had projects that needed to get finished. And I call that honing my skills, because I practiced and practiced and practiced until you could get really, really good at stuff. And so then it wouldn't take nearly as long to make a skirt or a jacket, because your forte, your rhythm, your vibe is like this. And so in 2009, my husband said, babe, you need to quit and just work on your own brand. And I asked him, I said, are you sure? He goes, I am absolutely positive. I've seen what you've done for like other companies, and you need to do that for yourself. And I said, are you sure? And he said, I am absolutely sure. And in 2009, Sandra Falk Couture LLC was up and running, and I've never wavered from it. Never.
Yeah, that's amazing. And she has an amazing shop in Las Vegas. So if you are in the Vegas area and you're watching this, make sure to go visit Sandra Falk Couture. You're in where in Vegas? Where's the shop?
It's Cheyenne Fountain Shopping Center. We're on the corner of Cheyenne and Buffalo. It's 7450 West Cheyenne, Suite 112. We're here Monday through Friday, 10 to 6. And we have special appointments on Saturday. You can look us up on www.sandrafalkcouture.com. And we're here to help women to, we make custom apparel for every shape and every size. It does not matter. We love it. Come see us.
Yay. Yeah, definitely go for it, Tigo.
I want to ask the question about fear. We talk about fashion all the time, but when you and I met 4 or 5 years ago now, wow, 4 or 5 years ago, I said to you, you need to be on stages. You need to do interviews. You need to be out front. And you went, huh? And the first time we did this, I thought you were going to put a hit on me. I'm just going to be honest.
You're so mean. You're so mean to me.
Oh, yeah, right. I was mean to you. Okay. Yeah. But how is that going now? How are you feeling now that we're rocking and rolling in our 4th or 5th year together?
So I am very happy to say that being in the community for the network of outstanding women has changed my life. I felt, as a designer, it wasn't about me. It was about what you presented to the world, what you presented to your clients. My clients always come first, no matter what. However, being in the community with these amazing women, and I've learned that I have to own who I am. I have to love who I am, respect who I am, and I do have a story to tell. And even if I told like a small tidbit of information to someone, it could help change somebody's lives. And so when I was able to just sit back and just see it from a different kind of perspective, that I shouldn't keep all this good information to myself, that I needed to share it with the world, I became less fearful of what I thought people were going to say. And I just wanted to share the information based on my experience and what I had learned over the years. And I'm finding that even through my personal clients that come in every day, they take little tidbits of information that I've shared with them, and it's changed their lives or enhanced their lives. And for me, I'm grateful to the Now community, because I don't think I would have been this far without the support, the camaraderie, and just the fact that I know if I needed something from any one of these ladies, I could pick up the phone and call them, and they would take my call. So for that, I am truly, truly grateful. It's truly impacted and changed. It's changed and enhanced my life. So
you're amazing. I can't tell you over and over and over again. I know that you're ready to go. I know that we've got amazing trophy models coming in, male and female this time.
Yes, we do.
Male and female this time around. I cannot wait. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us and always having my personal back, fashion-wise and personally. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thank
Thanks,
you guys
Sandra.
so much.
I'll see you
Love
at
you.
Trailblazers. Mwah.
Yes, I cannot wait. Love you all so much. Have a great rest of happy International Women's Day. It's awesome.
Absolutely. All right, coming up next, what do we have going on? Well, I was taught that you bring in amazing people, and then you bring in amazing people, and then me, I got to bring in even more amazing people. And now we're crossing into mentors. And I'm saying that plural because two of them are waiting in the wings right now. Loral Langemeier is here, the millionaire maker. Saw her, I think, 2010, taught me that you can make 5 figures in a single day. I didn't think that was possible. It's like, yeah, it is. And I know I can do it all the time. That's an amazing thing that she taught. And she shares and changes the world, not just for entrepreneurs like myself, but also for children. Children are very important to Loral. She teaches them how to stand. Imagine, Michelle, just imagine if somebody came along when you were 14 and taught you how to be financially free when you graduated high school. I didn't even think that was possible. It was just a matter of getting to the point of getting the right clothes to be able to graduate high school. And then we figure out the rest, and usually in our family, somebody was borrowing money from somebody else to get the clothes.
I know. I wish I would have met Loral
graduation.
when I was 14 instead of in my 30s.
Exactly. So coming to the stage, and we're going to figure out how we can run this, because we have Loral's intro and then we've got her slides. Her assistant is here. So there's going to be a little tech shift going on. Miss Peggy is also there. Dr. P is waiting in the wings. She's coming up right after her. But let's try to figure out how we're going to get this introduction to run by sharing the screen with what's going on right here. Let's see if we can't figure this out. We have to hit the play button somehow. Hold on one second. I love messing with technology. I don't necessarily love it when it's live. So get me
and that's okay. That's why there's 2 people.
Exactly. It's like that's the slide event. But Steve just wrote me and said he had the intro. Do we have the intro? Otherwise, we can just go ahead and introduce Miss Loral, because she can take the stage. She doesn't need some fancy 2-minute intro. She just needs to be brought up on stage and we get the heck out of the way. That's what needs to happen. Okay, hold on. Yes, the video is ready. Okay, so how do we just share the screen with you and then you go?
Yes, so I uploaded the video there, and then I can just click it and go live.
Awesome. So take it away.
Every small business owner has to have a mentor. A mentor is someone who has walked the path before you. So their job, I think, and I've had mentors since I was 17. That was just a few years ago. If you have the intention of becoming an entrepreneur and making money and getting wealthy, then you form your corporation right now. Instead of focusing on what you can't have and the struggles, you focus on what you can have. And so like the illegal conversations I say at home is you don't say what you can't afford, you say, well, how can we afford it? I mean, last I checked, and I always say this kind of funny, but Christopher Columbus did not discover America so we could have jobs. I mean, he discovered it for entrepreneurialism, for freedom, and we have lost it. We lost it from, generations have lost it. It is time to bring spirit back. I mean, that's where the money's made. I want to be a millionaire, and I'm going to change my choices, my way of living, and really get in action around creating that for myself and my life. The traditional financial planning world doesn't work if you really want to be wealthy. The traditional financial planning world is designed that you maybe stay stable. It designs you to make less as you get older. Hi, this is Loral Langemeier, the Millionaire Maker. I want you to follow me on Instagram. Make sure you turn on your post notifications so you get all my messages. What we talk about in The Millionaire Maker is money makeovers and how do you really recreate? Most people are focusing on debt. What we want you to focus on is creating more. I'd say 80% of my coaching that I do one-on-one with folks is about their psychology and the way they think. You know, you can run from creditors, but you can't run from your credit score. You really have to get your money working for you. Most people don't know how to invest. They're investing poorly. They're in single-digit numbers. Millionaires don't do that.
Absolutely. Now we got to figure out how to switch this.
Now I'm on camera.
Now you're on camera. Because, of course, right before we did this live, of course, StreamYard changed everything in the controls. We've been doing StreamYard for years, and then they changed everything in the controls, but that's okay. Coming to the stage right now at this very moment, Miss Loral Langemeier, I thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Well, thank you, and happy International Women's Day for all of you amazing women out there.
Absolutely. You are the best. What is your drive? I know I'm going to get out of your way. We're going to get out of your way and let you do your magic.
I was ready with a few little lessons, or I was ready just to chat, whichever way you want to go. So
a little bit of both. I just want to know how you stay so focused, no matter what, ups, downs, no matter what, you are always Loral. How do you stay so focused?
Yeah, it's something funny because people say sometimes, like, well, you should be around her kids. They say, this is always Loral. Like, this isn't, like Loral, the act, and the Millionaire Maker and the Make Your Kids Millionaires. Like my kids would say, yeah, she's bossy like that all the time. So the drive is really, I got to say, like the initial moment that I knew I was going to be a single mom. I mean, I was always been motivated. I always had a good work ethic growing up farm in Nebraska as an athlete. But I think 1999, I kicked it into gear because that's when I got pregnant with Logan, who's now 25, almost 26, getting married next month. Actually, married in like 1 month. So it's just this drive to then do it different. And then as I really studied, money and how parents are doing it, Sharon Lecter is like, I call her my financial mom. She spoke a lot about it, and I'm like, I'm going to go pick this path. And so she was a great mentor. Bob Proctor. You name it, I've worked with the best in the world, and they're not only just mentors, they're now all really dear friends. I just put John DeMartini and John Asraf. They were big parts of my early single parenting, I'd say. Just have had amazing support. So the drive, I think, number one is my family, creating a legacy different than I think anybody knew how to do, because the way I do it is so creatively different. and then as I really got into really knowing how to do this, I mean, Teresa, you know, I've made over probably 10, 15,000 millionaires. So that doesn't sound like a big number, but it's a lot when in the category of most people aren't that motivated to actually get to work or have the drive, like you said. But the ongoing is the mission about teaching people the right conversation about money. It's way beyond myself. And I think as women, when you have your family, your faith, your health, like when that's handled, you're like, so then what is it? What is the vision, the mission? What are you really here to do? And I know I've been blessed with enormous gifts. Like I can see money, I can see patterns, I can see connectivity of it. So the integrated wealth was, came about because I see money as a very connected subject, just like health is, should be very integrated and alternative, and it's not taught. So between that and then just really sharing very transparently, especially in the 2022 book, where I Make Your Kids Millionaires, it was like, well, first of all, people say, why did you take a 10-year break between the books? And I'm like, because I had to make this happen. The kids had to become like grown up. So I had to wait till it actually worked. So I had a true formula to write about in the book. But a mission beyond yourself, I think, is where I would really guide, women today is, what's bigger than you? What gifts and blessings have you had? Like, I'm just know how to do this. I'll do this till the day I die.
So I know we have a few of your slides, and I know we're on a tight schedule, and you're always on a super tight schedule. Let me thank you for doing this in the first place. The technology says I have to remove us off the screen, and then I can share the slides, and then your guys can run it from there. So I'm going to remove my.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're back and you are live.
Yeah, okay. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So Steve, let's just jump to the gift slide. I came with a bearing gifts as I always do. So this is just go straight to that slide, Steve.
Yep, I'm sharing the slideshow. I just need it to get queued to the slideshow so I can share it.
I have a bunch of gifts for all of you folks out there, and verbally, is there a link for those that are just listening live but not somewhere they can see a screen, or I don't know if it's all on video or if they're just audio.
It's all YouTube live, so you can say the link and then I'll jump over on the YouTube live and share it as well.
Okay.
Let's see, and Teresa, if you can actually share the PowerPoint slideshow, then I can share the slideshow.
We're getting it all together. So the link is askloral.com, ASKLORAL. We'll askloral.com/women with MEN. So if you go get that, you're going to get my 5 best-selling books. Can't do this one quite yet. Can't be a giveaway yet, but you can get this on makeyourkidsmillionaires.com. But you get my other 5 bestsellers. It's a link to my YouTube channel. I'm there 5 days a week. It's family friendly, 5 years old and up. And then it is my podcast. So I interview some of the greatest in the world. It's called Loral's World Money Talks. So you just skipped right to the gift page there. So there it is on the screen. Again, all my bestsellers, my YouTube channel, my podcasts, consume. The biggest thing I would say about women, young ladies is, I have this funny saying, it's called a man is not a plan. So men are great. Phenomenal. I have a son, raised a man. But women, you have to learn to make your own money and really lead, like I said, with that mission. There's something that you are here to do. You have God-given gifts. There's something you're here to do that the whole world's waiting for you. And a lot of you women, you ask for permission versus just take the lead. And I can tell you, like most of my whole career, when Teresa, you asked about, what motivates me and drives me, absolutely my family, my kids, creating a legacy. I mean, a couple of years ago, we created this phenomenal whole workbook on how to create a legacy. Who are the 5 people you need on your team? But I want to just go give one point of education, because I think every day, I got to teach somebody something about money. So go to the next slide, Steve. And with this, I'm going to give you 2 tickets. Also, Steve, if it's not on this, I'm going to give them 2 tickets to the Millionaire Intensive. So we do an event now, having traveled all over the world, took this work all over the world. We now just go like once online. We go once a month online. It's called the Millionaire Intensive. The next one is March 20th. So all of you can have 2 free tickets. Upgrade to VIP though. That's it'd be well worth your time. You get all the replays from the last several months of events. And this is really what we're going to teach. So I have a phrase and a saying that says, live corporate life. So when I say live corporate life and learn to make your own money, it's being an entrepreneur. Like yesterday, I took my daughter, actually went into Reno. We live in the Carson City, Lake Tahoe area. And we drove into Reno to look at some vending machines because she's 18. She got an LLC for her birthday. So Steve, go ahead and put up the do this and not this. And I'm just going to go back and forth really quick. So the best lesson, I think, at 14, Tigo and all you ladies and young ladies out there, or older ladies, it doesn't even matter how old you are, is the not this is what we're taught. That's why it's so difficult to live corporate life, meaning live as an entrepreneur, is we're not taught it. We're taught to go to school, get a good job, and work for someone else your whole life. And if you need more money, get a second job. If you need more money, get a third job. And that whole narrative didn't ring at all, in 1999 when I knew I'd be a single mom. It's like, so I went into parenting by choice as a single mom. And I think a lot of you, and I'm going to just speak to that really quick, I think too many of you single parents, men and women, are victims of the status of that versus take it on with pride and vigor. I mean, you have to parent these kids about money. No one's going to do it. The school system should not do it. They don't know what they're doing. The banks shouldn't do it. Traditional financial education won't do it. So that's why I'm so passionate about this. So the challenge of, I'm going to just go back and forth, is when you make money, it needs to be from 18 years and up, as much as you can. Now, you can, I'm not saying don't go quit your job, because you can see up there on the first line, when you make your money, and this is American terms, inside an S Corp, a C Corp, an LLC, or limited partnership held in a trust, you then activate the greatest tax code in the world, which is 81,000 pages and continuing to rise with the new administration. You have your own 401ks, your own Roth IRAs. Notice this, the control versus the opposite. So now let's just go across. So when you pay yourself, you're taxed at the highest rate. So anyone over 90,000, you're the top 25% of income earners. And I promise you, you don't feel like it. I know you don't feel like it. But it's interesting, becoming a millionaire and making $100,000. I would say if we were on a live chat, is which one's more difficult? And it's making your first 100,000. As Tico said earlier, your first 100,000 is the hardest money you'll ever make, because you've been taught to have a job, not do the 3 entrepreneurial skills you must have. Because you can be an entrepreneur anything. I'm pretty industry agnostic, meaning I don't care where the industry is. Business is business, and you have to market, sell, and understand cash flow. When you know how to do those, which are not really good courses on those, which is what I teach at my Millionaire Intensive. So again, if you go to askloral.com/women, Steve will pop over 2 tickets, the 5 books, and we'll teach you how to live this corporate life. Because if you just have a job, you have no deductions. Like, you can't write off your phone. You can't write off your car. You can't have a home office. So even if it's a side hustle and you turn a hobby, like the woman that spoke before, like she said, just get a string, get some fabric, just start doing anything, but move it into a business instead of just a hobby, and then monetize it. But you have to make the money in the company, or you can't activate deductions. So you can either be taxed at 40-50% or activate, deductions. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't own a phone. I, Loral Langemeier, as a human, don't own a phone. I don't own a car. I don't own a home. I don't own stuff. My companies own it because they have the legal right to own it as a deduction. So we're going to teach you deeply about this. But if you go back and forth, when you put your money into a company 401k, they're in control. When you have your own, you're in control. Life insurance is real life insurance. Death insurance is term insurance. We take business trips. I'm going to teach you how to take business trips. No more vacations, no more holidays. You can take them, but you're going to wrap them in a business trip, because now all of a sudden they're deductible, not an expense you had to save, for a whole year for, or save months for. Debt is phenomenal. Credit cards are phenomenal. Please study my YouTube channel on those. Debt and credit cards are like so necessary, especially now as we're moving into, and it will come up even more and more, is the crypto era is here. It is on a big boom. It's going to be rising. I would say during the next 4 to 8 years, it will be pretty normal currency for most people to use. I don't teach people to retire because that's an agricultural word. That means put cattle to pasture to die. I teach you how to have freedom. And you're going to start filing taxes September and October. Never again in April. So if you want to come bring Tigo back up live, I wanted to share the screen. Go to the gift slide one more time. So I want to make sure you guys go grab gifts. But I wanted to share this because it's my I call it my famous slide, Tigo, because it just so clearly lays out everything you need to do. And for those of you, if you want these checklists, it's in the books. It's in my YouTube channel. I have a whole playlist on debt and credit cards and how to get credit cards as an 18-year-old. And if you have screwed up your credit, how do you fix it? I mean, you name it, it is up on that YouTube channel. We are going on 3+ years of consistent content every day. So, Tigo, what do you want to ask about?
You know what I want to ask about is why? Why do you care so much? I mean, you've helped thousands of people. You're living in literally heaven. I mean, you can go skiing probably out your back door.
18 minutes to the slope.
See, 18 minutes.
Heavenly mountain called heaven. So I do live in heaven.
See, she lives in heaven. It's like, why? What drives you? That's the question I have for all of my mentors. And you, of course, are one of my mentors. It's what drives you to keep doing it? Because you got family. You could just be sitting on a beach or sitting in Paris having a little sip of wine. Why? Why do you keep doing it?
It's the mission. So I really believe everyone has a gift and they need to figure out what it is and monetize it. And even if you don't do the monetizing, I mean, you got to bring your gifts to the world. Because like for me, Tigo, and you know it, I love solving money problems. And the one I love solving the most is helping you, like I taught you, how do you make money from nothing? And you don't need capital. You have it all right here. You just need to figure out how to monetize. What do you have inside of you that somebody else needs that you could serve their life? And I always say you're awarded in gift certificates of appreciation, which is money. So I think that's the best gift I can give anybody. And I think it's a ripoff to your point, like what drives me is to not do this work, I think would be the greatest sin of my life. And it would be a huge ripoff to the people who need what I've been blessed to give. So, and I'm at a point, I think, I mean, you know now, I mean, you've watched me transition over the last, 15+ years we've known each other. I mean, this is all like, it's a big service game now. You know, and I'm really having, my daughter just turned 18, so we're in this interesting family transition of now I have adult kids, so wills and trust and everything has to get changed and cleaned up and updated to who they are and what they're gonna what do they want. So it's fun now to have this ongoing conversation, and I can tell all of you family members, ladies, you need to lead this way more with your kids than you probably do. Like, what do they want? What do you want? What do you want together? My son left for school and said, we'll never do business together. And he and I talk every day. And we're looking at buying some apartments where he went to school in Georgia because he can have a connection to the contract with the football team. My daughter, like I said, we're looking at vending machines. She started a little car detailing company because she loves detailing cars. She does an amazing job. So again, what are you representing to your children, and what's the expectation that you really set? And I set a massively high bar. You know that, Tigo. I don't play lightly, and I don't play for trust fund babies. Like, they've got to work, and they got to come up with companies, and they both run their own companies now at 18 and 25. And now it's just about really maturing them. So I moved from mom developing them, which you'll always have a role in that, but now I'm like mom mentor to them. And it's really who I've become. Like, I'm the first person they call when they need, like, who else are they going to call? I mean, if they can't get a hold of me, they'll call Sharon, but that's about it. Like, they know who their go-tos are. Like, he's getting married. I mean, Sharon's coming to the wedding. Michael's coming to the wedding. There's just going to be a lot of, it's going to be fun. The people who watched him grow, and me go through all my trials and tribulations. I've been through a lot of hell. You know that. This does not come with ease and grace. It came with a lot of dedication. But that drive, you got to have something in you that's going to get you up every morning, that motivates you, that drives you, that has joy and fulfillment for you. And
definitely.
Absolutely.
And Loral,
and I know my co-host Michelle has a question, because I that's why I brought her up. I'm like, she's gonna say, you didn't let me ask my question. Okay, real quick, ask your question, because this woman is always on a tight schedule.
Yes, I know you're on a tight schedule. And Loral, I remember meeting you the very first time on Eric Swanson's stage many years ago. That was one of my very, very first stages. And you were dynamite then. But my question for you is, through the adversities and challenges of owning a business, of making money, and all of the things that you've had in your life, what is the number one tool that you can give to people to encourage them to keep going no matter what?
Well, I don't want to say the cliche thing of you got to believe in yourself and what you do. I'm going a whole different direction, say you better live with mentors. I just hired myself a new mentor actually for this year. Just started working with him yesterday. So I think you've always got to stay in a learning space, honing your craft. There's all sorts of places in your life to look of where you can develop. Like I just and I not only set a high bar for my children, I set it for myself. And I think a lot of when you decide to do that and you take your life on with a lot of vigor, because you only get one, dance through this dance hall called life. So that's why I have my little sign back there that says life's in session. So you better play and play big, I think, because otherwise you're just all the cliches, you waste on oxygen, etc. But I truly, if from a very spiritual standpoint, you all have gifts. Go monetize them. Go do something to serve other lives. And if you think you're going charity route, don't go nonprofit route until you know how to run a profitable company. Yeah. I could go on and on and on. But mentoring and staying a learner, I think, would be the number one. I mean, so it's what's helped me stay motivated, stay driven. Because I know after this experience with this mentor, it will shift me, and there'll be a whole nother bar that I'll set for myself. So I don't compete side to side. Like I don't look at what Tigo's doing. I don't look at what you're doing, Michelle. I look at what have I done and what's my next bar.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it is important, right? Having a social impact, so nonprofit, but running your business first, right? Definitely having a business that's ran first so that you can run a successful nonprofit organization. And I started backwards and then finally discovered through the help with Jeff Hoffman that I need to run a successful business so my nonprofit Unsilenced Voices will be successful. So very, very impactful work, Loral. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate being on. And ladies, have an amazing day and make an impact in someone else's life today.
Before we let you go, one, I want to thank you for letting us honor you last year. That was amazing as our legend. That was absolutely amazing. Two, at Trailblazers in a couple of weeks, we're honoring Eric Swanson as a speaker of the year. So I wanted to make sure you knew that. If you want to come down and hang out with us, it's March 20th to the 22nd. Come hang with us. But we are honoring Eric Swanson as our speaker of the year for our first ever Trailblazers.
I didn't know Eric was going to be there. It'll be really good to see him again.
Yes, he's going to be there. It's going to be awesome. Thank you, Loral. I know you're on a tight schedule. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us and spending a little time. I'm going to drop this ad right here for everybody. If you missed where to go, scan the QR code, write it down, ask Loral/women. Go get those amazing gifts. And as always, you guys know, go to tigodirect.com, type in Loral. She's coming up. Send her a message. Say, hey, I saw you here. And she'll make sure, or one of her team will, that you get the link that way too. Thank you so much, Loral, for hanging out with us today. You're our best.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Have a great day. Happy International Women's.
Yeah,
Happy International Women's. Okay, so here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
We literally went through this in great detail, Alan and I, last night to make sure we were ready. And then they changed stuff today.
Tech stuff happens, and that's okay. And see, everything will always work out for you, Tigo. And you know what? Everything always worked out for you. I'm going to live by that quote now every single day of my life.
Absolutely. And the woman who literally brings sunshine in a barrel into a room every time. We have not yet seen each other in person, but I am honoring her at Trailblazers as Mentor of the Year. And I'm finally going to get to hug her. This is huge for me. This woman said yes before she even knew who I was. When I said I wanted to do International Women's Day, somebody introduced us. Somehow the clouds lined it up and the stars. And I said, will you be Woman of the Year? She was our first Woman of the Year. She was also a terrible actor and opened the box beforehand, but she was our first Woman of the Year in 2021. And now I'm finally going to, just a couple of weeks, get to honor her again and do it in person. That's right. Dr. Peggy McColl is in the house. What's happening, Dr. P?
Hey, Tigo, good to see you. I can't wait to give you a big old hug in a couple of weeks.
I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait. Do you know Michelle Jewsbury?
We actually have never met. Yes.
How is that possible? Like I said, we're all in the same pond, just on different lily pads, one step at a time. You know, Michelle, Dr. P never wavers, ever. She said she's going to be there. She has had some personal issues that she fought through and still showed up for my show. You know, and then when she got there, before we went live, I said, okay, what's going on? Because she looks so different. And I said, what's going on? And she told me, and I said, and you're here? She said, of course I'm here. I promised you I would be here. She logged in. You probably can't see it, Michelle. She's been waiting in the wings for about a half hour now. She's like, nope, I'm good. Just take your time. This is the kind of person she is. And I just want to thank you. Dr. P, what's going on right now? One, being Dr. P is new.
It is
That
new.
just happened. Can you share a little bit about that?
Sure. I decided to go for my PhD and I graduated on January 6th, 2025. So it's still very fresh and I'm still getting used to it and I love it. It was a decision that I made and decided, well, it's never too late to go for what you would love. And I made the decision to get my PhD at this age. And I managed to graduate with a PhD in philosophy with a focus on metaphysical science.
Wait a minute. What do you mean at this age? You're what, 35?
Yeah, plus. Plus. Yeah, so it's fun because I find that I'm very driven by having goals. And I often tell my husband, put a carrot in front of me and I'm gonna go for it. But it has to be the carrot that you really would love, right? Something that definitely inspires you and excites you at the same time. And so I had barely made it through high school. I don't know what your grades were like, but I could pull my report cards out from the cupboard here. And when I got into high school, to me, it was like an utter and total waste of time. I hope there's no teenagers listening, but it's like, what do I need to learn this for?
It was interesting.
Right. So when they said you have to have a passing grade of 50, well, I would, just go through with like 50, 51, 52. And so when I graduated from high school, I just wanted to get out in the working world and earn money. That's what I wanted to do. And so that's what I did. I started working when I was very young and had 2 jobs when I graduated from high school. And so I never really felt the need or the urge to get a professional degree. And besides, it certainly seemed like a lot of work.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm just about done.
Yeah, exactly. So I decided, okay, I'm going to go for my PhD. I was hoping for an honorary one because they seemed like they'd be a lot easier to get, but didn't work out that way. I had to go through the process. And so, yeah, it's fun. I've often said that writing my first book was the best thing that I ever did for my career. And now I'm 25 books into it. But I now believe that writing my first book and all the other books that I've written, I'm writing one right now, are definitely good decisions. But going for my PhD was such a wonderful, enlightening, and growing experience, to do.
So I've got a question for you, Peggy. And I know Dr. Peggy. I don't know you very well. And this is, where we're first meeting. But so with your PhD, because all this PhD talk today is, igniting something within me right now.
Ooh.
And
come on, Dr. Michelle.
Oh gosh, I don't know about that, but we'll see. So did you have to have other college credits before going into a PhD?
Yeah, you have to have a bachelor's and a master's.
Okay.
So I had to get those. I didn't have them.
Yeah,
I had never
that's what I
gone
was
to
going to ask. So
university.
you ended up going through 4 years
All of
for a
it.
bachelor's, and then you've got your master's 2 years after that, and then now you're getting your PhD.
Yeah, I got it already. I've done them all. I did the bachelor's, then the master's, then the PhD. So yeah, I had to do it all. I wasn't excited about having to do those 2 steps to get, but it's part of the process. So I did the work.
That is awesome. Congratulations.
So Michelle, what you may not know is this young lady, because she doesn't toot her own horn. So let me toot.
Okay.
This young lady is multiple New York Times bestseller. Like she said, 25 books. You and I both are major fans of Bob Proctor, and Bob Proctor was a major part of Dr. P's life. Dr. P has written 3, or is it 3 books?
Well,
Savvy?
I have a
The Savvy
trilogy,
series?
the Savvy Wisdom trilogy, and this is based. I wrote it as a fiction book, but it's based on me meeting Bob Proctor and how he guided me. But it's about a young girl who goes to the park to kill herself, and she unexpectedly meets a gentleman in the park who becomes her friend and her mentor, and she turns her life around. And now I didn't meet Bob Proctor in a park or on a bench. I met him actually at a seminar, but nonetheless, he definitely helped me turn my life around.
And isn't it interesting that through adversity creates opportunity? And it sounds to me
Always.
that you were going through some adversities and you were able to meet him at this event maybe 5 years ago. And I'm joking.
1979.
1979.
1979 is when I met Bob.
1979. And then that one person was able to change and shift your life, change the direction of where you're going. Talk about how that shift actually happened for you.
Yeah, what's interesting you say that, Michelle, is that, you said that, he changed my life, and he would never take credit for that, which was such a humbling thing about Bob. But it's true. I'm not changing anybody's life. They change their own life. So the process really comes down to, you have to want it, right? You really have to want it. It's like, I was recently looking for a facility for a friend of mine who had a challenge with a child who's in addiction. And the thing that she learned very early on is that you can't put them into rehab unless they want to go. They have to be willing to go. And I think with making any kind of changes in your life, you first of all have to be willing. And I became very willing because I was dissatisfied, which dissatisfaction can be an empowering state because it invites you to say, I don't want to live my life like this anymore. I don't want to struggle anymore. I don't want to wake up in the morning and feel like I have no will to live, or cry myself to sleep at night, or, whatever it happens to be. And so for me, I just became completely, we'll use the word addicted in a good way. I became addicted to self-help.
Got it. Yeah. Well, dissatisfaction, right? When you have dissatisfaction in your life is where you actually are like, okay, I want to make a change. That's how I ended up finding God. I was a recreational cocaine user back in 2009. And then I was laying on my back and looking up at the ceiling fan and saying, I want to change. If you're real, please help me. And he helped me. And it took me wanting to change my life in order for that to happen. So Dr. Peggy, I can definitely relate to what it is that you're talking about. My brother, he is in rehab right now. And I'm being very open and honest on live TV right now, but he is in rehab and he has to make that choice to change. And the only way that somebody can really change their lives is by choosing to do so. So I love that. I'm sure Tigo's got more questions because I don't know you that well. And I'm so excited that you're on here and I get to learn from you.
What gets me is that, like I said, I've never had a co-host for this at all. And I think it's wonderful to have, because I'm sitting back here. I just need popcorn. Where's Wendy? I need popcorn. I can sit back here and just watch and enjoy, because I think I'm having some of my best people, the people I love the most, all in one day. And I'm not just talking. I get to actually listen, which is so important. But I do have a question for you, Dr. P. When you dropped that first pebble and things started happening, and then you dropped the second, and if you've ever dropped pebbles in the water, for those who have never done it, go do it. What are you doing? The waves get bigger, which means the challenges sometimes get bigger. How did you learn how to ride the waves and steer the course to 25 books and all of the amazing things you've done in such a short amount of time? I don't care. Time flies. One day I was 41, the next day I was 61. Time flies in such a short amount of time. How did you steer the course, face your fears, and keep going?
Yeah, it's kind of like what Michelle had said earlier is that, there's always an opportunity in adversity. And the truth is, it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, what's going on in your life. If you're not having adversity, it happens. I mean, it's just part of the natural flow. And I feel that what really contributed to going through those times was having a really good attitude, an optimistic attitude of just looking for, where's the gift? Right? What's great about this? Asking questions like that. And sometimes that's tough, really, really tough to do when you're going through really challenging times. And, Tigo, you mentioned that I went through a very serious health challenge about 3.5 years ago where I'd been diagnosed with metastatic cancer. And that's something that nobody really wants to hear. I was quite shocked, at the time. And I remember sitting in the backyard with my son. His name's Michelle, by the way. And I was sitting with my son, Michelle, and we're, having a conversation about this. And I was very optimistic and very positive. And I decided that I wasn't going to become one with cancer. It was something that was there. But in my mind, I was going to follow the advice of the medical professionals and sort of allow myself to be in a healthy body, not a healed body, a healthy body. And so my son said to me, he said, you have to have something to look forward to, which I thought was really cute of him to say that. And he had just had his second child and his daughter was born. And so this was around June timeframe, June, July, 2021. His daughter was born in May. And I said, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Aria go down the aisle, at the wedding. And he said, but that's next year. Because my son, even though he and Kayla have been together for 15 years, they only got married 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And so their children were at the wedding. So I said, I'm not talking about your wedding. I'm talking about her wedding.
Oh,
that's
wow.
what I'm looking forward to. And so it's having things that you plan to do and you're excited about and just choosing to continue to live. It's like George Burns. I don't know if you remember him.
I do. The kid doesn't. I do.
I don't. The kid. Yes.
Well,
Yes,
George Burns lived to be 99. And when he was getting up there in his 90s, people asked him, like, do you have any advice? And he said, yeah, make plans. Make plans. That's what he used to say. Make plans. So I think it's important to continue to make plans, not allow your present situation to dictate what type of plans that you want to make. Just ask yourself, what would I love? And I'm talking about, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? What would you, love to accomplish in your life? And just go for it. And don't allow whatever is going on in your life, whether it's age or health or limited supply or whatever it is, do not allow that to hold you back. You just have to decide, what would you love? And then go for it.
You're amazing. I can't believe we're out of time. Before we let you out of the hot seat, excuse me, I got to show this offer, this wonderful gift. Can you please share what this is?
Yes. Well, it can be a challenge sometimes to stay positive. We get sometimes all consumed in the habitual way of negativity and not really being optimistic. So I created something called the Instant Fix Guidebook, which includes all kinds of tools and techniques, quick techniques that you can use to quickly put your energy back into alignment to attract what it is that you desire.
So all they have to do is scan that QR code, or how else do they get in touch with you, Dr. P?
They can just go to PeggyMcColl.com, right on the front page of my website, PEGGYMCCOLL.com, and they can find us there. And the book is there as well.
You're amazing. Awesome. I can't wait to see you in 2 weeks. We're finally going to get to hug.
Yay!
Yay! And I get to meet you in 2 weeks too.
Yeah, it's going to be great to meet you, Michelle.
Great to meet you.
You're the best, Dr. P, and I can't wait to see you in 2 weeks. Thanks for always coming when I call. You say, I'll be there. You figure it out. You always figure it out, and I truly appreciate you.
All right. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Tigo, what a great day this is. You are bringing on so many amazing women, from Loral Langemeier, Jennifer Hammond, so many awesome, Dr. Peggy, right? And you still have so many more women to come on. And I am just floored by the amount of nuggets. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I've got notes. My virtual background is not, but notes of things from from all these awesome people. And Allison, right? Everything is always going to work out for you. And that's what's happening for you, Teresa, right? That's what's happening in your company for Squirrel. And I just want to honor you and say thank you for allowing me to co-host with you.
Oh, thank you. And I appreciate the kind words. And I hate to tell you this, and maybe you don't know, you might want to just hold on for a second, because here comes the big surprise.
Okay.
We're only halfway done.
I know that.
We're only halfway. We're going to take a quick half-hour break. We'll be right back. This link will stay open. We'll be back in exactly 30 minutes with another, I believe we have another 13, 14 guests to go. Oh my goodness, Michelle, you're the best. I'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Have a great lunch.
You too.
Bye-bye. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 5th annual International Women's Day Marathon. So excited to be the co-host with Tigo today, and all these amazing women sharing so much incredible content. I mean, I'm learning so much. I've got pages of notes, which is awesome, and I bet you guys do too. Hope you had a great lunch. For me, it's more dinner than lunch because I'm on the East Coast, and I know the next guest that we're bringing on, she is also from the East Coast. But before I get into this amazing woman, I do want to remind everybody that we are. What's up, Tigo? You're back. That we are raising funds for Unsilenced Voices, and we desperately need your help. I want to share a brief story real fast. There was a young girl, her name was Matilda, and my manager in Sierra Leone said, hey, I want to go to this bar. And I was like, why do you want to go to a bar? So we went to a bar, and he showed me all around. He said, you see all the girls? And I say, yeah. And all of the girls were actually in sex work, and they were as young as 12 and going all the way up until the mid 20s, early 30s. And he said, I want to change this. And I said, okay. So there was one girl in particular, her name was Matilda, and she came up to us and we started talking to her, and she was feisty and fierce and an amazing young woman. And she decided that she wanted to take the program. So we enrolled her in vocational training, and she started speaking up. And all of the teachers would text me on WhatsApp and be like, oh my gosh, she's out of control. But she was so driven and so passionate about getting herself out of poverty and getting herself out of the sex work industry. And she started encouraging other people to go through Matilda's program as well. And lo and behold, about 6 months later, we found out that she not only had HIV, but full-blown AIDS. And she ended up passing away in her village. And we named this program after her. It's our Sponsor a Survivor flagship program. For $100 a month, you can sponsor a survivor of domestic violence or human trafficking, and be able to help them with vocational training, training materials, a monthly stipend, medical and counseling support. So please visit unsilencedvoices.org for to be able to give, to be able to help us in achieving even more women off of the streets in Sierra Leone. But I am so excited to be bringing up our next guest. And this woman I got to hang out with and got to get to know a little bit this last trip in Las Vegas. And Stacey Rasky is by far a kick butt woman doing some amazing things, and she has a story. So Stacey, come on up and let's start chatting.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey,
I
little
know.
lady.
Well, I love that, Michelle, when you are actually home, that we do get to hang out together in Tampa rather than fly across the world to hang out.
I mean, I think I see you across the world a lot more than at home. So
True. It's actually the case with so many of my local friends.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
know.
I don't know. We're
It's
just all movers and shakers doing it.
insane. But you look wonderful right now, girl.
Thank you. I am actually getting over a cold. So, maybe it's that little bit of the reward of a high level of rest.
Oh, that's definitely a reward. And I
Right.
probably should start doing that a little more these days. So Stacey, for those of you who are watching that may not know who you are and what you do, go ahead and tell us a little bit about who you are and why you do what you do.
Oh, to summarize that into a sentence would be tough, right? I am passionate about empowering people who have a message to do that with leverage and ease. Everything about scaling your purpose, your impact, your mission and message can be done scaling that while doing less. And it's just about strategically creating the right systems, automations, and leverage points in your life, in your business, to get more out of your time, team, and tech. So I just help you do everything easier.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. Super cool. Now, during this path to creating your business and just who you are right now, I know that you had went through some adversity in your life. And, there might be some people on here listening who, may be going through adversities now and may not know exactly what to do next, may be giving up. And I just want you to talk a little bit about your story and how that has now led you to where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It was really about having the gift of a rock bottom moment that was truly the game changer to everything in my life, and being able to move into seeing all the gifts of the lessons, not only in the rock bottom moment, but what built up to that rock bottom moment. And that was 10 years ago. I just recently had my 10-year rock bottom anniversary, but it was building a life of shoulds. And what I came to realize in this rock bottom moment was, and this was the last time I was suicidal. And, I'd already reached a point where my health was in shambles. I was walking with a cane. It was so bad that I had actually lost my corporate career. My marriage was falling apart. I hit a tipping point of really just being like, well, why am I even here? And I was so grateful that in this moment of darkness, that I received the truth. And it was a reflection to some degree I wasn't prepared for, as I'm standing in the kitchen, pulling food out of the cabinet, shoving it in my face, chasing with a bottle of booze. And I'm just like, what the hell am I doing? And for the first time in a long time, I heard a response, and it was, oh, honey, you're just trying to make yourself look as ugly on the outside as you feel on the inside because you hate yourself. And I woke up the next day with the one most important takeaway was that I was done trying to control anything other than myself. Because ultimately what I did is I spent a lifetime of being what I thought everyone else wanted me to be, worrying about what everybody else thought and cared about. And I never built a relationship with the most important person in my life, and that was me. I was missing from my own life. And so finding my voice, learning to build that relationship, discovering who I am as a woman, as a leader, as an impactor in the world has been this beautiful journey. And the more I do my work as my own first client, it helps me serve the world better and help people amplify themselves and their message and their mission along the way.
I love that. You are serving you as your first client. right?
Always.
So a lot of us, we don't serve ourselves well, right? And if we do, you know, the little bit of self-care here and there, get our hair done, our nails done, things like that. But serving you as your number one client, I mean, if we start to shift a little bit and treat ourselves the way that we treat our clients, then there's this mindset shift, and you start to realize how impactful and important you are so that you can continue to serve. And that's what you do. You serve well. So tell us a little bit about your business and how you help people.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am truly a science nerd, and over a recovering pharmaceutical chemist. In the Army, I did chemical and biological warfare detection. So super nerd, love it. And then over time in business, I found that that science mind thrives in systems and tech and automation. So I love to geek out in that space. And my creative brain is amazing at extracting your authentic representation of you and being able to capture that in the essence of your brand, your branding, and then move that into how you interact with the world. And in some ways that's marketing, but it's far beyond that. But while you're doing that, creating leverage of the right systems and automations is key so that you can have this personal brand business. You know, your speaking, your books, because I partner and obviously work with a lot of authors like you, and those who have the courses and just want to monetize their genius in that way and do it in only a few hours a week. So you can have this beautiful, impactful personal brand business that's on autopilot, because there's so many things that each of us is doing. We can't sit there getting lost in the sauce. And so I love working with successful entrepreneurs and executives and thought leaders to help just monetize that personal brand business and do it quickly, because they have a message and they have a mission and the world needs to hear it.
Yeah. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
I can't see me. Perfect. Okay, that works.
We're getting on there.
So I'm like, okay, let's see, right? But getting lost in the sauce. I like how you said that, because oftentimes, you know, as entrepreneurs, we work ourselves to death sometimes and we get lost in the sauce. And automation is something that is key to sustainability. And I remember when I started to automate my business and started to realize, oh, I don't have to manually send out these emails or manually text everybody one by one, or I can have an all-in-one system. And it's really awesome to be able to do that. So you talked about being in the Army, right? And you talked about military. Now all of a sudden you're running your own business. So tell me the differences between the mindset you had to have in the military and then now the mindset that you have as a business owner.
You know, it's really interesting, because there's a lot that you're given in the military that you don't realize is the reason we joined the military. And I love, you know, bringing Tigo in on this part of the conversation, because I think a lot of us who joined the military, we're escaping challenge. We're escaping instability, poverty, abuse, addiction, just a variety of things that may or may not be, or that are not necessarily ideal, right? Even just growing up in households where you don't learn boundaries or communication in healthy ways, or a lot of emotional intelligence. So for myself, I realized what I got in the military were the things that I was missing: stability, safety, and community.
Wow.
Those were the three things that were missing to help me step into a state of learning how to thrive. The challenge when I flipped into entrepreneurship is, oh shit, that's all on me now. So I really struggled a lot figuring out how to create that for myself, because the military is good at giving it to you, but they don't always empower you to learn how to do it for yourself. And that's kind of a missing piece for a lot of us veterans, and struggle with that. So that was my big challenge. I would love, Tigo, for you to share your thoughts on this.
You know, for me, I joined the military literally to get away.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't feel like I fit. I mean, I've talked about it many times, you know, being a misfit
We're
and
all the
being a
black
square.
sheep, you know, the
Yeah, yeah.
misfit. Like
Square misfit,
nobody
square peg.
understands me.
Nobody understands. You know, I grew up on the south side of Chicago.
Me
I
too.
mentioned earlier today I had, you know, sharecropper parents and I had a genius IQ. Talk about square peg, round hole. And I thought, okay, I'm going to join the military because if nothing else, I can get away. They're going to take me somewhere, not knowing where they were going to take me and that I was going to end up in the Philippines. At that time, I didn't even know what the Philippines was. You know, at 17, I was like, is it a ship? They were like, no, it's a country. And the guy brought out the pointer. Yes, I'm that old. Put it on the map. And the pointer was bigger than the islands. And I said, yeah, no, I'm not going. He said, yeah, you signed the contract, you're going. It was a way for me to get out of my environment. And it also probably saved my life because I was doing a lot of risky things, you know, being bored in public school. I was getting into a lot of things that could have either put me in a place I would have been not happy to be in or really taken me out of this planet. So that's what I see. That's why I joined the military. And I can't believe we're running out of time, but I got to say, Stacey, you're amazing. You were our host on a co-host maybe a month and a half ago or so for branding in the Tuesday meeting. Yes, everybody go to Facebook, pop now. Alan will put it up there how you can follow us. You were the co-host a couple of like a month or so ago. And people are still asking me, still talking about the message and the information that you shared. And now you're redoing my entire personal brand. New logo, new every. This is the first time it's a logo that I didn't do in. Well, it's the first time I've ever done a logo.
Yay, I didn't even know this rebranding. That's
Oh yeah,
awesome.
we're
He
doing
is
the full
rebranding
thing.
me, and we're doing this whole Hey Tigo thing, and it's absolutely amazing. I got to share something with you before I let you go because it's a lot to do with what energy you've given me that I face my fears because I'm dyslexic and I had this opportunity handed to me and I said, no, not me. I'm dyslexic. I don't do this. You know, I don't have that. But the energy and the branding that you put there and said, this is what we're doing. So we haven't told the world yet. I know I've told you. I hope I have. But I submitted my first article and it's official. The new Hey Tigo brand and the new Hey Tigo column is now going to be on the USA Today Network. We just submitted my first article. It got approved. And moving on up the pipeline, it should be out next week. So I would have said, are you kidding me? I'm not doing that. If you hadn't talked to me and said, you know, it's time for you to take your position and what you're supposed to be doing on your path. So I just want to give you a big thumbs up. Say thank you so much for all that you do for me and for everyone because your voice really does count and we do hear you.
You are so welcome. And I'm so honored to be a reflector back to you of the greatness, the power, and the magnitude that you pour into the world, because that's who you are. That's why I said, I was like, you are that eye, that all-seeing eye that you cut right through the BS and you can see and extract such power and greatness from the community that is drawn to you because of who you are. And to reflect that back to you and see your squirming and discomfort, you know, sitting through what I'm sharing with you and showing with you. And you're like, oh.
I literally tried to hide from the Zoom camera. I was literally like, not me. There's got to be somebody else you're talking to. But, you know, in order to stand out there out front, I need to have amazing people like yourself and Michelle Jewsbury and Alan and Ann and everybody else and Justice out there that stands up and says, yeah, we got you. Go ahead and go. You know, you're not going to fall. You might, you know, your little wings may not come out right away. So you might dip a little bit, but you're not going to fall. And I wanted to thank you for that and what you're doing. Who's your perfect client before we let you go?
So I love working with people who really are purpose and mission driven. You are here to share your story and do it in a big way. Now, keep in mind, this does not mean you are 20 years in your entrepreneur journey. You could be earlier in your journey. It doesn't matter what the offer is behind that. It's focusing on your personal brand and being able to really automate and leverage that business in a way, regardless of everything on the back end of that. So we've got people who are in earlier phases in their journey and they're different revenue streams because they're multi-passionate. It's awesome what they're doing, but we're doing it from a really leveraged place because as you accelerate your personal brand, everything else becomes easier.
How do people find you?
Oh gosh, I appreciate having a branded name. So if you search Stacey Rasky or go on social media, I'm the one that comes up. Or staceyrasky.com, and you'll see all the links to all the different things that we're doing.
You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I'm going to let Michelle Jewsbury close out this segment.
Awesome. Well, Stacey, thank you so much. You are kick butt. I almost said the A word, kick butt. I'm like, oh, I can't say that live on Facebook right now. But I look forward to hanging out with you and seeing you in person in Florida at some point.
Hopefully soon. I know between your schedule and my schedule, who knows when we're both here.
Right? Yeah, no, it's all good. All good. So, ladies and gentlemen, super awesome day, right? We International Women's Day. We are representing just a small segment of how many women are on the planet, I should say. There's 8 billion people on the planet right now at the time of this recording. That means there's a little over 4 billion women. So women can stick together and join forces and really kick butt together in collaboration and community. So I want to encourage everybody out there to be able to join forces with other women and kick butt together.
And kick butt together. I was going to say, you're going to say and kick butt together. I want to thank you for picking up the slack for me. I was running a little bit behind. You know, I have totally 2 puppy dogs downstairs that were like, we don't care what you're doing. We need to be petted.
Yeah.
We want a treat. And we want to go out twice. And I'm like, okay, I got you.
That's funny.
I got you. So I appreciate that. You know, coming to the stage next, I think you know Patricia Grover, Dr. Patricia Grover now.
There's so many doctors right now. I love it.
I know. But Dr. Patricia Grover went through IUE. She's one of the reasons why I went through IUE, because I had the privilege of emceeing an event right after International Women's Day. So it's literally a year ago. It was March 9th. And she had her graduation at that event at the embassy, if I'm not mistaken, at the embassy here in Las Vegas. Dr. Patricia Grover has been through it lately with social media and so forth. Even today, she's trying to figure out a way to watch this because of the journey she's been dealing with a wonderful platform that we're streaming on right now that I don't want mad at me, but we're going to talk about it anyway. Everybody give it up for Dr. Patricia Grover. What's happening?
Hello, ladies. Happy International Women's Day. And when I was in Vegas last year, I was in Vegas, right? For International Women's Day, being interviewed by you. And then we did the event the following day where I got my PhD. And I said, you know, it's not what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens in Vegas goes global, baby. It goes global. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here with you ladies.
Absolutely. Before I step on your toes, Michelle, I'm going to say, go ahead and ask, because I got to ask about this journey, this social media heck that she's been going on right now. So go ahead, ask your question, and I'm going to jump into that.
Well, I mean, what's up, Patty? How you doing?
Hi, Michelle.
I know, right? Super cool to be on here with you. When did we meet? Like 3-4 years ago now.
Oh, maybe even 5.
Maybe even 5. That is absolutely insane. And I have watched you blossom from where you were to where you are today, impacting so many people. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, I started everything when I wrote my first book. So the first book, Living Outside the Box, the publishing company I utilized for that was a hybrid publishing company. So they were the ones that started and they set up my Amazon, Barnes and Noble, and Books A Million accounts. And so then I had 100 books printed, so I'd have them when I was going out speaking to be able to sell from backstage. And within a month of them doing that and me getting started, they closed their doors and went out of business.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Their logo was on the outside and on the inside of my book. So I had to do a rewrite, get a new ISBN number, and start all over. And but by doing that, this one became an Amazon international bestseller in both US and Canada.
Awesome.
And, by doing that. So from one struggle to another, whatever it be, that's when I started. So I started writing in 2017 is when I first started writing. And, from there, that's where I started with my coaching and all that. But back when I decided decided I wanted to make an impact in women's lives positively. Back, I was like 29 years old, and I had been through at that point in time 3 failed marriages. And my first husband was an alcoholic and totaled the vehicle I was in with a baseball bat trying to get at me. He was a blackout drunk. My second husband put me through bankruptcy, and my third husband was emotionally and verbally controlling and manipulative. And after those 3 failed marriages, that's when I finally took the time to learn to know, like, trust, and ultimately love myself, and came up with my philosophy on life. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. And so that's why all my books have the jigsaw puzzle pieces on them. Because back then, ladies, and I want to share this on International Women's Day. Back then, when I was 29, it was Bob Proctor and Jim Rohn that were the ones that were on stages and sharing and writing books. There weren't the ladies that are out there like doing what I do. So I had to take what I was learning from them and add some of that, the heart-centered approach to how to work with people. And that's when I started putting together my proprietary Conquering Skills education that I utilize to teach now, because it got me from where I was currently finding myself to where I am now, and where I want to continue to go to, because I never saw what a happy home life or a relationship between a man and a woman, what that was supposed to be like, because I never had that and I never experienced it. So through that, and then after I finally met my husband, he was the love of my life, and I lost him on actually March 23rd, Tigo. March 23rd is going to be the 3rd anniversary of losing my husband. And I had to choose to pull the plug on him. So when you talk about, I've been through it. Yes, I have been through it. And as a child, after going through all the situations with that, my mother raised me the best that she could, with what she knew how to do, but she didn't know how to be a mother. She did, I was the baby out of 8, but before she started having children, she never had a mother and father around, because she was born, and she was 9 years old when the baby of 5 was born. And she went into the children's home, and then she got farmed out and had to go live on a farm to earn her keep.
Wow.
So let's talk about, International Women's Day. Let's talk about the evolution of things that happen. And I'm all about breaking those cycles of limiting beliefs. And
you are a person that, the word that comes to my mind is triumphant. You get hit and hit. Like a heavyweight boxer, you get hit in the center of the ring, but you don't go down.
No.
You lost your husband, and I believe I met you just a few months after that happened. You had a very interesting childhood. We have interviewed you for Domino Effect. I can't wait to share that in a few weeks.
Yeah, so I want to talk about when that's coming out. Yeah,
absolutely. I can't wait to share that in a few weeks, because we're gonna tease it out at Trailblazers at Trailblazers and Star Makers coming up in March. We're teasing it out. But then on top of that, like you said, you had to start over again with your books.
Mhm.
Recently, you've been going through all kinds of challenges with your social media.
Yes.
You know, it's like, and you just keep going. You keep going. So for people that are sitting back, maybe, you know, they got a little puddle that they could just jump over, walk around, or whatever, that is completely stopping them in their tracks. What advice do you give to them, you know, as a strategist such as yourself, to keep going?
Well, what I teach, everybody that has been in business and around business is familiar with the SMART plan. When you have planning, that, you know, systematic, measurable, attainable, relative, and time-based. But I am the ER doctor because my PhD is in entrepreneurology. And so our life, right, in business, and our personal life and professional life intertwine. And you can't just have one and not the other. So I teach planning, people to have planning days in your planner and calendar, because we have to track our measurables for our KPIs of our time, our money, and our energy. We just have to do that. So planning days is when we look at where we are in conjunction to those budgets or spending plans of those things to be able to track those. But we need to have our plans because life happens to every single one of us, whether we're ready for it or not. And I'm living proof of that. And I boldly will confess. So the ER doctor means the plans need to be editable and revisable. Guys, giving up is never an option. Giving up is never an option. So you have to have the plans be editable and revisable, because any challenge that we face, whether we're facing a challenge that, you know, we can see coming, because sometimes we can see something coming, and in our planning, if we look at, you know, what's going to happen this week, we can make adjustments and tweaks here to our plan, right? Those edits and revisions. But sometimes, guys, when something just automatically comes and it's a challenge that we face, we need to be on the fly, ready to make adjustments.
Oh yeah.
You know, and having the right mindset, right? We have to have that right mindset, because it's our choices and decisions that both define and design our destiny. And that's, you know, my Design Your Destiny planning system is a system, because we need to be able to switch things up and make everything count and make it work for us no matter what. So the word challenge, you know what, if you take that and break it down and take all your challenges that you're facing and deconstruct it, guess what? The word change is in challenge. And you can make changes, right? You can make those changes to now make that your challenges an opportunity.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because in the midst of adversity, there's opportunities. And then in order to overcome those adversities, you have to make a change.
Yes.
So I love that. And I think that you are just a dynamite woman. And, you know, adversity comes everybody's ways. And it's not what happens to us, but what we do with what happens to us, right? So how we're able to make even more impact despite the adversities that we're facing. And it does come through that change. Yeah, Patty, that's great. So what are you up to now? What's next?
Well, you know, I have been without the book of many faces now for 3 months. If you
love
go
the way
on,
you put that.
if you go on and search me now, it's like I never existed. I will tell you honestly, I have felt more disconnected in these 3 months than I ever did during COVID.
Wow.
You know, I cannot go on. I can't see either. And I can't go on and look at anybody's profiles. I can't comment. I can't whatever. I've tried creating a new account. I've gotten a new email address, but because my phone number is still my phone number, it won't. And so I've been through that whole thing. I've submitted my driver's license a couple different times because that's what it says to do. And then I couldn't get in on the platform, and I couldn't find how to contact anybody because I really needed to talk to somebody. And so I had a friend Google or try to figure out a phone number for them. And so they sent it to me, and I have it on my phone is a screenshot that they sent me with 2 different phone numbers. And actually this past Saturday, because I hadn't heard back, I called the phone number, and with calling the phone number, they answered that it was blank support. And they said that they were going to connect. I explained to them and they said, well, we can see where your account was hacked from somebody in New Mexico.
Oh.
And they not only had hacked that, but they used the marketplace to make fraudulent purchases.
Ooh.
And all this. So I went through this whole thing and went through the process of, and they with this one person, and this one person, the tech support person, had said, well, we need to connect your IP address to your account so we know it's you, no matter, because I travel, right? You ladies, we know we travel, right? So no matter where I was using a device, that it would be connected to my account properly. So they said they had to get remote access to my account, into my units, into my one cell phone and 3 laptops, to be able to connect each one to make sure that this happened. And here I am, believing whatever. And then they said also, because of the thing with the purchasing, the situation with that I needed to make purchases for American Express gift cards. Well, come to find out, guess what? It was a scam. I'm out just under $2,000.
Oh,
just under $2,000. Had to contact my bank, shut off my card, everything.
Wow.
Had to contact contact American Express. So within an hour, all the gift cards had been used on an online Best Buy purchase. So then I had to contact the IC3, excuse me, is the FBI's criminal cyber crimes unit. And so I've reported it, sent the report through there. They had me report to my local police department to fill out a report. From there, they also said, okay, contact the credit bureau, Equifax, TransUnion, all those to do that, to put a freeze on your credit. And also, I've had to take my phone to get checked out for spyware, and all 3 of my laptops.
Wow, you've got a lot going on right now.
Yes. So, but I am here. But these things again, ladies, if this is happening for a reason. I believe everything happens for a reason. So I had family and friends get together the other night. I had sent Tigo the link, and I shared about this so that people aren't falling for this, because guess what? The Book of Many Faces does not have a customer service number. You cannot call and talk to a person.
Yeah, I didn't think you could when you said that. I'm like, I don't know about that, but I figured, I just didn't know.
Right.
I didn't figure that, this was a scam. How do people stay in contact with you while you're dealing with the Book of Many Faces?
I am on LinkedIn. I do my lives every morning. So I do my lives every morning on LinkedIn and on my YouTube channel. So I do that. My TV show, the Rise Above show with Patricia Jo Grover, is I do put that through to there, but it's also on JD3 TV network. And so I have gifts for anybody. If you want to text the word growth, GROWTH, to 26786, I will start sending you, like if you do it today, I'll start sending you tomorrow. You'll have a text come to you from me with journaling prompts to help you with introspective questions. And I have another special gift, because I have a Bliss Intensive coming up, and I'm going to give free access to anybody if they send me an email to Patty, PATTI, at patriciajogrover.com. I'm going to give free access to the Bliss Intensive, and that's a 3-hour online workshop where I teach women to believe in themselves, love themselves, and learning to love themselves. Identify what's holding you back. Many times it's us, it's ourselves, but identifying what's holding us back, set free what no longer serves you, or the you want to become. And then, so you can set course on achieving your dreams and goals. Because one of the products and things that I teach the course is creating your personal GPS system, your growth potential system.
I know we got to go. We're right on time. We got to go. Our next guest is coming in. But I thank you so much for sticking with us, because you could have easily just said, I'm done. I'm going because you have beautiful property right on the water. You can say, I'm done. I'm going fishing. This is it. I am absolutely done. And I don't know how long you've been watching today. I don't know if you got to see Dr. Pauline be on today or not.
Yes, I've been on commenting throughout, but I was on LinkedIn commenting. But then your LinkedIn didn't let me keep watching because it only gave us 4 hours.
Yeah, LinkedIn only gives us 4 hours. So we have to go to YouTube, or you got to go to Facebook or one of the private
well, I'm going to
links or
share
something.
this. I'm going to share out the YouTube link to get everybody to be able to watch the whole thing, because it's a phenomenal day with these wonderful women. I love every single one of you. And
so let me ask you something before I let you go. Are you still traveling?
Yes. Yeah, I still will be traveling.
Are you planning on coming to the Now this year?
Now, yes. Now but not, I don't think I'll get there this month. I don't think I'll get to Vegas this month.
Okay, because I want to honor you at the Now this year as a triumphant leader.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Never give up, ladies. And this is Women's Day. I can't support, it's empowered women empower women.
Very much so.
That's
you
what
are
it is.
the best. I can't wait to share stages with you. I can't wait to honor you. You always have everybody's back. You've had mine. You didn't know me from Adam, and I told you about Domino Effect, and you got on the next plane. You said, no, I don't want to do this virtually. You got on the next plane and was the first person in the studio to do that documentary. I thank you so much for everything you do. And it's going to be my privilege to honor you in November. Absolutely. I can't wait.
I'll be there, baby.
Awesome.
Patty.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. All right, everybody, here we go. We are, I think, over the halfway mark.
Just over.
Just over. Just over the halfway mark. And coming up next, this young lady, I met her, through our Dr. Sherry, our mental health hour. She's a part of our squirrel. She's a part of our family. Dr. Sherry was supposed to be on today. She got stuck in a cyclone in Australia. Only Dr. Sherry. She's fine. She just can't fly out. She said that she'll be back Monday or Tuesday. And if she's awake, she might drop in and just say hi. But she introduced me to this next young lady. She is a producer. She's a director. She has the biggest heart you ever want to meet. She's a new member of the Now. She flew into the Now last October for one day, so she could sit there, meet a few people, hug, and she was out of there because she had another project. She's also from the tech world, and she's doing a little thing with, Cannes Film Festival. Yep, that's right. Crystal Bridges is here. What's happening, Crystal? You're muted, honey.
Hi, girls.
Hi.
Hey. Hello. How are you both?
Good. Doing great.
Do you know Michelle? Have you met Michelle?
No, we've never met. Yeah, so very excited to meet you. And she said Cannes Film Festival. So I want to dive right in and learn about what's going on at Cannes Film Festival with you.
Sure. I mean, in true producer fashion, I am a part of the Marché du Film, which is the business side of the Cannes Film Festival that runs in tandem with the festival itself. And I have a position under the Fantastic Pavilion, which specializes in genre. And that's an executive way of saying horror, sci-fi, and fantasy and dark fantasy. And I've had sponsorship.
All things that scare the heck out of me is what she's saying. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Yes, and those are my favorite films to produce. And I also do impact documentary because I am comfortable with uncomfortable conversation. And so those are the areas that I specialize in.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I did a lot of theater and did a lot of film and TV and commercials. I lived in LA for 13 long years, and I'm actually getting back into acting. So I'm always impressed and interested when it comes to film and producers and what it is that you're doing in these film festivals. So Crystal, since I don't know you, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I came into film kind of fast and furious. It was a lateral transition from tech, and it is actually pretty common to find producers that either have an assistant directing background or a tech background that end up as producers, because we're naturally problem solvers. And so I had moved to Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and I had opened a few talent agencies, and I was on a set wrangling some background actors, and then an assistant director approached me and said, you have to assistant direct, like you have to know this. And I come from tech, so I love the gear, I love people, I wanted to know the crew. And then the strikes started happening, the writer strike and the actor strike. And but at that point I had met all these crews, and I have all these wonderful actors, and I was like, so if I get a script and a little money together, would that make me a producer? And so I just started learning how to sell film. I started establishing relationships with distributors. I started really focusing on people's strengths and the areas that they love doing film in. And I had really, really, I guess, big people open up doors for me to kind of go down this beautiful yellow brick road of creating film and wanting to have cinema reach all of the areas that it can reach, which is the beautiful thing about streaming, and also having theatricals still happen and doing film festivals. And the more that I created, the more doors opened up, and the more I was able to start a mentorship program called Move the Needle, where we focus on female LGBTQ, BIPOC, and anti-ageism initiatives around film and cinema. And so we focus on debuting, and we focus on mentoring female crews or people that are under that initiative. And then our mission is to also help veterans. So we have part of our profits go towards sustainable permanent veteran housing.
Super awesome. That is,
yeah, she's doing a little bit, you know.
Dynamite woman. I love it. And you're still in Canada?
Yeah, and so my home base is Calgary, Alberta. We have a really supportive film commission here. They're very hands-on with us, and they also have a good global perspective, and they attend global festivals. And so when you're taking your cinema outside of your country, seeing that you have supports from your country in all of these areas, it was really important to me. And so I had moved here from the East Coast to be in Calgary. And then I feel like I split up my time. So half the time I'm on set somewhere in the world, or I'm in LA, or I'm here in Alberta.
Well, we'll have to meet in LA for sure. I go there all the time.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure.
I've got to ask you, because it stuck out in my mind. I think Richard Gordon got us connected in the first place, but it stuck out in my mind that the minute you started talking about film, you started talking about film quality. And with cameras being, 4K, supposedly 8K in your hand, in your phone, there's a lot of wannabe film producers out there that are running around creating AI scripts that haven't been tweaked whatsoever. And they're grabbing an on-camera light, the little circle one that snaps on the top, and they're creating these quote unquote films. Why is quality important? Why is it important that you follow the systems of filmmaking today in 2025?
It's a really great question, because I never want to discourage people for trying. I want people to try, but I think if you are someone who you love creating a story, you love cinema, and you're learning, I think, maybe some of the business aspects of what it means to be a producer, because that really is the business side, right? There's a creative side and there's a business side when it comes to making film. And so for me, I didn't want to enter into film. And when I saw kind of the road that people typically go, which is exactly what you're saying, like Tico, they make something, they do a short film on a budget, and it shows in their actors, shows on their camera. Then they have the guts to do a feature film, and they get a little funding and they get a little bit more support. And then, maybe a studio pays attention to them, and then it gets to a streamer, or they learn how to sell, or it gets onto a fast channel, and you're like, oh, okay, that's awesome. But that could take 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. And that's if you still have some connections that are going to show you. And so what I saw when people were starting out with filmmaking is that I would ask them, what was it? Because I believe script is the cornerstone of cinema. We're telling a story. We're telling a story. And so if you don't have a story, you maybe have a concept or an idea, then you should hire a writer. You should hire somebody to kind of help you share this concept, share this idea. and all of the effort that it takes to do a short film. And I know because I'm actually helping this little local team. They're doing a 3-day short film, and all of the effort to put that film together, the script that's there, the director, the financing, it still goes to film festival. It still is those things. I was like, it's the same amount of effort, hey, for feature.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same.
Yeah.
So, again, it depends on your goals. If your goals is to get brave and that's helping you get brave, great. But if your goal is you want to tell a really great story and you want to be a film producer or director or cinematographer or whatever your dreams or goals are, that same amount of effort could be done in feature film. And then you can give yourself an opportunity, if you do it correctly and you shoot it well, and you've done a proper shot list and you know what lenses to use and you've taken the time to learn, and then your story could be shared, which isn't, again, everybody's goal. But I do think that it's important when we're watching something in a world where we watch things all the time, right? We're constantly watching things. We're always like the amount that we scroll on our, have you ever gotten those updates on your phone where it's like, you've spent this amount of time on your Instagram, and you're like,
yeah, it's always shocking.
Embarrassing. That is too much. That is too much. So if we're constantly viewing things, then certainly, for you to be like, I'm going to do cinema, you would want it to be better than that, better than what you see on your day to day. And so I think I'm more of that. I challenge people who want to share their story to go bigger and to look past like maybe their self limitations on how they're creating something, because if you took a little bit more time and got a little bit more funding, then you can have actors that are practiced. You can, rent that proper, camera lens so that it comes across the right way. You can use a good special effects artist that can get your little, horror film done right, and so that it looks amazing. And now you're looking at a film festival for, a director's fourth night, or you're looking at to get an award because you took the time to create that story. And so I think that I have always been, and I do, and I did that in tech as well. I'm a quality focused person, but I think that if the cornerstone is a great story and you don't have one because a robot told you how a human talks, then we might be a little lost.
I know we're running out of time, but I've got to ask you, how important patience is, because if you got a great idea, I have my Christmas movie. You got writers writing it, it's like, oh, here we go. I know, great crew. Okay, we're almost there. And then there's this little thing called funding. What are you talking about? Can't we just do it as buddies? We need to fund this thing. And then you got to get it right. You need set development. You got to have a line producer. You got to have someone like Diane Cornell, who I'm sure is out there watching right now. How important is it for patience in the film industry?
That's a great question. I no shocker that you're asking wonderful, thought-provoking questions. This is who you are, Tico. Make people think. It's the leader in you. I think that when I look at the areas that people want to rush, and when have you ever done something rushed and felt good about it, or felt like that was your time and attention? When you create a piece of cinema, on average, it's 36 months from like a fully developed script and starting to your full theatrical run. 36 months. That's a big chunk of your time, energy, effort, love. We call it in our genre, we'll say like you put in your pound of flesh, to like really make that happen. And so if you're doing something, you're like, gosh, we really rushed that. And not in like a problem solving way, or not in a way where you're like, oh my gosh, like our last funder pulled out and here we are on set and we're down and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to take care of that. Not that type of problem solving, but really looking at if you're going into making cinema happen, you would want to treat it like it's your art, and you want to treat all the people that are involved as they are also artists and creatives. And this is very much a profession. This is very much something that people dedicate their life to getting better at. And sure, there's natural talents here and there, but for the most part, that actor, that camera person, that even the person handing them the lenses, that's all practiced. And so, taking the time to make sure you have the funding, that people are treated properly, that you feel great about that piece of art. And of course, things happened and you made adjustments, but then by the time you're finished edit and you're going to present it to the world, that you feel so good that your name is on it as the producer, director, or what have you, for sure.
Michelle, do you have anything else?
No, I mean, this is super awesome. You are dropping some nuggets for sure. And I love film. I love theater. Like I said, I'm getting back into acting. So very excited about that. And it's creatives coming together, artisans. And when you pour your heart and soul into something, just making sure that you do it top notch. So cameras matter, actors matter, quality matters. And I wish everybody in the entertainment world would end up taking that and running with that. I guess I do have one more question. How did you see the writers' strike being the settlement being implemented? So that a lot of it is AI driven, and the actors and the writers were worried that AI was going to take over. So how do you see it working now that there's a settlement? Or not see.
Because I come from a tech background, and I know quite a bit about the AI world and the fintech world and our privacy world. I have friends that sit on the AI ethics board. I feel like I'm very in the know, and it changes all the time and every day. And then I have friends that are in meditech, and I can see some of the deep dark holes that the AI can go into. And I understood when the strike was happening from a base level of understanding that they're protecting themselves. They're protecting the way that they are viewed and their writing is viewed. And they wanted to ensure that the things that they bring to the table, that they still have the ability to bring to the table. But if you were to talk to most producers, especially in the indie space of production, we, of course, it's great when we get to do our $50 and $100 million films, and we have all of the extra supports that we have. But there's been lots of times where I've done a film that was under 10 million, and I was so grateful for AI that I could not injure my stunt person because I didn't have enough supports there. Or I was grateful that we had AI there because I could talk to my script and it could answer questions for me or summarize things as I was in a rush. I'm grateful for the opportunities that it kind of brought forward when I needed to produce on a slate of film, because I'm head of acquisitions for Integrity Film Fund as well. And so I have to read, 130 scripts. So when I have 4 action scripts, and it's all about that somebody killed somebody's brother always, and so I'm just sometimes forgetting a detail because I'm doing 4 at once, and I can use my AI to differentiate. Like, it has been a tool for us in the industry in a really great way. I think that where we run into our concerns with AI is in things being superimposed and being used in a way that that actor didn't agree to. And so I know for most producers, they're just really comfortable with making sure that in their contracts with their actors, with their contracts with their writers, that it's the actor's permission, right? It's the writer's permission. And most producers care about their writer, and certainly they care about their talent. And so we want everybody to be like, feeling happy and good about how we use the technology that's at our fingertips in the way that's going to advance us and move us forward and give us the ability to do more. The more film I can do, the more people I can mentor, right? The more people I mentor, the more film that they can do. If they can use better tools and tech, and there's more female, LGBTQ, BIPOC people using tech, amazing. And we're upping the percentages. We're seeing people go from it being 2.7% in the C-suite in the tech companies, and it's starting to move because they're maybe in more industries. We're seeing fashion tech advance, and we're seeing people really use it in a great way. And then it's the same thing when it came to, producing, and the number of female producers that are owning studios and owning corporations and companies. It's because they have a lot of tech support and AI companies that have come together to organize their people and scheduling and making sure that call sheets are automatic and working with their ADs. And so I've seen a lot of benefit. And but I don't think that was explained. When we think AI, I think that it's this blanket statement of stealing jobs and it's which is interesting to me. I think that we live in a world that has technology, and so if we can find all the ways that we can embrace it and protect ourselves in the areas that we need it to, then that's why there's other boards and structures in place. And so I'm happy to see that the writers are writing again, for sure.
What a great explanation,
right?
Of something that was pretty chaotic there for a little while.
For sure.
Crystal, I thank you so much for hanging out with us. I can't believe we're out of time. I would say, how do they reach out to you? But I know in this industry, you'll get 17,000 scripts if we put that out there. So I'm just going to tell everybody, go to tigodirect.com, type in Crystal, send her a private message. She'll get back to you, or one of her team will get back to you. I think you're absolutely amazing. You're the best. Thank you for welcoming us into your family, because the things that you're doing, we just touched literally the stem on the top of the cherry today. You are absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thanks, girls. Have a great Women's Day.
Yeah,
Bye.
happy International
You
Women's
too.
Day. I'll be booking a
Bye-bye.
call with you.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. And then what's coming up? Well, you saw that little teaser. I'm going to play it again. Hold on one second. It's here. Little teaser, and you said, what is Tigo doing now? You know, well, that happened a couple of weeks ago, and I got the privilege of meeting this young lady who's coming up next. I got the privilege to meet her through this lady who's had my back now for 3 years, 4 years, 400 years, I don't know. Hillary DeCesar is a powerhouse. She's a leader. She's my friend. I call her my sister because she is my sister. And when this opportunity came about, she said, what are you doing on Thursday in 2 weeks? I said, I don't know. She said, I don't care. Reschedule, because you've got to be in this room. It's going to change your life. And it's done just that. What's happening, Hillary?
I mean, that is it right there, what you just said. And that's why we are all here gathering throughout the entire world today, Tigo, because it's all about the energy. It's law of resonance. How are you resonating with what you are bringing in? And you, my friend, resonate at such a high level. It's not just law of attraction. It's not law of energetics or law of action. It literally is, how do you vibrationally get to that point where it was automatic that I was like, wait a second, Tigo needs to be in the room, and you made it happen. And that was the greatest part, Tigo. You were there, and what happened? Everything.
Happened. And before we bring her up, because I know we're going to start talking, because Rhonda is now family. Okay, I've met her 8 years ago. We're going to share that story. I interviewed her. She was my first interview for my new USA Today network column. We'll talk about that. All that happened because of you, Hillary. But in the middle of all this, while you're restructuring my entire globe, you also have an entire program going on yourself. And you've restructured your globe. What's going on with you right now?
So I wouldn't even say it's a restructuring. The company is the relaunch. And
Exactly.
I believe, and I truly believe that each and every person who is listening right now is going through some form of a relaunch. And whether it's health, wealth, your financial, you're looking at your business growth. And what we do is we look at it from a very different perspective. Yes, there are the tips, the strategies, the make sure you're doing this and that. But what really matters is, how are you, again, energetically positioning yourself to what you ultimately want? Because you can do everything. You can do everything right. And women are doing everything right now. And they're still not getting ahead. And they're still not being able to capture the essence of a lifestyle of success. So we've got a couple different programs going on that are literally crushing people's goals. They are moving to heights they never thought. We have Flip Your World in 40 days. Everybody needs that little like motivational push. But what we're doing is we're talking inner strength. We're building you up from the inside so that you can have outer success. And then the big drum roll is in the next week. We are going to be announcing a women's event to have a life of literally richness. So it's called Relaunch to a Rich Life. You, my friend, have said that you will be an MC at the event.
Absolutely.
We're going to dive into women's health issues. We're going to dive into your fitness, what's going on with heart issues, hair, thinning of the hair, what's going on with legacy, with everything you could possibly think about in relaunching to a rich life. And again, rich is in abundance. Rich is where you have to start, is in here, right? The subconscious. And we're going to dive into all of that and have the most incredible speakers. And as you know, since I'm often referred to as the chief energy officer, there is going to be a tremendous amount of surprises, including the gold carpet, where you are going to come as your future identity. Yes, that could be
gold carpet.
Yeah, gold carpet. And you literally are going to come, whether it is you want to be an Academy Award winner, what would you wear to the Academy Awards? You want to have a ranch in Montana, what would you be wearing? So it's going to be a blast. And I'm so excited to literally, this is my first announcement around it.
So how do people find out more? You know, because I know I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. And I knew some of this. How gold carpet? Ooh, I got to talk to Sandra. We need a whole new outfit.
I got to tell you, you really do. And start now, because she's going to create something wildly terrific. So the way you're going to be able to find it, you can go to therelaunch.com, and you can, up at the top, it immediately is starting to talk about Flip Your World, which is coming up. It's a free webinar. And then in a week, there is going to be the most incredible, we're doing a new website. I mean, it's relaunch on just sparkles, glitz, roll the camera, because we're doing it. And we're doing it with, over 100 incredible women. I call them the impact millionaires and the millionaires in the making. And so anyone out there that's looking to okay, this is my chance in a 3-day period to make things happen, this is the event.
Okay, we have 2 things we have to do, because Rhonda's right there, and I know her schedule is crazy.
Right on.
One thing is, in 2 weeks, boom, there's your taste.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited about this event. If people haven't bought their tickets, get there. This is going to be off the charts in Las Vegas, March 20th to 22nd. I mean, Tigo, look at the lineup.
Right? Look at the lineup. I mean, you're our innovator of the year. And hold on a second. Everybody right behind you, I'm making people dizzy, but right behind you is your now. It's standing next to a champagne bottle, I believe.
It is.
Look
it's
how
right here.
tall it is.
It is. It's right here. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Oh
Are
my
you
God.
ready for this? The Trailblazer Award is 1 inch taller than that.
Well, right. Do you know I have just about an inch of room there? I can manage it.
She can manage it. We got to talk about that. And then my co-host, hold on one second. My co-host wants to say hey, because she has a little news to share. There's Michelle. What's happening?
Michelle, big hugs, girl.
Oh, hello, Hillary. I am so excited that you're on here. I absolutely love you. And I was on the Relaunch, your podcast, not too long ago. Man, I guess this was 6 months plus. But during that podcast, I wanted to come on and publicly thank you. You donated last year to Unsilenced Voices, and we are fundraising today for Unsilenced Voices. And I just wanted to say thank you. Your donation helps us. And if you're out there watching, please visit unsilencedvoices.org. But I will be at the Trailblazers as well. Tigo is honoring me with the Lifetime Presidential Achievement Award. And so that'll be really awesome. So I get to see you in person.
Michelle, we are going to rip it up like we always do. You are an incredible soul. You two are crushing today. And thank you. Thank you again. That episode, for those that have not seen it, go over to the Relaunch podcast. Michelle, you were incredible. I mean, I know for a fact that your story that you shared, I had multiple women reach out and say, this is the show that changed my life. This is literally I can't believe this is exactly what I needed to hear right now. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. That's great. So you can always overcome, right? It's not where you've been, but it's where you're going.
No doubt. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Hopefully with everyone else listening. Come on, grab your tickets.
Grab your tickets if you guys have not gotten tickets so far.
Hey, Michelle, don't go far. We'll be right back. But right now, we've got to bring up this young lady. Her name is Rhonda Swan. I mean, which I think is the perfect name. You know, it's the absolute perfect name.
It really
She
is.
literally takes people under her wings and just takes you to amazing new heights. Am I right, sis? Am I right?
She's so good.
She
Yes.
is so good. Everybody give it up for Rhonda Swan. What's happening?
Hello, ladies. I've been having so much fun watching you. Happy International Women's
Awesome.
Day. What a special day for us all to be here together.
Isn't this fun? We need someone to take a screenshot right now because this
I
is
know.
like, this is
I know.
awesome.
I think Alan will get it. Everybody pause for a second.
Okay, ready? We're going to all go. I love it. I love it. I love it. So good. So good. How are you both?
This is like, can you believe Tigo's been live now for 5 hours and
No.
39 minutes? Go Tigo, go Tigo.
What's scary is we got another 4 hours to go. So
Woo!
Oh my goodness. I know I get back last night from New York City. We were there for a couple days and I'm like, okay, I got to go tomorrow. I got this thing tomorrow. I'm like, wait, Tigo just started in the morning. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to say, I slept in today, gave myself some time, but thank you,
Oh,
Tigo.
wait a second.
Just
You slept in. You got to share that. I mean, you look all
like
fresh and joyful.
6:30 or
I
something.
know, I have
I
to say,
mean,
Rhonda, how was the show? You had this big thing happen in New York. Can you talk about it?
yeah, it was awesome. We were at FinTech TV, New York Stock Exchange. We brought clients in that are just doing really powerful things. And in fact, Hillary, the same show that you were on talking about relaunch, we took a few of our clients there, and it's like those that are really moving and shaking, that are really doing something big and new, we're now able, because of our PR connections, bringing people forward and putting them on big stages and platforms so that their message can move even bigger than where they can actually put it themselves. It was great. Good time.
That was one of the best experiences, I have to tell you. It was so cool being right there on the floor, having the interview, and then going outside. And is it what's that statue?
Yeah, the fearless girl. That was my
fearless girl. And I think about today with what we're all coming together. Yeah. And if you have not Googled it, Google the fearless girl. And I stood next to her and I did the same, position. I sent it to my kids and I'm like, girls, we have so much to be doing in the next few years. It's go time. It is go time. So very cool you did that.
Yeah, it was great. The same. In fact, it's such a powerful feeling, especially when we're here like all day, right? Listening to women's stories, learning about them, and then to stand in a space which we know is typically very male driven, right? Which you're in the New York Stock Exchange or Wall Street. It's very masculine, but I looked up that story about the statue, and it was, in 2017, they brought her out there, and it was the day before International Women's Day. And it was in full respect and saying, look, women deserve to have a seat at the table. And I always say, like, why aren't more of us, bringing big stages, big groups of women together? Like, we deserve that. If Tony Robbins can bring 5 and 10 and 30,000 people, why can't we, right? And so standing there, it really reignited my vision to have 80,000 women in a Coliseum, sharing their wild stories, locking arms, being completely fearless. Doesn't mean that you're not, it's not courageous, right? You can still have fear, but just stepping in to their power. And I feel like that's what we're doing today too.
If I can help, if the Now community can help the Wild community, the Wild community in any way, make that happen, that would be amazing. Right. That would be absolutely amazing. I started my day today, doing what I do, scroll. You never know what you're going to see. Scroll. And then I see Rhonda Swan has tagged you in a photo. Oh, let me check it out. And there she is going. And I thought, how great is this? That we start off the day with her standing there with the statue. And I thought you were still in New York. So I'm like, oh, if you can't make it today, that's okay. She's like, no, I'm home. We're going. What are you talking about?
We're doing it. I came in early last night.
About?
Make sure.
Can you give a little, because, I don't want to give too much because, thanks to you, and we're going to get in that right now. Thanks to you, your story, we just interviewed you for USA Today Network. We just did and shared some of your story in the Women Go Wild book series and all of that. But for those that haven't had the chance to see it yet, because we're going to make sure millions do.
Yeah.
Can you give a little bit of your history of your agency and of course your book series?
Absolutely. I'd be honored to. I actually quit corporate gosh, in 2003. And it was a very poignant story because it's perfect to what we're doing here today. Is I was working for a pharmaceutical company. I was groomed to run the Western division. And one day I watched a woman come into a meeting late. So now normally you're like, oh, it shouldn't be late for a meeting. However, this one was different. My boss threw this lady on the cross for being late. And the moment this happened, this woman's face, her lips started to shudder. And she said, I'm so sorry, Jane. I just dropped my 6-week baby off at daycare. And she said, it was the hardest day of my life. I'm so sorry I'm late. And my boss threw her on the cross for being late and said, if you ever want to keep this job, put food on that baby's plate, you're going to be on time. Now, in lieu of International Women's Day, right? I was like, what? Is that who I am for women? Is that what I want to be? And you know what? Everything shifted that day. I actually went to my boss and said, this is not who I want to be. And I quit 3 months later. And oddly enough, I started researching and I watched actually this documentary series, like literally in the middle of the night. Steve Jobs was saying, if you're not learning digital marketing or digital markets, how to leverage the internet, you're going to be left in the dark. And I was like, okay, perfect timing, right? Like great time with opportunity and luck. Actually, they call it luck means, right? Opportunity and meets. It was like, okay, I'm gonna double down on this one. And I actually started working with Perry Marshall, who wrote the algorithms for Google. I started learning everything about digital marketing. And sure enough, from there, I literally quit my job, retired my husband, started our agency. And for the last now about 18 plus years, I've been building brands and helping, not only women, but men build their brand, bring it online, build their online profile. And now our company really leveraged and moved into big media because we know, right? We can be the best kept secret and we can look good and share all of our stuff. When somebody else is talking about you, it's not you in Times Square going, look at me, I'm awesome. It's someone else in Times Square saying, this person's awesome. You need to work with them. You need to learn more about them. And I just really tapped into it, and so that we started building our agency and our relationships. And now we just signed a $500,000 contract with USA Today, is the largest media network in America.
So great.
Yeah, it is awesome. And I've got to say, my kids say that service is my love language, right? My mother used to say, we're here to serve. That's what it's about. We're here to serve. Everything else is everything else. So when I put people in spotlights, when they tell me I've changed their world, when they say something I've done, it was the fork in the road for them, I go, oh, that's great. I'm glad you're good. Yep, moving on. Let's keep going. And then this meeting happened. And this fork in the road happened. And I'm probably going to cry because I'm a big baby. And all I got to say is, why me? Why?
Why not you, girl?
Oh my goodness. You got y'all.
It was meant to happen.
Wow. I mean, she just said $500,000 deal with USA Today Network. $500,000. These people, they have hundreds of millions of followers, connections, views. They're the third largest, if I remember correctly, media company on the planet, pretty much. And now in like a week or so, there's going to be this Hey Tigo thing going on. And we're going to have this article going on. And you didn't come to me and say, hey, write a check for $500,000 and maybe, I'll let you be a guest or something like that. You were like, this is how it works. This is what's happening. Hillary goes, I told you to be here. I told you what change the world. And I went, okay. And she says, and oh, by the way, I want you in my next book. I'm like, the Women Gone Wild books? And she's like, yeah. I want you in there. And I'm going, how did the moon and the sun line up today to do this? And I just want to say thank you. Oh my God, thank you. We're going to change so many people's lives and touch so many people. People are starting, and before you guys ask, you may not know this, Rhonda, I break the fourth wall all the time and talk to my people because I can hear them, okay? And before you ask me, before my phone blows up and says, well, can I be interviewed, Tigo? Can I be on? What can I do? Yes. This is not once a month. This is not once a week. We can literally do an article a day if we want to. You just have to reach out. There is a very strict guideline that we've got to pass. But if you've got a real story and you've been on Expert Talk, then you're halfway down the journey. because that's one of the reasons why we're doing this, is because we want to bring those trailblazing voices to Rhonda and her amazing Unstoppable team, and also to USA Today. And I'm going to take the stand right now and say thank you, thank you, thank you, because I have big dreams. Don't I have it, Hillary? I'm always dreaming,
very
right?
big dreams.
Yeah,
I think
very
the
big
three of us together,
Exactly.
probably, like, you know, there's the ceiling, there's no such thing. Like, we have shattered that sucker and we are like going all the way.
But you know, this is how it works, isn't it? You know, Hillary is actually in our intuition book, and then she invites me to her private dinner series that she's hosting, and I'm meeting these unbelievable women, and then I host this event, and then she brings UT Go, and I'm like, wow, like this is how it really should be. And this is like such a perfect example for when women are working together and they are selflessly really sharing and supporting each other. Like nothing more than having another woman go girl, I got you, right? You know, like all of us, we're cheerleaders for everyone else and always supporting each other. But man, the moment, or others, but the moment we start to go, hey, here, this is for you, this is for you, it feels so good. And when you and Hillary at that event all of a sudden say, hey, I got something to announce, I'm like, what are you doing, Hillary? She's like,
yeah, we had to turn the table. We had to turn the table.
That is so true. Yeah, there was
We had
a
to
point.
turn the
There was a
table.
point, Rhonda, you've done so much for so many other people. And at that moment, it was so perfectly aligned that you should be also recipient of the Trailblazer.
Yes.
Look at
Lower
that.
left.
Look
to
at that
the left.
beauty down, you know, bottom row second. I mean, yeah, it's going to be insanely great. Again, everyone, you need
As our influencer of the year.
Join us. We are going to do something so special. I can't wait to be there for the first time and to really be with the family, because I know that's when things start to really happen, right? When you get to meet each other and you get to share what you're up to. I mean, this is where the true magic happens. Like I live in Bali, Indonesia, and I moved back to LA this year just to be on this side of the world. So I'm like, look, sister, I've got 2 more books to launch in the Wild series. So this is Wealth, Intuition, Leadership, Diversity, Leadership's this year. And I'm like, if I'm getting 80,000 women in Coliseum, I've got to see 80 million this year. Right? Woo. I've got to be in front of that many people. So I moved back to the States so I could be at every single event. Hillary had an event this last year, and I'm like, I'm sorry, just got home.
I know. And she's coming to all of them, and I love it.
We are. Absolutely.
I can't believe we're out of time. I cannot believe it. Hillary, please share how people find out more about the Relaunch Reel.
Just go to therelaunch.com. That's where it's meant to be. Get there. And again, be looking at September 18, 19, 20. That is Relaunch into a Rich Life. You're going to get all of us there as well, and we will take you to that next level.
Absolutely. And Miss Rhonda Swan, how do people find you, get in touch with you, all that good stuff?
Yeah, for me, it's really simple. Instagram is usually where I play the most. Rhonda Swan on Instagram. However, wgwbook.com tells you everything about what's going on with our book series. We actually have a new event that's coming forward called Wild X Social Club. And we are going to be creating a celebrity branding experience, Wild X Talks, photo shoots, you name it. And we're bringing it all together to really help support wild brands, really go to the next level.
Well, I appreciate both you ladies for taking time out, because you truly are 2 of the busiest women I know on the planet, to take time out to sync and be here together. That was the magic.
This is cool.
Today.
The 3 of us together. That's why I said we need that screenshot.
Totally. It's happening.
Together.
Oh my goodness. Stay tuned. I'm going to be at every single thing that's going on.
You're not going to be able to get rid of us now. Thanks, Tegan, for what you're doing.
Thanks, everyone. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, ladies.
Hey, everybody. Coming up next. Well, hold on. Let me grab my co-host. Michelle, I miss you.
Yeah,
It was a whole segment.
I was watching the whole segment. Super great. I've never met Rhonda, so I'm very excited to meet her at Trailblazer.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make that happen. She'll meet you. You'll meet her. Trailblazers. Y'all will be over in the corner making all kinds of things happen to change the world. I know it's happening.
Let's change the world together. Collaboration.
but I'm going to switch spaces with you because now I get to meet someone who's been in our Tuesday meetings a couple of times. She's super, super supportive, but she's a part of your family, and you brought her to the Now family, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So tell me all about it.
Yeah, perfect. So I am very, very excited to bring forth somebody who I cherish with all of my heart. Somebody who I call my mom best friend. And the reason why I do that is because she's got my back in everything. So much so that when I was affected by the hurricane and I had 6.5 feet of storm surge, she allowed me to live with her for 4 months before I was able to buy a house and relocate. She's been so supportive. And when I moved to the Tampa area, she helped to open up her Rolodex and introduce me to so many different people. So I want to bring up Pearl Chirenza. And while we bring her up, we get to introduce you to, yes, Tigo and Pearl, but I want to showcase that Pearl published her Shiro Visionary Guide today, and she's hit already #2 on Amazon as an Amazon best-selling author. So very excited.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's all because of Michelle. I'm telling you, Michelle knows how to do this. She gave me what to do. She told me what to do today. My husband got up this morning like, you cannot talk to me today. I have to hit #1 bestseller, so leave me alone. So it's been a blast.
And you are at #2 right now. And
Yeah.
if you check back in another hour, I bet you're going to hit that #1 mark.
That's
so
the
I
goal.
am so proud of you.
Thank you, Michelle.
So it's interesting that you say it's not because of me. It's actually because of you. You just listened. So somebody else said this earlier, and I forgot who it was, where, you know, it's about that other person actually taking the steps. I think it was Loral that was on here. And, you know, I used to thank Bill Walsh all the time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And he always used to say, it's not me, it's you. You just took what I taught. So
Right.
I want to congratulate you because you are a go-getter. Super, super cool. But a lot of the Now women, right, the network of outstanding women, they don't know who you are. So give us a little backstory of who you are and what you do.
So I am a yes to you life coach. I help you say yes to your life and no to others. I help you understand the word no as a complete sentence by helping you get rid of the midnight worries and wake ups and help you learn to set boundaries around your life, around the people that are in your life and the people that affect your life, so that tomorrow, if for some reason you're not here, you've left a legacy behind and not what people say what you did for them, what they saw you do for yourself. So I like to call it, I'm going to help you step into your Shiro self, because when you learn to say yes to others, when you learn to say no to others and yes to yourself, you show up stronger in your life. You become happier. You're not stressed out, wake up at midnight. You start to become empowered to do things like what I'm doing here today, like launching a book, maybe sharing your story with other people, or just doing things that you've kind of put up on the shelf. And then when that happens, you actually start showing up as that, I call it the glow up, the radiant self, so that you walk in your original life that you're meant to be and do today.
Yes, and you do that. You glow up for sure. And you are not one without adversity. Everybody has ups and downs. Everybody has a story. And your story has now propelled you even further to kick some butt. Tell us a little bit about your journey and why you do what you do now.
Yeah. So my journey, when I started this journey in 2015, I never thought how much it would really have to show up again in my life. And so in 2022, I lost my we lost our amazing oldest son, Matthew, at 25 in a tragic car accident. So our younger son, Nate, my husband, and I lost another part of our life. It's been the four of us all along. And so, yeah, I could have just sat and been okay with sitting in my bed the rest of my life. But 2 days before Matt passed, you know, if you have kids or anybody's watching you, you're mentoring, 2 days before he passed, he was in the garage and he was like, Mom, can you throw me that bottle of water? So when I threw the bottle of water, he's like, wow, not only have you figured out who you are in your life, but you can throw something. You finally have an arm. Because see, he was a football player and I couldn't throw a football. So I have that memory that no matter what, when he left this world, he saw me, put me first, which meant that I showed up for my family. And even like you, Michelle, like I can show up for those that I love and care for, the way I want to. And also I know how to set boundaries around it, when to step out of it as well.
Yeah, and I know that it has been a struggle, but you are an inspiration to so many. And even with the book collaboration with Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, we have other women and men who have also lost their children. And you have been a support system for them. I know that they talk about you often. And it's just something that we go through that doesn't have to define us, but you get to take your adversity and make them proud, right? And continue
100%.
kicking butt. So tell me a little bit about this Shiro Visionary Guide. Why is this guide so important for people?
Okay, you know I have to have the prop here, right?
Of course,
So
100%.
here's the prop. I want it to be a flip cover. I wanted it to encompass all women, but unfortunately, Amazon doesn't do flip covers. So basically, it is your guide to set your own vision for the year. You know, I kept seeing on TikTok, everybody's like looking through a book with all these pictures. I'm like, oh, that looks really cool. Well, it was just the pictures you're going to put on your board. So I like to do things very uniquely, as Michelle is sharing with you. And I wanted you to be able to create your own vision magazine. So basically you'll have workbooks inside of here to map out what that goal is for you. And then once you map it out, what you're going to do is you're going to create your vision pages. So I'm going to cover myself up for a second. So you're going to create your own pages over here. And then over here, you're going to journal about it. And at the bottom, we forget to go back and look at where we started and where we finished. So at the bottom, you're going to be able to do that and show your beginning and after. And then you get to journal and you get to color in the book. So it's all about really like having this. It fits in your briefcase. You can take it on an airplane with you, but it's so much fun. And then at the end, because we have to think about how our year was, you have to go back and look and reevaluate, how did I do? And where do I want to go next year? So it's something that came up. Michelle was literally sitting here in my house. I created this. Like God said, do this. I think Michelle went in like less than a week. I put it together and I've launched it. Here we are, March. And like, it's been less than 3 months that I put it together and got it out there. And the cool part is I'm already doing training class. I'm already booked for training on this with corporations. So it's turning into this really great new thing. Yeah. So I'm really
super
excited.
awesome. It is super awesome. And Pearl is in our legacy camp. So we teach people how to publish books, speak on stages, and create courses and content. And she is running with it. So I absolutely love this. So yeah, Tigo and Pearl, you guys definitely need to connect.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. I hope you'll come out to one of our events so we can actually sit down and meet in person, because I was about to say, how did you learn how to do that? But then, of course, Michelle taught you how to do that. Of course, that's how you've done it. I want to ask, before we run out of time, how does it feel? It's one thing to be a theory of something you want to do, but then when it becomes a physical reality that you can sit there and go, this is my project, this is my book, this is me, who is probably #1 bestseller right now.
Yep.
How does that feel?
Oh my gosh. So Michelle, before she was coming on, she actually had me in tears because all the things I've been through and putting this together, it's so rewarding to know that you've accomplished something. I've been in other books, with other like compilations and stuff, but having my own, it's my own baby. I mean, you should have seen me. I was like texting. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see all kinds of videos, like go buy it, emails, everything. Like I was like, we're going to do this. And I wanted to do it, which I know I have before I came on here. And it feels amazing. It actually is a great boost for my next book that we're actually doing. Michelle knows that I've got 7 authors. My son passed, he was born 7/7/97. He passed 7/22/25. And so he was adopted and mixed race. So he always wanted to do a book. He's like, Mom, I've seen you do this book. Let's do a book together. So in his honor, we're doing a book it's called Beyond Skin Deep, Stories of Intercultural Adoptions. The challenges, the bonuses, all the things that come with it. And so we'll be launching that in July. We have a couple spots left. So if anybody wants to be part of that, you could just reach out to me. But it's in his honor. We're going to actually launch it on the day that he passed, so that can be something that's always a great reminder of the great things he brought into our life, and that we were very honored to have him for 25 years of his life.
And Pearl, you are also a board member for Unsilenced Voices. So we began 2025 Kick Butt, right? And you are a board member for the nonprofit organization helping survivors all around the globe. And remember, you guys can go to unsilencedvoices.org to donate and get more information. Tigo, I know we're running out of time, so I want to give you back the microphone. And Pearl, thank you, and see you soon.
Bye. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
All righty. Have a good day.
You
All
too.
right. Coming up next, we're going to take a quick break. And then after that, I had the privilege of meeting this young lady. She's actually local here in Las Vegas. And yeah, in Vegas, you don't know, we're the city of walls. There's walls around every house, every building, walls. So we don't get to meet the locals the way we should. And she's changing that. Sit right there. We'll be right back. Yep, that's it. Hey, Chris, what's happening? Are you in a car? You're muted, honey.
I'm in my mobile office today. I hope you don't mind.
Absolutely not. I love it. Mobile office.
Well, it's International Women's Day, and there is no shortage of events going here in Las Vegas. So I just happen to be smack dab in the middle of one and going back there when we've had our interview here.
You're amazing. Why is networking so important, and why is it so important to do that in Las Vegas?
Oh my gosh. Well, when we connect with another human soul, we learn something about them and we learn something about ourselves. And I've learned that just the beauty of connection has allowed me to be supported and also give that support back in life, not just for business. And I know you're going to probably ask about an important organization that I support here in Las Vegas. But I'm here to empower women particularly. And it's part of the growth and development, and we all grow and develop at different ages and stages in life. So I'm here for all of it.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you about the organization because the name alone is cute. And this is how naive I am. I thought it was a local Vegas organization. And then we had a call a few days ago and you went, no. Can you share a little bit?
Absolutely. So Polka Dot Powerhouse is the name of the Global Women's Connection Company. And again, what makes us unique and different is we are about creating connections, relationships, building friendships and bonds that far exceed what's going on in our business life. So there are about 55 chapters throughout the US, but we also have a Canadian chapter, UK, Australia. We even have a worldwide chapter that represents women and communities that don't actually have a local chapter. But we're here supporting women not only in our own chapter, but we connect with women all over the world. So it's a beautiful way to be inclusive, be diverse, get into someone else's culture, learn about what's going on in other women's lives. Because what I've learned is women in other cultures and areas, they have some of the similar challenges that we have here in the United States. And the more that we connect with these women and link arms, join forces, we realize we're not alone. We're not isolated. And isolation is actually an endemic problem in our society with technology right now.
Hey, Michelle, have you heard of Polka Dot Powerhouse?
I have not, and I want to be connected now with Polka Dot Powerhouse. And do you have locations in Florida?
Actually, there used to be a chapter, but there isn't now. So we'd love to have somebody in Florida. We have plenty of women that live in Florida that are members of our worldwide chapter. So it's interesting. We have some areas of the country that are very thick with chapters. Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Colorado, California. There's even 3 chapters in the state of Nevada. It's just interesting how, again, they just sort of clump together. But we're here to be a global organization, and we do have a place for any woman anywhere in the world. And we have actually. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say that's amazing. I definitely want to learn more and find out how I can help and perhaps collaboration, because Tigo, this is somebody I've never met again. So I'm excited, Chris, to actually meet you. And then you're in Vegas. I go to Vegas all the time. Vegas is like my second home right now. Everybody keeps telling me I need to buy a condo in Vegas next. But yes, so I would definitely love to learn even more. And what is the impact that Polka Dot Powerhouse, what type of impact are you wanting to make in society?
Well, there's multiple levels, and because we're so different, we're unique. You know, women come and go, business comes and go in our lives, but it's actually those friendships that we're learning how we're teaching women how to build these tribes of support, because we don't know where life is going to take you from one moment to the next. And part of my personal story is I actually came from Colorado Springs just 2.5 years ago, and yet I had this amazing global organization that I was a part of, and I already had relationships and connections all over the world. It's kind of like having pen pals. And I think actually it's a very, when we are business minded and global minded, it's a strategy to place yourselves in other rooms that you don't think you belong, actually. um, but it's more than that. Again, it goes back to what I said in the beginning about learning about other people is actually a way to connect to our individual selves. And when we're very passionate about diversity, inclusivity, and supporting women of all ages and phases of life. And not all of our women have a business, and that's how we're unique from other networking organizations. So we truly have a place for every woman, regardless of where she is in life.
Yeah, you said something really interesting. You feel that you belong, right? So there's been multiple times during my business career and speaking on stages where I did not feel like I belonged. And now, I finally in December discovered, after years of running a business and years of running a nonprofit organization, that I belong in this room, that I belong on that stage. But sometimes you have to have amazing people around you, like a Tigo, uplifting you and telling you, you do belong here, Michelle, right? And you do belong here, and you are making a difference and an impact. So being around amazing women that can uplift you with Polka Dot Powerhouse, that sounds like an incredible,
the coolest name ever.
Yeah, incredible
it is the
opportunity.
Coolest name ever.
Yeah, why Polka Dot? Why'd you call it Polka Dot?
Well, it's not my name. The founder is Shannon Crotty, and she actually has a very inspiring story. It is on the website. She had a daughter, excuse me, a sister named Tina, who actually transitioned, and it was devastating for Shannon. And she knew what an impact having that sister was to her and her development in life. And Shannon wanted to create a group so all women would have someone like a sister, like her sister was to her. And what's unique about me is I was an only child growing up. I didn't have brothers or sisters. And what's interesting is, I made a declaration more than 20 years ago, when I was going through challenges in my life, that friends would be the family that I create for myself, because I did not come from a supportive family. I didn't have, you know, I just didn't have that nuclear family, that, traditional family. And so friends truly have been my sisters that I wasn't gifted with, I wasn't born with. And so it's up to us to go create that.
I know you have a super busy schedule. You started the interview with so many International Women's Day events going on today that you're actually in the car. And I'm feeling it's hot in there because you're sitting in the car. But
actually, I have the AC running. I'm a smart.
Oh, she has the AC running. But I just want to ask you one quick question. I remember when I started networking, I was terrified. Sometimes I would get to the place and I wouldn't even go in the door. Or I'd go in the door and I'd stand in the corner. So much that one of my first mentors, who recently passed away, Lillian McMorris, took my keys and said, you can have your keys back after you get 5 or 6 business cards. So did I network? No. I ran around the room and said, hey, do you have a card? And they said, yeah. I said, great, here's my card. 3 minutes later, I came back. I had 6 cards and I said, okay, here's my cards. I'm out. What do you tell people, especially young ladies, about the importance of networking and how to get started networking?
Well, honestly, I don't love the word networking. I like to call it relationship building. It's part of PR. It's public relations, and it's also how you build your personal reputation. And so there's a different mindset when we approach it from building relationships, right? And that's actually how polka dot has helped me in this part of my career, is looking to build those relationships first. It's building the know, love, and trust. Yes, we do business with each other, but that's not what we're looking for when we walk in the door. We want to be seen, heard, valued, acknowledged, and celebrate, because women historically don't celebrate the small wins, or they don't celebrate that, hey, I just stepped into my first room for the first time, and I'm nervous and I feel intimidated. But we want to create an environment where it's all inclusive, it's non-confrontational, and we don't have that pressure to perform or talk about our business if they don't want to.
That's an absolute amazing point. I want to thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us today. Can you tell our audience, how do they get in touch with you, and how do they join one of the many chapters of Polka Dot Powerhouse that's out there?
Well, I'm on all the social platforms. Chris Dyer on Facebook. My Instagram is Chris Dyer Consulting, and polkadotpowerhouse.com. That would grant anybody access to see all of the many chapter activities, whether they're in person or virtual. So we truly have a buffet for whatever women might be looking for, to help them in their personal journey, again, whatever phase they are in life. So Tiga, I really thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to doing amazing things here in Las Vegas. And Michelle, I look forward to meeting you soon.
Yeah, I'll be at Trailblazers in a couple of weeks, so I plan on meeting you.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, Michelle, guess who's waiting in the green room?
I see.
You see? Our 911 is here. So when we get back, we'll be greeting her. Sit right there. We'll be right back. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional, and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, she's here. I met this woman 3 years ago. No, 2 years ago, I think, in Pittsburgh. We became friends just standing in the lobby, talking and just sharing a moment. She's been around ever since, and we honoring her this year as our rising star. Welcome to the stage, Sherry Armstrong.
Yay, Sherry. And Sherry was the first person who donated to Unsilenced Voices. Thank you so much for all of your support. I got to hang out with you a little bit in Vegas not too long ago. So you are a dynamite woman.
Well, when I heard when I saw you today and I heard your request for donations, I thought, I'm here. I'm checking in. I'm going to support you in any way that I can. And that was the best way for me to do that.
Yeah, super awesome. Thank you so much, Sherry, and for what you stand for.
And you live what you believe. And I really appreciate that about you, Michelle. So, and by the way, you can call me your 911.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn more about this 911 situation.
She's mine.
Yes, you were my first.
Okay, we got to share. We're family. We're all part of the Now family. We are family. I will share. And basically, so you know, Michelle, basically what it has meant for me is that when I needed her, when I felt lost, or I just needed to have a nice voice to be able to reach out to because it was absolutely chaotic at that moment. I kid you not, no matter what she's doing, if she is your 911, She'll at least pick up the call. Sometimes she's with her grandkids, with her family, but she will pick up the call and say, "You good? You're okay? What's going on?" She'll spend that couple of minutes, tell me that, "Hey, I'm going to be free in an hour or something," and she'll call immediately. Having somebody in your corner like that, it is absolutely amazing. And my first question to Sherry is, you have such an amazing heart. And we spend so much time building cages and walls to protect our heart. You seem to have your heart out there in the open, just open and ready to care. How do you do that? And why do you feel safe to do that?
Well, as we heard from our previous speaker earlier, she was talking about the importance of relationships. And I find myself very wealthy when it comes to relationship capital. And that's what I have in y'all with the network of outstanding women. There are some incredible women that give everything each and every day. And so I really believe that God has given me a heart, put a calling on my life to love one another and to share wisdom, words of wisdom and understanding, getting to know people and their circumstances. And so that's why I feel safe in that place, because I really trust God to give me divine appointments, and he puts people in my life that are unexpected. And as he did with you, Tigo, a few years back, we connected, and I found myself supporting you and being there for you. And so I love you, and I love this group of women. We are a diverse group of women, and that's really says a lot about us, that we can love one another, accept one another, and help one another. Just make the call.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tigo. You were about ready to ask another question.
I was going, and then I thought it wasn't my turn. It's your turn. So I'm going to wait.
No, it's totally fine. You ended up talking about relationship capital, and it's so incredibly important to build those relationships. And I lead a mastermind, and I teach, and I do book collaboration, and all of this stuff that I do, it would not be happening if I didn't build those dynamic relationships with women and men who have already done it, you know? So Teresa Goss is a great example of this, right? Tigo has been my friend now for years, and you have always been an encourager and somebody on my side, always encouraging me and telling me that I could do this and step up, and calling me kid and kicking me in my butt here and there. But it's wonderful, right? And from Tigo to then Duplessis to Elise Steinberg and Bill Walsh's and the Jeff Hoffmans and the Greg Reeds and all of these amazing people, relationship capital is key. And never burn those bridges. How important is it to build those relationships and that trust with those amazing people in your life?
I think it's very important. One of the things that I've learned recently about how I am as a parent, or I've been in the past, was I have 4 children. And because I've been in business for 40 years, and every day we were in schools measuring kids, I was speaking words of wisdom that might impact them, saying something to them, celebrating their accomplishments. And what I discovered was, as I was saying that, I was also taking their check because they were purchasing something from me. And then I became, as a parent, I found myself being a transitional relationship, even with my kids. And it wasn't until just these last couple of years that I came to discover that you have relationships, and then you have transactional relationships. And so I've moved in the direction of having relationships with those that I come in contact with. It doesn't matter what you give me. I'm not looking for anything. I don't have an agenda. I want, in many of my raving fans not only call me like I'm their 911, but they also call me their trusted advisor because they can share something with me that they wouldn't want to share within the group because it could be misunderstood, misconstrued, whether it's me mentoring someone that has like one of my last clients was a gentleman that was unhappy with his job, but he didn't want to tell his wife and he didn't want to tell the people in the community because they would misunderstand and then it would get around to his boss. And so he came to me because he knew that I could be trusted with what it was that he wanted to share with me. And so that's how I consider my relationships. I grew up in a family of 10. We took in foster children. We had 3 biological, 2 adopted, and 5 foster kids since I was the age of 7. And we had 15 children go through our home for 10 years. And so I learned to not connect because it would be too painful for me to do so. And as I grew older, and even now in my age that I am now, I realized that it's my sisters here that's my support group. My children are my support group. My 11 grandchildren are my support group. And so I invest in them in any way that I can. And so if I hear that there's a need, I try and say yes. And so, and they are reciprocal. If I need, I may not be asking anything at that time, but they know that if I ever need anything, they've got my back. And I don't even have to come and ask them, hey, do you remember, or say to them, do you remember when I did blah, blah, blah? No, they remember. They don't need to be reminded. They trust who I am. And so I try and live a life that is in that way.
You know, earlier we had Ann Anders on, and I was kidding with her about literally she's retired 3 times, and now she's on this new journey. You had and have still a very successful family business, and you decided it's time to pass the baton and let the son take over and start running down the path himself. But you didn't just go and grab a fishing pole and sit next to the water bank. You decided, I'm going to take all this experience and turn into one of the kindest and most experienced mentors that I've had the privilege of meeting. And you have, like I already said, this giant heart. Why? Why did you decide to be, start this new journey?
Well, when you work for so many years and then you go to retire, I didn't retire, I pivoted. I retired long enough to get my Medicare card and walk through that door so my insurance would be paid for. But then I came to realize that I wanted to be able to give back. And what I came to discover was I could help women that had gone through some of the same things that I have gone through. So now I mentor women that are changing careers and they don't know what to do. They have a husband or a spouse that has become ill or passed. They become a widow. Perhaps they've gone through a divorce. All these major challenges in their life. I started getting one after the other coming to me, and I just decided I've been mentoring for many years. Now it's time to monetize. And so that's what I've started doing. And so whether, like, for instance, there may be somebody who's watching here today and you're here in the room and you've faced a life challenge, a divorce, career loss. You feel like you're just wondering and you don't know what to do. I mean, look at Anne. She has stepped out. She said yes. She took a step and now she's rocking it and she's learning so much and moving forward and moving fast in her new career. And so I just help people regain confidence and take back control of not just their financial future if they've gotten a divorce, but also helping them find strength and power and clarity through a hardship. I believe that those hardships can be turned into challenges, or those challenges can be turned into opportunities that become stepping stones that propel us over to the other side of the river and propel us into success. And so I've found great joy in doing that. And, one of my clients I started with a few months back, I said, imagine waking up one morning and feeling complete peace about your financial future or your latest setback. And she said, I can't even imagine. Knowing you have a plan, that you've had confidence, and that you're secure to navigate whatever comes your way brings you such empowerment. And I tell people this, my first client was a woman who was discouraged, overwhelmed, and confused. And after working with me, she became confident, empowered, and able to conquer whatever came her way. And that woman was me.
Wow.
Love that.
I do too.
I wrote my book, Figure It Out What to Do When You Don't Know What to Do. And that's one of the things that I have found that's a transformational guide to help women and men, but mostly I work with women, to discover what their strengths are and then move forward, because we get stuck in what our weaknesses are because we've just had something that came into our life that we had no control over. And what I found with other women and going through my program, that they come to realize that had they worked that hard in their marriage, they probably wouldn't have had a divorce. And so I'm all about helping women put their problems in the proper size and not overwhelm them.
That's just absolutely amazing. How do people get in touch with you? How do they find your book? All that good stuff.
Well, I have a couple free gifts I can give you today where you can, let me get those for you. I'll put those in the chat.
Okay.
One is my money mindset reset quiz. And that is something that helps women in understanding their money. And I have a funny story. I'm not sure how to put it in the chat. Okay, here it is. I have a funny story that
if you share it in the chat or in the private chat, we can paste it over and put it in there.
Okay,
there
yeah.
it is.
There it
so
is.
Alan, can you take those and put it in the actual chat for her? Because I think you can only see the private chat from your side, so he can put it on the public chat for you. So what are they? What are the two links?
One is my money mindset reset quiz that shows you what your strengths are when handling money and some of your weaknesses. And then also I have, I usually give it to those that are a VIP, but we're here today, so I just want to give it to everyone. It is the 8 steps to transitioning and moving forward to transformation. And so you could also find my book online, Figure It Out What to Do When You Don't Know What to Do, through Amazon. But in walking through this, these 8 steps to transformation, you can discover the simple things in life that you can do each and every day, putting your problems in their proper size. So anyway.
That is great.
It's awesome. I want to thank you so much for always supporting us, always having our backs. I can't wait to present you with the Rising Star coming in November at the Now. I mean, October at the Now. It's going to be fantastic. You're the best. You've always been there, and I have a feeling you always will. Thanks for hanging out with us today, Sherry Armstrong.
Thank you, Tigger. Thank you, Michelle. You guys are great.
Awesome. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about a whole nother way to look at energy and crystals and what all that, because it's like, you know, I know so many people. I know people that have taught me over the years, but this young lady, she brings a whole nother way of how she explains it that even I can relate to it. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Right.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
To our next interview, I've got to ask you, because I saw you look up. What is it like to hear yourself unexpectedly in
You
an
saw me
ad?
go, oh, that's me. I know.
You're like, what?
I'm talking to my team in Sierra Leone right now on the ground because we have a young woman who she just got her school uniforms and stuff, and she's blind, and we've been helping her for 4 years. And all of a sudden I hear my own voice, and I was like, oh, look, there I am. It is kind of funny. You tell me though, Tigo. I mean, you watch footage of yourself all the time as well.
Yeah. Then I notice I say crazy things like spaghetti on the wall, and I go,
yes, spaghetti.
What the hell's wrong with you? Did you just say spaghetti? What is wrong with you? That's how it is. That's what happens.
Sometimes things just come out of our mouths, though, and it's okay. Nobody is perfect. Yes.
So coming to the stage right now is a young lady I had the privilege of meeting with, Dame Dr. Shatira Wilkes, who's coming up. She's wrapping up the day with us, actually. She's finishing some events and then going to be on with us. She introduced us to this young lady, and I was like, okay. Now I understand what people mean by energy. Now I know what she means about. I mean, you just well, you're going to see for yourself. Everybody, welcome Amy Lee to the stage. What's happening?
Oh my gosh, Tigo. Thank you so much for putting this on today, this International Women's Day. You're such a huge blessing. You know, when people say like your vibe attracts your tribe, I truly feel like at home with you. And Michelle, I got to meet you last year in October, and you're such a gem. So, so it's awesome to be on here with you both today.
Super fun day. Yeah. Last October was great, right? If you've never been to the Now Honors, ladies, make sure to go because you really want to be there. It's the first weekend, I think, in October of this year. So I'm sure you can go to nowhonors.com for more information and to get your tickets. But yeah, I'm super excited that you are here. And energy is definitely something that we feel, we live through. So Amy, tell us a little bit about what you do in energy.
So for me personally, my energy work comes with the utilization of crystals. They are my connector to like God and the universe. And I truly believe that, you know, that God put tools for us here on this planet for us to utilize. And I feel so blessed to have been able to tap into those vibrations and to bring them into my life and share them with other people and create community with like-minded women and gentlemen and share the wonderful powers of crystal and energy work.
So if you had to
go ahead.
No.
Nope, you go.
Okay, if you had to choose one crystal or one rock, I know I have like rocks, and I know that they're crystals, but I have like a big black one that somebody gave me to keep away negative spirits and some things like that. But what is the one that really kind of stands out that everybody should have?
So I would say if you were limited to only purchasing one crystal, I would say probably an amethyst. Amethyst is kind of the end all be all, does all the things. It's great for opening up that crown chakra if you're working, doing energy work with the chakras. It's great for slowing down that monkey brain, helping to kick addictions. People use it for protection. So amethyst, if you could only pick one, that would be the one. But they're all so amazing. I don't know. That would be torturous if I was told that I could only ever have one crystal. Because they all do something different. They all hold a little bit different energetic stamp, and they all can work differently for the individual as well. So for me, my favorite protection stone is black tourmaline, to where my sister, she may prefer a black obsidian for her protection stone, because we're all running at a little bit different vibration, and what we're doing in life vibrationally is different as well. Pulling in the different aspects and different stones, what may work great for me might not work for you at all. Yeah.
You know, I learned about crystals. The first experience of learning about crystals was the early 90s. And I walked into this store with someone, and they had, giant things in the corner. They had little different kinds of crystals. They had a sign that said, whatever tray you took it from, put it back on that tray, because they don't want you blending them. And I said, what is this? And now it's almost commonplace. It's not so the little corner store, just on the outskirts of town with somebody that you really didn't like. The shop owner sat behind the glass case and didn't come out front and teach you anything. She gave you a card. It was like, well, what is it here? Good, read it.
Yeah.
It has changed so much now. Why do you think it's changed? Is it because of the environment and the temperament, or has it just gotten popular?
I truly believe that that's a really great question. I've been living the crystal life since I've been 19 years old. I will be 52 this summer. So I've been really doing this my whole entire life. And I've seen a huge uptick when COVID hit and everyone was secluded. And I truly believe that during that time, because people were having to go within, they were having to spend a lot of time alone, and they took advantage of that. And to me, crystal work is also, looking inward and figuring out like the things that we need to work on and fix within ourselves. So COVID had a huge impact on the crystal market, and actually just call it metaphysical, the metaphysical lifestyle. Yeah.
COVID is nuts. Like, going back to that, can you believe it's been 5 years? I mean, we are coming up on the 5-year anniversary of when COVID shut down everything in the United States here next week. And it's absolutely insane when you think about it, because we were all alone, Amy, like you said, trying to get by, changing pajamas into different pajamas.
Yes.
I remember that's what I was doing. I finally went live because I was losing my mind. I need interaction with people, as I'm sure you can tell. But it really was this time in our lives where I'm sure crystals really were able to provide protection and fulfillment and joy. And then right now with crystals and different rocks, I'm seeing that, and I say rocks, I'm sure I'm saying this incorrectly, but but I am seeing,
I don't take offense.
Turk markets and all these other places, and I have some of these crystals. I mean, especially because I go up to somebody and they're like, you need this kind of sage, you need to do this is happening to you, so you need this black one. So I have them all. I just don't know what I'm doing with most of them.
Right. Yes.
I'm there with you.
So the COVID thing, COVID was an absolute horrible time for so many of us.
Yeah.
But we took that opportunity, like you said, you went live. That COVID is what birthed our Gemstones and Jammies live sales. And so yes, Jammies was our theme because that's what we were in all the time. Loungewear, pajamas. Like, why get dressed? Why do and if you ever go on my lives now, most of the time, like, I'm just getting out of bed. I don't even comb my hair. I don't even have makeup on. I'm like, good morning, friends. Like, because because that's where I'm the most comfortable. I love just being authentically genuinely me. Mm-hmm. But then going back to the COVID thing, it was a blessing for our business because we created an amazing community to where I'm able to mentor people on their journey, help them connect to what stones they should be working with, and also help shift their mindset, because a crystal is a tool. We still have to do the work, and having a positive mindset is just gonna make everything just so much better. Quick little story, if you don't mind. I'm in Vegas right now. I'm here with my daughter and my sister and my husband and a good friend of ours, and we're here for the ASD trade show, which we come twice a year, and we purchase a lot of things for our business. Before I came to Vegas, I created a crystal grid with some specific money and high vibe crystals, and for us to get an amazing room upgrade. And when we checked in to the hotel yesterday, I manifested this amazing suite, and that, I'm telling you, it was all because my mindset. Your thoughts create your reality, and your crystals are the tools that help you shift your vibe and to get the things that you want in life, but you still have to do the work.
Yeah.
When you do change your mindset, and then you also are bringing in energetic tools, life is so fun.
Yeah, it can be totally so much fun. And like Allison said, I know I'm repeating this, but everything is always working out for you, right? So everything is always working out for me, and the crystals can just help everything continue to work out.
Correct.
You're now Allison's new super fan.
I am. I mean, I really, really like that woman. I mean, so yeah.
And I was going to say, even the things that we perceive as negative or something that we feel is not what we thought was going to be part of our journey, all of them are lessons. They're lessons for us to learn from so that we can grow and ascend and create a better life for ourselves. So even when something is happening that I perceive as bad, I know ultimately is for my greater good. So knowing that, again, shifts your vibration and raises it up, and more and better comes.
So let me ask, if you got a couple of minutes, because I'm just curious, right?
Yeah.
I know, one, you're doing great because you just really got started speaking and doing interviews and all of that. You're doing amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to share the mic with you. You'll be here. I can't wait to share the mic with you on our stages. It's going to be absolutely awesome. But let me ask you, somebody walks in 20 something, 30 something, 80 something, but they know nothing about crystals. As Michelle says, the Black Rock.
Yeah.
They know nothing about them. How do you walk them through so that it's not overwhelming and they can get a basic understanding? Can you share that with us?
So there's something that my guides gifted me about 15 years ago, and I actually call it the Crystal Game. And I'm really looking forward to doing the Crystal Game on stage with you, Tigo, and in another 2 weeks. We're my first time speaking on stage. So I'm really looking forward to sharing that on stage with you. And it is something that I had asked my guides one day that very question, like, how do I kind of dumb this down? How do I make this simple to where it's not so overwhelming? There's hundreds, if not thousands, of different crystals out there. And so basically what I do is I take, maybe 6 or 7 different crystals, and I run them through the person's energetic field, and I watch how their body moves in reaction to the crystal being close to them. And so it really is quite amazing. I do the Crystal Game, which is a way of crystal reading, and it helps let me see where the person's at, what they need to work on, and the things that they don't need to work on right now. And so that really simplifies when a newbie comes in and we say, oh, would you like to play the crystal game? And that's always free to our customers and for friends and whoever else I run into. And it's just it's all energy. It's all in how you're bringing in different energies. Just like if you're out and you go to Walmart and you're standing next to somebody and you feel the need to move away from them, that's because their energy is off. And so the crystals show me that as well. So yes, and I will be showing that on stage in like 2 weeks.
Yay! Yay! So I get to see you again then at Trailblazers.
Yes, and that will be the first time speaking on stage. So I'm so excited because I know that Tigo is just gonna guide me and hold my hand and just, yes, you are. I know you will. I'm telling myself that you are, Tigo.
Amy, you're gonna do just fine. I remember the first time I spoke on stage, I couldn't speak for 6 minutes. I was shaky, I was nervous, I was sweating. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing up here? And now Tigo is like, hello, Michelle, get off the stage. You are over time.
You're messing with my timeline. You got to go. You got
Right. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you so much. How do people reach you? How do they get to your store? How do they order? All that kind of good stuff.
So the easiest way is to just go on www.rocksolove.com, and that will take you to our Gemstones and Jammies, which currently we are only doing it on Facebook. We do Facebook Live, but we are currently looking at another avenue to do our live selling, because we have had a lot of people tell us that they're no longer going to be on Facebook. So we are currently looking at another selling platform for our Gemstones and Jammies live sales. And then the rocksolove.com will also take you to our 3 brick and mortar locations. And those are in Lockport, Illinois, Morris, Illinois, and Bloomington, Illinois, because Illinois is our home base. So, but I'm a global international crystal distributor, so we ship anywhere.
Well, make sure to bring some.
It's soon to be Vegas.
I will.
I'm just saying.
I will. I'm so looking forward to coming back out in another 2 weeks and getting to spend time with, the extended family. And even though I'm a newbie, you guys have embraced me and have been so supportive. I'm so, so grateful.
You're amazing. I thank you so much for hanging out with us. I can't wait to see you. And Michelle's going to play the game with you when you get here in 2 weeks.
I will.
Oh my God.
I'll be there.
Play the game.
Oh my God.
Will you play the game? Awesome.
Yeah,
so we'll play the game with you when you get here. That would be awesome.
And you're going to be on stage with me when we play the game.
Okay.
We will be on stage.
Yay.
We'll be there. No worries.
I love it. I love it. Thank you
No
so
worries.
much.
This
Thank
is fun.
you, Amy.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. You too. Happy Women's Day.
Happy International
Women's Day.
And on that note, I'm going to take the mic for just a minute and talk about Unsilenced Voices. Now, most of you guys know my story, but not all of you guys know my story. So let me give you a little back history on why Unsilenced Voices exist. So this is going to be short and brief, but talking about, using your story to do something even more. So back in 2011, I was introduced to a man who I thought was going to be my Prince Charming. And he was blonde, blue-eyed, suave. He was an entrepreneur. He had a lot of things going for him. And he began to pursue me and court me, sending me flowers and gifts and private planes and baseball games and Lakers games. And so I fell head over heels for this man. And about 4 months into that relationship, he had pushed me so hard against a wall that my head went through it. And I didn't realize that that was domestic violence. I had no idea. People who meet me are like, how did you get yourself trapped in an abusive relationship? And I never grew up with abuse. I'm from a middle-class family. I never watched my mom or dad yell at each other, let alone lift their hands to one another. But I got myself trapped, and it's very easy to do. And in my first book, in But I Love Him, I literally talk about everything that happened and how I ended up staying in that relationship. But because of that, for 4 years, I experienced all forms of DV, from the psychological manipulation to the sexual violence, the emotional abuse, the physical violence, and financial abuse. And when I escaped that relationship, I started to document that story and read it back to myself, and was just kind of shocked at what I had experienced. And I knew that I had to do something even more. So if you're out there, if you've gone through some type of adversity, if you've gone through abuse or trauma, you can use your story to make a difference. I had no idea what I was doing back then, ladies. And I remember, being a bartender, having to go back into the bartending and the food industry world after escaping my relationship, and just kind of thinking, wow, what can my story really do? I ended up performing a 65-minute solo play about my experience. And that's when people came up to me and told me their stories. And that's when I was like, okay, God, I hear you. I hear you now. So if you're out there, your story can make a difference. You are already making a difference and you may not even know. So that's kind of how Unsilenced Voices started. And we began in West Africa, of all places, and expanded to Sierra Leone, where the bulk of our programming is. And that's where we need the most help right now. So you can go to unsilencedvoices.org. You can also scan the QR code, which is right there, up there.
It's up in the upper right-hand corner.
Upper right-hand corner of your screen. But please donate, whether it's $5, $10, $100, $1,000, $1 million, right? We have a big budget for 2025, and every little bit helps and counts. Welcome back, Tigo.
Hey, thank you. I had to make a quick run,
Yeah.
it happens.
Mhm.
We have a few minutes.
Oh.
Because, our next person's coming up. We're actually somehow, I don't even know how, we're like 5 minutes, 10 minutes early. So I'm figuring, why not do a little recap while we're at it? We've been talking and touching people, and they've been reaching out to us. And, we're 6 hours, 54 minutes, 41, 42, 43 seconds into this thing. And I just want to know, what do you think? Because, I kind of voluntold you.
Yeah. Voluntold. I love that. Voluntold.
Yeah, that you were going to co-host. And then I voluntold you like a month later that it was almost 9 hours of work. And you went, huh? So how's it been? What do you think? What do you think of today so far?
I mean, I'm loving the women. 9 hours is a long time to host. I am not going to lie, but this has been an amazing experience, even learning for myself. I go through ups and downs just like everybody. Nobody is perfect. And if they say that they're perfect, then they're lying. And it's really important to surround yourself with amazing, strong women who are what word am I looking for? Transparent, not transcending, but transparent in what it is that they're doing, how they're impacting, and then teaching, right? So I know I keep repeating things that Allison said, but I love it. Excuses do not excuse you. Everything is always working out for me. I've taken so many notes, right? Know, love, and trust, not know, like, and trust. Just these little itty bitty bits of information help me. Networking is important. Talking through things is important. Surround yourself with people. And that's kind of what I'm taking out of this. What about you, Tigo? How are you doing? 9 hours. We're 7 hours in now. 2 more hours.
And right about now, when I'm doing this first year, I've had a co-host, and I want to thank you so much. Because even though I voluntold you, you could have said no.
I could have, yeah.
And you could have, and I understand. But this is the first time I've had a co-host, and usually about now, Alan is literally texting and almost tapping on the screen because I'm talking to somebody, and he can see me kind of going out of the, oh, hi, are you still talking? I feel focused, and it's because of you. I feel like, having somebody to sound off on, to just entertain with, and be able to just pass the mic.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I got to make a run. Can I pass the mic to you? That has been amazing today. And then the group of women every year blow my mind. But the group of women today, they came here wholeheartedly so far. They came here to share, to care, and to just connect. I think about Dr. Patty.
Yeah.
She could have quit when everything that happened with the Book of Many Faces. And she could have quit and said, that's it, I'm done. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'll do public stages and be done with it. but not, and even today, you know, our biggest audiences are coming from somewhere on a social media page,
Yeah.
you know, and she's not on a social media page for the most part, you
Mhm.
know, and she still found a way to be
Yeah.
here. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's why I wanted to honor her. I'm like, I know how great she is and how nice she is and how much she cares, but watching her just live, you know, if you're too young for this, but there used to be a commercial that said it's live, not Memorex. Okay, you don't even
I'm
know
not
what
as
Memorex.
young as you think I am,
Yeah,
but I'll take it.
okay, whatever. So, you know, being able to have her here live is just a miracle with everything that she's going through and everything that she has to interchange with. So today has been fantastic. You
Mhm.
know, and I love the idea of what we're doing. You know, I don't usually pat myself on the back, but let me go ahead. I
Go
love
for it.
the idea of what we're doing by having this be a fundraiser for unsilenced voices.
Yeah, I
You
do
know,
too. Mhm.
I think that's amazing, you
Mhm.
know, and I know that it's embedded in this video, and we're going to do more and more and more things. So it's continuously being a fundraiser.
And those of
Unsilenced
you who
voices.
are watching, right, and who maybe treasure is not your expertise at the moment, maybe time or talent could be that piece that can help you or help us, I should say. You know, if you're in the United States and you're watching, text UV as in unsilenced voices to 26786. Again, text UV to 26786. We only send 1 or 2 text messages a month, and it'll keep you informed about what's going on with unsilenced voices and how you can help. Because yes, Tigo, it is so important to have a cause, have a mission, but have a community surrounding you so that we can really propel this and rock people's world.
You know, and for me, I was always, like I said, my mother said, we serve. This is what we do, right? So for me, I'm always trying to figure out how I can pay it forward. You know, the other day I was at a local restaurant here in the valley, and there was an older man, and he had a tray, like a serving tray, and a menu, and he's sitting on the bench right outside the door of the restaurant, and he's got his 2 pieces of luggage, and he's counting all his change. And then he's looking at the menu, trying to figure out what he can buy with that change. You know, and I heard my mother as clear as I did when I used her good towels, which if you don't know, you don't use your good towels of your mother when you're born in the 60s.
Oh yeah.
You know?
No, even for me, born in the 80s, I was not allowed to use the towels that were hanging in the bathroom.
Exactly. That's good towels. You leave those good towels alone. And I heard my mother say, if you don't help that man. So I walked up to him and I said, well, I could give him $5, but is that really going to help him? Because nowadays an egg is about $5, right?
Yeah.
So I said to him, I said, can I buy you breakfast? And he said, what? And I said, can I buy you breakfast? If you'll meet me around the pickup window, because he had all of his stuff. I said, I'll buy you breakfast. Is that okay? And he said, really? And I'm like, yeah, come on. You know, that's the way I was taught. You're supposed to. You know, I've driven through coffee drive-throughs and paid. It was so funny. This is like a spaghetti story, right?
You are going off on a tangent. I love it.
Oh, yeah, and this is like a spaghetti story. So I don't even drink a lot of coffee. I'm in this S line, you guys know what it is, for coffee, right? And something says to me, pay it forward. So this was a few years ago. I pull up to the window and I give the lady my card and I said, can you open a tab? And she said, yes. Are you planning on staying in the drive-through? And I said, I said, what I'd like to do is the lady behind me literally looked like she had just stuck her finger in an electric socket. She was just like, you know, and I said, I just want to pay whatever her tab is, whatever it is, tell her it's covered, done. I want to pay it forward. And she said, are you sure? And I said, sure. Well, that was great. She was excited as I'm pulling out, she's crying and yay. The different part was she was buying coffee for the company morning meeting.
Oh my gosh.
And it was like 20 cups of coffee.
Oh my gosh. That's like $200.
The moral of the story is, yes, pay it forward. Maybe not in a drive-through. You might want to walk up to a counter. I'm just saying, you might want to walk up to a counter. What's your biggest takeaway so far today?
Well, I
Biggest
keep
takeaway.
repeating it, but another key takeaway was when Loral Langemeier was up. So I literally, one of my very first stages was Eric Swanson's stage back in 2019. So
Mr. Awesome.
Mr. Awesome, right? And I'm excited to see him again. I saw him last year for Greg's event, Secret Knock, and I think that was the last time I've seen him. So 2 weeks, it'll be fun to see him again. But when I was at his event, he asked me to help Loral. And I don't think Loral remembers this because nobody knew my name back then. So I helped Loral a little bit, and it's so interesting how I've seen her grow and become even more real, I should say. She's always been real and rough and raw and amazing, but she's now like, this is what you do. This is how you do it. If you want it, yes. If you don't, move on, right? And watching her reel, because I've never actually seen her reel, how long she's been doing this for. And it gave me hope, is what this did. So when I'm watching this reel, remembering 6 years ago when I met her in person, thinking to myself, oh, I can do this too. You call me kid, give me another 10 years and I'm going to be like blown up everywhere. I can do this too. But the thing is, if I can do it, then everybody watching can do it too. And that's what's so inspiring, because it's those people who take action, and you have created a community of women that take action. So no matter if you are just beginning in the middle step, or you have been on stages for hundreds of years, like Hillary and Rhonda, right?
But Hillary's going to get you for the 100 a year thing. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Sherry Armstrong said, that's right, kid.
Yeah, right, kid. You guys call me kid. It's so funny, and I love it, and I take it. But seriously, if I can do this, if Loral can do this, if Tigo can do this, if they can do this, we can all do this together.
You know who just popped in?
Who?
Oh
gosh, I saw you wave. I can't see who popped in.
I can see her. She's this big, probably this big now, because I just saw she won a fitness award like 2 days ago.
Oh God, I think I know who you're talking about.
I think you know, right?
At Podfest.
She changes people's lives in 60 seconds. Mm-hmm. Literally, she is the #1 woman. People probably don't even realize. Do you remember Set It and Forget It and all those amazing products?
Remember, online? I was only born in 1980.
See, that's why you're the kid. And even 10 years from now, you'll still be the kid. So this woman has been changing people's lives since before we did this on streaming platforms.
And this woman I met also in December 2018, I believe it was the Marketers Cruise. Dynamic woman.
Dynamic woman. You know her voice the minute she walks in the room. And you were just talking about Loral, and I have to just comment on what you said. Loral is one of the few women on the planet that take no mess. Mm-hmm. The other one is the lady that's coming up to the stage right now. She doesn't want to hear your excuses. She doesn't want to hear why you're tired. She doesn't want to hear why you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And if you come to her and pitch her, this is like trying to walk up to Michael Jordan and saying, hey, I want to take you to the hoop. You better have your game tight. I do not pitch this woman because, this is Forbes Riley's in the house. What's happening?
I'm digging the Michael Jordan reference. You want to pitch me, you got to get your shit together or don't bother. And I know that's so funny you say that. Hello, Missy Go. Michelle, nice to see you.
Hey, Forbes. Good to see you again.
Happening?
You know what's happening. Let's see. Got 4th place at the Arnold. Got my influence award in Miami. I'm just trying to live my life.
Yeah, and I'm like sitting here looking at you going, wait a minute, why is she darker than me? What is going on? I mean,
she also lives in Florida.
Very well, but come on.
Well, have you seen how dark they spray you? I gotta tell you. I look good dark. I'll tell you, the lips, the energy. I think somebody missed something in the genetic pool there. But anyway, my girl, nice to see both of you here. How are you guys doing?
Great. It's been a great day so far, and it's awesome to see you. I know that we saw each other at PodFest, and you were playing ping pong at PodFest. Tell me about that. What was that all about?
I will tell you what. One of the things that I love in life is I could be called the queen of spontaneity. You got a great idea, and I am right there. So we had fun at PodFest. I met the #1 ping pong champion of the world who was playing using his iPhone, which I thought was funny. But what I was doing there is spreading this message. It's funny. I don't know if you guys have ever picked a word for the year. Tigo, do you have a word for your year?
Impact.
Impact. I love that.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Okay. So I'm really firm about this concept. So a couple of years ago, I started doing this very seriously, and I started my company. And now we have actually grown to over 47,000 students who've taken my Sunday training. Wow. I know. It's definitely a lot of impact. And changing people's lives, which is something that, people say all the time, but I'm sorry, just prove it. And I think for me, at the end of my life, I really want people to say, wow, that woman touched me. She impacted me. She allowed me or gave me permission to let my parents' old story go, or how I held on to a bully or a narcissistic partner. And I'm literally flying free because of some of the words that she said, or the where I stood for in my own life. And a couple of years ago, my word was implementation. And with that, I had the help of my daughter and an entire team, and we built trainings. And so we've got beautiful books, like, modules that are interactive. And I've got a speaker training and a brand training. Of course, a couple of pitch trainings. I have a new one that I just launched called Elevator Pitch 2.0. Because I will tell you, just like Michael does not want to see you go for the hoops and lose, I cannot stand when people just start talking or intro themselves and don't know the right words or sabotage themselves verbally. It literally hurts my heart. So then I burnt myself out building all of that. Last year's word was delegation. Let me share something with you guys. All of us who think we can do it all, don't even try. Find people who are good at their job and enroll them to do it. It took a lot for me, little self-starter over here. And this year, and it happened in January, Tigo, and I could feel it. And I know you were waiting for this, but the word is domination. And for me, it is domination. You don't get this. At 64, turning 65, when on one side of the coin, they're like, are you ready for Medicare? Are you retiring? I'm like, what are you talking? Retired from what? My life? Yeah. I get to hang out with Jack Elaine, who was 96 and couldn't deal with dying. And he's like, damn it, I wanted to get to 100. And then Elaine is now 99 years old. So I don't know what they're all talking about, but it's pathetic. It is literally pathetic, the conversation at that certain age. I'm strutting around in bikini and high heels, and I've got a man who's 17 years younger, God bless me and him. And I'm doing this.
And he's a super cool dude. Let's just stop for a second and say he is a super cool, talented, and I have to tell you, this man loves you. When you are in the room, I had the privilege of working on another documentary where we got to sit down and interview you. And you literally asked him to go downstairs for a minute so you could do this interview, because he sits there and he is so in love with you, and he is just protecting you in that moment. And you were like, okay, I got to share some things because you shared personal stories of your life. And you said, I've got to share some things. And I don't think it's right for him to hear this right now. And did he go downstairs? We talked to you for, I think, an hour and 12 minutes. And we opened the door so we could go down and get him. And where was he? Sitting on the floor outside the door. He never left her. This man loves her. Well, he needs to write a book.
But you know what? You know why he loves me? Because I finally started loving me. I know, guys. Let me tell you, I have a short film, Tigo, that I want to share with you that was made about the weight loss journey. This month, last year, my family, Joshua and my two twins, were in a pretty bad van accident in Iceland. Went flying through the air and it crashed down on my side of the bus. My face goes through the glass window, tear my shoulder. You have to all get dragged out of this bus through the roof. I was pretty bad, and we were an hour and a half away from a hospital, snowmobiling on a glacier. If anything had gone a little bit different, we wouldn't be here. And that's not lost on me. And it's really weird when you tell a story like that. But the impact that it had on me, and then the next day as we're leaving Iceland, the volcano explodes. And I have a picture of a volcano exploding around my head. And if you want God to give you a really big message, have him blow up an entire island while you're on it. You're like, I'm kind of getting the message that maybe I should do something a little different. And with that, of all the crazy things Joshua could say to me, he said, there's a bodybuilding competition in our hometown. And I will share with you, January of 2024, literally last year, I was the heaviest I've been since I was pregnant with twins. I was up in the 160s, which for me is a lot. And I was 33% body fat. And we went and got our scan. He was 9, he lived at 9%. And I was okay with it because I heard the bullshit stories. Well, you're 60. What do you expect? And I heard everybody, it's fine. Just look in the mirror and love yourself the way you are. Bullshit. I looked in the mirror and I saw kind of a saggy old lady. And I have pictures of this. It's on my Instagram. And I looked at her and I thought, when exactly did that happen? I know I was never, I never had the bikini body. But because I really never wore a bikini. And it's an interesting story. And he said something. He said, well, there's a competition in our hometown. I'm like, good for you. He said, well, there's a category for women over 60. I'm like, good for them. What does that have to do with me? And I swear, as God is my witness, something tapped me on the shoulder and said, go for it. Kind of like Kevin Costner heard, build it and they will come. And I was go for fucking what? Excuse my French. But that's what I was like, you're kidding. A bikini, I don't own a bikini. I haven't been in high heels in 5 years since COVID hit. And what am I supposed to do? And it was as if I got this download. And it just said, go for it. It was do everything you teach everyone else to do to prove that it's possible. Literally to prove the impossible is possible. And I got on my mastermind with hundreds of students and I said, guys, and I didn't even tell my business partner. I said, I'm going to go into my first bodybuilding competition. And everybody was like, okay, good. I don't even know what I signed up for, that it's 2 hours in the gym every single day, that you're eating only food with one word, chicken, steak, egg, and fish. You're like, can you have a wine? I'm like, chicken, egg, steak, and fish. You've given up every single thing, every donut, every cupcake, everything. And it was kind of weird because I flipped a switch. And I have a new book. I finished a book, it's not out yet, called Flip the Switch. The essential way to make a decision. If you really want something, and I know both of you have done this. That's why you're successful. That's why you're doing this. You've decided to do something and then you just push everything aside and go for it. Well, I went for that competition and I got a medal and I got on stage. I'm very proud of how I looked. That was June 29th of last year. And I accomplished something. I was very proud of myself. And then afterwards, you kind of have that, you rebound, what do you do? But the whole thing has always gone, every year I go to Joshua, to the Arnold, and I've never really had a body. I was always okay, and we all look good in clothes. And I remember thinking at the beginning of this year, if domination is it for you, then dominate everything inside yourself. Dominate your fears, dominate yourself in playing small, get your book finished. I have a new book coming out called Pitch Secrets A to Z that is almost finished. First book with just my name on it. I have 19 books with lots of other people's names on them along with mine. And there's a renewed sense when you say your word is domination to people, especially both of you, then you get to say it back to me. You're like, Forbes, you're doing it. I see you doing it. You're dominating. And it's been a really lovely sense of declaration of how big and how deep I could go. And the last part of this was that on day 67 of that journey last year, I had a personal revelation. And this has changed everything. Not to change the subject, but a very famous friend of mine called me 2 days ago. And he said, I've been watching your Instagram. And I was like, oh my God, he's on the phone. You know him. He's in movies. And he said, something's changed. He said, I'm seeing you show up the way I knew you 20 years ago, and I haven't seen that since.
Wow.
What happened for me was that I was pretty severely molested when I was 15 years old. And I knew that, and I've told the story, and it's no big deal. I had just literally locked away and forgotten a really bad part of it. And when I lost all this weight, especially, and I had this hump on my back, which I don't have today. I was losing weight, and I got past a number that I'd never been past before, ever. And when I got below that number, something physically happened. And there's a book out there called The Body Keeps Score. And a vision came to me of something that happened at 15. And I dealt with it through the mechanisms that I've created. Ironically, I did it. I really dealt with it in a room full of other people. And I'm different. And I needed to be. And that's what I just wanted to say.
Yeah, it's interesting. The body does keep score. And I know, Forbes, you've shared your journey, your story on breaking the silence on our stages as well. And sometimes we tend to push it down, push down the memories and push down things. And it's awesome when you start to make a shift like you did, and how those memories come up and how you can work through those now, because you are a different person now. And that is awesome, Forbes. It's inspirational for other people to see and to witness.
You know, Tico, they always say that when they go through a breakthrough with me, they feel lighter. Here's the irony. I feel lighter emotionally, physically, spiritually. And only when you are that light and you love yourself for real, not a joke, I think, is there a space for you to love somebody else as much as you mentioned about Joshua and me. I've never given myself to somebody so deeply. The world begins and ends with that person. It's like, wow. I didn't honestly know it was true, and I didn't find it until I was 57 years old. So for any of you looking, look in the mirror first, because that's where you have to fall in love.
Wow.
I love that. That gives me hope, Forbes, because I am single.
It gives her hope. Forbes, I know that family is important. I was in a meeting not too long ago, and of course, you know, the name Forbes came up, and they were talking about how fantastic your kids are, and they didn't realize that your kids are actually a part, at least, I know your daughter is, a part of your business and everything that you're doing. How important is family to you, and why did you decide to take the journey with your kids for this new adventure that you're doing right now?
Mama is I paid my debts. All I can tell you, and I'm going to start to cry, is I paid some really heavy prices. I went through the murder of a little boy that I raised. I was eyewitness to Las Vegas shooting and dealt with all that for 2 solid weeks. I've been through some serious, crazy shit in my life. And all of a sudden, as if you paid enough dues, something came around. I had no intention of being in business with my children. I'm 42 years older than my kids. I wanted to have babies. I loved having babies. I had 2 beautiful boy-girl twins, and they were just the light of my life. And then they started to grow up and become people. And thank goodness for COVID. And I don't mean that in any way. I mean, I lost a very dear friend of mine to that particular disease. That's not what I'm talking about. But it had us locked down in our house at a time in history that no one's ever seen. My kids were 17. They were juniors in high school. And because of that, we have a business and a relationship that is unbelievable. My daughter comes downstairs at 17, and I didn't realize, and maybe you knew this, guys, because you've known her, you've seen her, but she'd started websites and landing pages and YouTube channels for Joe Theismann, for Les Brown, for some of my really heavy-hitter friends, and I never listened to her. Oh, I'm just listening to you know, she was like, Mom, I can do this for you. And I'm like, what, you're a kid. Well, at some point, she came downstairs, and she said, Mom, can I show you something? She opened up her bank account, and there were 6 figures in it. And I'm like, where did you get this? And she's like, you didn't really believe in me, Mom, but all your friends did.
Where did you get this? Typical mom. Where did you get this?
Well, she also wanted me to do Bitcoin at $100. And I said, no, I'm not giving you some silly coin for now. And then when it was 500, she's like, you have to buy it. I'm like, how can you do anything? Stop it. Who are you? I didn't know how smart this girl was. And in retrospect, man, was I losing. She comes to me and said, Mom, you need to start and teach pitching. You need to start what you do and teach the world. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. See, I was burned when I was younger, and I was holding on to stupid shit. And I don't need to teach. I print money. Why would I tell other people how to be my competition? Was my mentality. And that's what you get when you're an actress. You foster rejection and competition. It's what we do with women all the time. And I had a really good sense of, no, I'm good at what I do. Leave it alone. And she said, Mom, if you don't teach other people, you know, as a single mom, you managed to take us to Europe and to around the world and have great things. And you did all the things you set out to do. But you won't have a legacy if you don't show somebody else. And then she said, I can build you $1 million company if you give me a year. She's 17, not graduated at high school yet. And I'm like, at that point in COVID, Joshua had been in a really bad motorcycle accident. He was in a wheelchair, suffering terribly for 6 months. And I just said to her, what do we have to lose, right? I had no faith in this whatsoever. But the divine had some other plan. We sat in a room for 3 weeks. We put together my systems. This girl dissected what I do. She made pitching into a formula with me. I'd never seen that it was. I literally teach formulas now. You want to pitch? I can show you how. You don't have to be especially brilliant or bright or even have the best product. There is a system. We unpacked it. First day we do a webinar, and I'd never done one before. And y'all know what ClickFunnels is. I went to my account. I've been paying 3 years in that account. I always had zero. I made pretty pictures, but I never launched anything. I went to bed that night with zero. I had 25 people. I pitched my $1,000 4-week program. I woke up and I had to call my daughter and say, what does the K stand for? So what do you mean? I said, well, because it says 25K. What does that mean? She's like, Mom, we made $25,000 last night. You sold everybody in the room.
Wow.
And we did that again 4 times. You know what 4 times 25 is? It's a 6-figure
100.
business in a month. By month 9, we were walking across the ClickFunnels platform, getting our 2 Comma Club award that she'd said we were going to get when she was 15.
Wow.
And we did. And it's slightly miraculous. Then, so we've been building this. We now have a team all around the world. It's crazy. I mean, McKenna is the CEO. I work for her because I'm not that organized. I want to run a company. Let me just teach and do what I do. And I'm a little artsy and flaky. Just happy to say that. But I'm really good at what I do. They said Einstein couldn't drive his own car. I'm just going to aspire to that. And I mean, our team is in Hungary, in England, in Iceland, in Italy. They're all over the world. She manages, in Philippines. She manages all of this. I don't know how she does it. And then one day, her twin brother, who's been told by his dad, you have to go to college, is watching her make all this money. She hires him to do some work. And then he said, well, your people are missing something. I said, well, what are they missing? He said, they're not really taking their world online. So he built a software company called GSD. It stands for Get Shit Done. He and his sister now take people just like us, because that was my big thing. I didn't know the landing pages and the databases and the automatic emails. It goes on, doesn't it? He now just builds that for people, and their mission statement. So she now runs 2 companies, is to take people 40 to 80 years old. We have 80-year-old clients, and put them online so they can be self-sufficient, make money, and live out their dreams.
Wow. Okay, I've got to ask, because I've got grown kids. I'm a bonus mom, and I have grandkids, right? It's hard. Like, I could never see myself working a business with my father. You know, what do you tell someone that maybe their child is saying, Mom, you're missing, Dad, you're missing, and they're going, you're a kid, go away, go clean something or whatever. What would you tell them about working with their kids and the next generation?
McKenna has a book we haven't published yet called Every Company Needs a Kid. Let me tell you something. Technology used to change every 10 to 20 to 30 years when we were growing up. It now changes every 10 to 20 weeks. If you're not up on the latest AI, if you're not using ChatGPT, which is now yesterday's news, if you're not doing A, B, C, and D, and we don't have enough time, they grew up with a phone in their hand. So here's what I would say to you, especially if you've got grandkids. Nurture them. Love them. Here's where parents go wrong. They put their kids in another room. I took my daughter and son into the boardroom. I signed one of my biggest contracts while I was playing hangman. And I said to the people, if this bothers you, you're not in business with me. I am a working mom. And I decided that I was also 42 years old. I lost my parents. I have no other family. I wanted my kids. McKenna and I traveled around the world because I didn't want to do it on my own. So I would take her. And some of my favorite stories are her going to infomercials with me, sitting at home shopping. And man, trust me, her twin brother didn't want to do that. And I didn't push him to that. His interests were more baseball and football and school. But she wanted to be with me. So number one, don't push a kid where they don't want to go. But expose them to what Zoom is, to how you make money. I mean, we used to feed the homeless because I said, you guys, no matter what I've ever made or what I've given you, don't you ever take that for granted. There are people out there every day all around the world who suffer. And for whatever reason, you get to be cognizant of that. You get to share what you have. I mean, just the other day, Joshua and I were in a restaurant. And it was a kind of not a fast food, but a Panda, because I eat Chinese food, but I eat no other fast food. And a guy walked in, I saw him put his beer down on the ledge outside. He walked in, I could see he was hungry. And he was just looking around, and I'm like, what must that be like for a human being? To be hungry, watch other people eating. And I don't want to brag about this because it's irrelevant what I did, but no one else did it. The people they didn't even ask him to leave. So he went from people to people, like, you guys watch this man? And I took a whole plate of my food and I just walked up and I politely just gave it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Did none of you guys see this?
Yeah.
Not all of you. It is so self-centered, so wrong to not think that everybody is a human, deserves respect, deserves rights. We've got veterans who fought for our country on the side of the road that you walk over because now they're drunk and passed out or whatever's going on. Because we as a society don't help them.
Yep.
So exactly. Everybody, just lean in. It's a little bit more about how much you give, not how much you get.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. I know we got to wrap up soon, but I can't believe how fast this went. Before I say my 2 things, Michelle, what you got?
Just what you're talking about. My brother was homeless recently in Tampa, walking around the streets, got MRSA on his feet because he's going through an addiction problem. And Forbes, you are right. People need to do something, right? I run Unsilenced Voices. I don't care if you're out there watching right now. I don't care what it is that you do, just do something. There are so many things on this planet that we can stand up for, from veterans and homelessness to domestic violence to the oceans, our planet, you name it, do something. There's 8 billion people on this planet. We all can do something to make a difference. So,
and if you got a roof over your head when you go to bed tonight, just say how grateful you are for whatever it is that you've done or are doing in your life.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I know you've been busy all day, so you haven't seen today, but one of my business partners I've known since the late 90s. Her name is Ann Anders. And the other day she started her own business. She's still with my company, but she said to me the other day, what should I do next? And I said, you've got to learn how to pitch. And she says, okay. I said, there's only one place you got to go. You got to go see Forbes.
I love that she is your partner. This 71-year-old woman showed up in my room, rather meek, but her energy drew me to her. I had her get up there and do some stuff. She's coming to Forbes Factor in a month.
Nice.
I got to tell you, it is never too late. And that is also part of the joy of being here at the moment. You know, it's so funny. I've not seen you in too long. We need to see each other. It's been too long. I got some fun stuff going on. And in fact, I'll leave you guys with this. 2 things that are happening right now. In 2 weeks, in my studio, and I still have space for this, we're doing a thing called WWW Ultimate Pitch Off. I am helping people because we have a bigger event. The winner of this is going to win a $1,000 prize. It's going to be televised. I've got some celebrity hosts with me. I've got like 5 shows on TV right now, from 60 Day Hustle on Amazon Prime. I'm doing David Meltzer's 2-minute drill. And now I was doing Kevin Harrington's, his thing that he was doing. Now I'm doing my own in my studio. We're going to televise. We're going to give away prizes. Please just go visit Ultimate Pitch Off. If you've got a book, an idea, a product, it doesn't matter to me. It's not only a pitch with a competition part to it, but I'm also going to teach and give you guys a beautiful series of branded photos. It's a 2-day event. And this is a very exciting thing leading up to a thing called Building Success. Michelle, you're in town, aren't you, in Tampa?
I'm in Tampa, but I'm going to be in Vegas in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, April 14th to 16th is the big event at the Raymond James Stadium.
Okay.
Nice.
And we're going to there's about 1,500 people.
Oh, yeah,
there.
with Tommy. I'll be there. Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I know Tommy Whitehead. Yeah.
How do I not know these things?
Well, because you're in Vegas.
Take out time and catch up.
I want to move to Vegas. I keep watching the real estate prices go crazy, and I think Mr. Mel Gibson and Mark Wahlberg are opening a movie studio there. I also have 2 movies.
They've already broke ground. Sony's already broke ground. Warner Brothers has bought its lots, and it's about to break ground. Disney just announced this is the new Hollywood.
I'm gonna have to buy something.
This is the new Hollywood.
Yeah.
It is absolutely the new Hollywood. Forbes, you and I have to get together. We've got to catch up. I want to make sure we announce you have carved out time and said yes. And I don't even think Michelle knows this yet. Forbes is our Woman of the Year for the Now Honors 2025.
Yay!
I cannot wait to honor you on that date. And before we let you out of the hot seat, I've always wanted to do this. I know you're going to say, send me a text message. I can't believe you did that to me. But I've always wanted to do it. You're the pitch queen. So when somebody comes up to you and says, hey, Forbes, what do you do? What's your pitch?
You know, I'm now the queen of instigation. I used to be the queen of pitch. But my goal is to get you out of your comfort zone so you can achieve more, be more, do more, and have more. And that's just not about physical stuff. That's emotional and spiritual. And so if I can push you to be the best version of you, I've succeeded. I've never said that pitch before, ever.
That's Forbes Riley. I thank you so much for hanging out with us. If somebody wants to find out more, where would you like them to go?
Come to my name, ForbesRiley.com. But I will tell you something. Every Sunday, I do this. Every Sunday since COVID, go to Pitch Secrets Masterclass. I am live. You can talk to me just like Tigo and Michelle have. I will work on your pitch. I made a commitment, just out of the goodness of my heart. I have the time. I've set it aside, 5 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. But this is a very, very special Sunday. We got a big thing coming up. I give away prizes. I spend time with people one-on-one. And so go to Pitch Secrets Masterclass or just go to my name anywhere on social media. Hint, don't tell anybody else, but I still do my own social media. So I see Sherry Armstrong and I see Camille, and I don't forget my friends and my family. And so reach out to me. And you know what I love about Tigo, Michelle, is that I love how she honors women I've always wanted to be part of her world. And the last thing I'll share with you, and I don't know how the universe does this, but every year since the shooting in Las Vegas, October 1st, I get called back to Vegas on October 1st. That's when this award is. It's October 3rd. But that same time, there's something about that event that I was part of and witnessed and experienced that continually draws me to that city. It's really fascinating. But I will say that while you're on this side of the dirt, just have some fun.
You're amazing. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I can't wait to catch up. I'll text you and say, Forbes, let's have virtual breakfast or something. You're absolutely fantastic.
I'll text you and be like, let's have an actual breakfast. I'm going to be in St. Pete tomorrow going to a Phillies game. So
are you serious? You have to pass by my house, Michelle. Just saying. You guys have done a wonderful job. Tico, thank you for all that you do for everybody. Michelle, love seeing you here as well. And all the women and men watching, invest your time in people who are doing some real good because it rubs all over you, it rubs off. And the last thing I think about is I don't know if we get to come back again, but I do know if you do it right the first time, once is enough.
Yeah.
You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Forbes.
Woo! That was awesome.
Super cool.
Super awesome. I cannot tell you, I asked her, I think 2 years ago, and our schedules just couldn't align. So I asked her kind of casually this time about honoring her at the Now, and she said yes. And I said, well, wait, now this is when the date is. She said yes. I said, well, this is what's up. She's like, yes. And it was like, I didn't believe that she actually said yes. I can't wait to share stages with her and all of the Now women. We're going to have a blast. But
super cool.
Now coming up, how do you follow up with Forbes Riley? You follow up with somebody fabulous. And if you're going to follow up with somebody fabulous, you got to follow up with fabulous. That's right. Fabulous Camille is in the house. What's happening?
Hello, beautiful lady.
You are muted. There you
go. Michelle! Woohoo! Oh my God, I was just watching Forbes do her thing. You ladies were on fire, man.
Well, that's what it's about. That's, we got to share it. And you come in burning down the stages, burning down the screens. But usually it's this way. I'm hosting and you're guesting on the stage, on a screen. But about a month ago, you said, I'm starting my own podcast. What? And this is what I'm doing. Huh? And you're going to be a guest. And we switched places the other day. It was amazing. Tell me about your new show.
So, thank you guys so much for having me. And for all the ladies out there, hello. And we're about to turn it up. So get ready for it. So we have a podcast called Each One Teach One. And what we're doing, we're getting all the speakers that know their stuff, like Tigo and Michelle, and they're going to come on and they're going to share with you exactly what gotten them where they are. And you cannot miss it, because if you miss it, you're going to be one of them trying to figure out what the heck happened. Come on now. You guys got to be there. Each one teach one. And you can't miss it, right, Michelle? They can't miss it.
100% cannot miss it. I just recently started a podcast as well, and you just gave me an incredible idea, because I have so many amazing people and women in my Rolodex that I'm not asking to be on this podcast. And now I get to ask. So Tigo, guess what? I am now volunteering you that you are on my podcast next.
I'm in. Just say the word, I'm there. Absolutely.
That's it. Michelle, we ain't no volunteering. I'm letting you know live that I'm expecting you to show up and show out.
Yep. 100%. I love it. So
fabulous. Go ahead, Michelle.
No, you go ahead. Back and forth.
Go ahead.
No. It is fun. Like Tigo and I have not rehearsed this back and forth. And I think we're doing a great job, Tigo. But fabulous. I want to know, what are you up to right now? I know you've got mission, movement, all this stuff. What are you up to right now? What is driving you in this month of, March of 2025?
Well, in the month of March 2025, what's driving me more than anything else is to provide for the people that I care for. The needs are so big. Last week we fed 312 people last week. We provide sleeping bags, clothes, and shoes for people. We have children that we have to provide clothes for. Simple pair of shoes for a kid to go to school. So that's what's driving me. Every time I show up and I see God's children and he said, okay, let's do something. And I'm like, okay, what am I going to do now? And I have to reach out to people like you and Tigo to help me, because if I don't reach out, people are not going to hear it and people are not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why you need community. And this is why Tigo is so good at putting women together and putting this amazing community. And Alan, I know you're backstage, so we're not excluding you. We always talk women, right? Alan runs all of this back end stuff. But yes, fabulous what you are up to and making an impact. It deserves community to come behind you. And for you, how important is community?
It's the number one thing, because without a community, you don't have anything. You know, when I started out, it was me and me alone. Then my husband said, okay, let me help my wife. And then Robert says, okay, let me go help my sister. Then Melissa said, let me go help my husband, help my sister. And next thing you know, they brought me to a church, and the church said, okay, you're doing all this work here in Orlando, and we didn't know, right down the street. Now I have over 40 people that comes in and help me to take the food to the woods, to the street, to the people.
Wow.
Yes. Community.
Wow. What does that feel like? Because you have been doing this. You and Rob have been doing this by yourselves, making the food, sometimes taking your own food because you get a call and somebody is starving. What does that feel like to now literally have a team?
Oh my God, it's such a gift from God. My husband come home now, and when he come home and I said, hey, go ahead, I got you something to eat, go eat. And he's like, but I got to help you. I said, no, the ladies are coming and they're coming to help me. He said, I said, no, just go rest. The ladies are coming. And when the ladies show up, they put me out of the kitchen now. So it's a blessing.
What's the dream for your organization? What's the big dream for the next year, the next 5 years? What are you hoping? What are you praying for?
I'm praying for about 2,000 acres with miniature homes on it, where I can host not just mom and their children, but I can host fathers and their children. I want my own place that when people come up to me and said, hey, I finally got a job and I just need a little help. Can you help me? And I can say, okay, you could stay on our property for 6 months or a year and get on your feet, and we'll help you with all the necessary things that you need to get to the next level. That's my hope. That's my dream. God can and he will. Somebody's out there going to call me and said, hey, I got a land for you. What else do you need? And it's coming.
And you are mission driven. Fabulous. You are definitely mission driven. So what drove you to start this mission?
Well, for me, growing up as a child, the food part was a problem. I had 2 younger brothers and my mother was young, and I had to figure that out. I had to figure out where am I going to get food from for my brothers and to feed them. And I realized that when I came into this country, there was a big problem for that. When I started working at a daycare, I was trying to figure out why is these kids so, always upset, always carrying on as if there's no bottom to them. They were hungry just like my brothers. So I started doing that. I wanted to become the solution and not the problem. And I became the solution. And nobody can tell me, if you have a child that's hungry and you feed them well and love on them, they'll give you everything, because that's how the mind works. You feed that body, the mind will love on you forever. Okay.
Wow. There's organizations or people who want an organization like yours in other cities, in other states. How do you, what advice would you give them? Do they go and join your organization and maybe you help them get started? Or do they need to join something local in their community?
Well, you know what? I have a few people. I had a lady reach out to me from Canada. that would love to come. She said our organization go to different places, and she said she wants to come to Orlando. And I told her, sure, come. She said, are you sure? I said, yes. I will show you what we do here, and when you go back, I can come and do and help you the same way. You have a lot of organization now that's reaching out for help that way. I have no problem helping them. That's what I do. I only know the agape love. I only know how to take care of people. That's it. I don't know any other way to do it.
How do people get in touch with you?
Hey, there's several ways you can find me on social media, or for my website, you could just visit me at jfcforyou.org, which is jfcforyou.org, and send me a message on WhatsApp. Okay, my husband hates this because I always give out my phone number. I tell him I control my phone. So WhatsApp 407-489-5738.
That is funny.
Talking to people.
You do control your phone. So I mean, I've recently had to block people, and that's just what happens.
You block them. Click. You say something I don't like, Michelle. Click. I block you. That's it.
Don't block me, Fabulous.
No, I'm just saying. That's you. I would never do that to you, Michelle.
She's like, you're out of here.
I don't have to answer my phone if I don't want to. I own and pay that phone bill.
Yeah.
Fabulous. You're amazing. I know you fed today. I know that it's literally 7-something at night out there. And for you, that's like midnight, because you started like before the sun comes up with everything that you do. I appreciate you always supporting what I want to do. And I don't even get it through the message. I call you and say, I was thinking. She says, I'm in. What day? What time? What can I do? I truly appreciate you. And I think you're absolutely, fabulous. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for what you do for others. This is why I come and hang out with you, because you're not a woman of your fingertip. You're a woman of your heart. You have the agape love. And that's what I look for. I look for people with the agape love. A person that's going to take up and say, okay, let me elevate this person. My knees are not good, but you can climb up on my shoulder and I will hold you up until you can stand on your own. That's who you are, Tigo. And you've always been like that for me. And I appreciate and love the person that you are.
You're amazing. You're fabulous. That's what you are. Thank you so much. And you know I'm calling you tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
Have a great day. Okay, coming up, I got to share. The lady coming up next.
I'm excited for this next lady. Super excited. Yes.
Oh, yes. I call her Miss Rita. She's like an aunt to me now, but she is truly my shero. If you have been following, I've done over 700 interviews now since 2020. And I've told everybody, she literally saved my life. You know, playing her tapes got me through the darkest times of my life. And being able to honor her a couple of years ago, I had the great privilege to honor her as the Woman of the Year for the Now Honors in 2023. And she's another person that if she can fit it in her schedule, because this woman is not slowing down, if she can fit it in her schedule, she will be there. And I sent her a message and I said, International Women's Day. She said, I'm there. And she is here. Miss Rita Davenport is in the house. What's happening? I'm there. And she is here. Miss Rita Davenport is in the house.
Oh my gosh.
What's happening?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but for some reason we're in a loop. Do you hear that, Michelle?
Rita, is your Facebook open by chance?
I can hear you, but for some reason we're in a loop. Do you hear that?
Yeah,
is your Facebook open?
The whole time. Yeah.
So if you you got to close down your Facebook.
The whole time.
Yeah. If you got to close down your Facebook.
I closed down my Facebook.
On your computer.
I don't know how to do it.
Close down my Facebook. On your computer.
How do I do that?
It's a screen that's open somewhere.
No. I don't know where it could be. David? I don't know what to do because I've been hearing this too.
Yeah, you're getting feedback coming from, so you have a couple of windows open to the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting feedback.
Oh, we lost her. She'll probably be back.
Yeah, she'll be back. She closed down our actual feed, but that's okay. She'll be back. I just love seeing her. I get excited just seeing her. And, you know, do you see how we're wrapping up today? Forbes?
Yes, I
Fabulous.
know.
Now,
I
Miss
see the
Rita,
last 3 speakers, and I'm like,
do
oh
you
my
see,
goodness.
Do you see what we're doing? It's like
Yes.
we start with a bang, then we kept going, the fire went up, then the flames kind of mellowed, and now boom, 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 boom. Can you believe it? But have you noticed we've got, I think, 3 more interviews with Miss Rita?
3 more. So I'm excited for these last 3 interviews, though. I mean, these women are very, very dynamic. Rita, for example, when I met Rita, it was the Now Honors, and you honored her for Women of the Year. And I remember speaking, and Rita actually came up to me and she said, "You're on fire. Continue doing what you're doing." And it just made me feel so great, because not only is she this dynamite woman who has had a lot of success in her life, but she is encouraging and uplifting. And I'm like, okay, I can continue doing this. She's also really good friends with Sharon Lecter. I mean, I think they're best friends and best buds.
They're best friends. Sharon Lecter. Did I ever tell you the story?
Which one?
So about when we went to Sharon Lecter's house to do her interview for her being Woman of the Year.
Yes, but maybe not everybody else here has heard it. So I'll
okay, so we get invited to Sharon Lecter at that time. This is 2022, I think. And at that time, this is her brand new house, which is beautiful, by the way. We get there and we're setting up an interview, and then we get done with the interview, and we're about to leave, and I know we're in Arizona, so I say to her, do you happen to know Rita Davenport? And she says, just stops in her tracks, turns and looks at me, and says, yes, she is my best friend. And I said, she saved my life. And she said, she what? She what? So I told her a little bit of the story, and she picked up her phone, called Rita, and said, I have a young lady here who says you saved her life. Miss Rita says, is that Teresa? And Sharon's like, okay, all righty then. That's how it was. So amazing. It was absolutely so amazing. I hope she can make it back in. I hope it wasn't a computer issue.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like there was another window open, whether it was the live stream on YouTube or Facebook or wherever. We are live streaming on a lot of platforms right now, so something like that was opened.
Yeah, it's on a lot of platforms.
Yeah, it is. It's on a lot of platforms, and it's wonderful. So I know I shared this on my Facebook. So if you're not familiar with the Now Network, right, the now outstanding women of the world, really, because you are international. And that was awesome when you gave the international liaison as well to Dr.
We need that.
Yeah.
And Dr. Pauline is perfect for it. She is perfect for it. We need that because we're starting to grow and grow and grow.
Yep.
And we're reaching more people in more places in the world.
Yeah.
And the way things are right now, we needed that.
Yeah, 100%. But also now you're on USA Today, which is so incredible. Yeah. You say it like, but it's actually
it hasn't sunk in yet. I'm going to tell you right now, it has not sunk in yet.
Yeah, but it will.
That's what it is. And when it does air, when it's out there, I am going to it'll be just like the first time I was ever on TV, and my mom called everybody and said I was on TV. I said, stop telling people. She said, are you kidding me? And she just kept dialing.
So Tigo, I want to be on TV with you. So can I be a part of this as well?
Oh yeah, we'll figure it out. Absolutely. And Rita Davenport is back. Let's see if we got
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we'll figure it out.
Oh, we can hear you, but it's still echoing. So you have Facebook or
I'm trying to see if there's a thing.
Accept all cookies.
No, just click this.
Click what? Right here.
See.
Continue. Accept all cookies.
We have more other studio. Everyone here. Click on that.
in studio. How about this?
I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Can you see the Facebook on
I
her
can see
screen?
you.
Yeah, we can hardly hear you because it's
Stream
echoing
this to
back.
your audience. How about this?
Click on mute.
Oh,
That muted her mic, so now we can't hear it all.
Settings present. Having issues. Leave.
Chat with everyone.
What do you have set for your microphone? Can you go to settings and then go to audio? It's at the bottom of your screen. What do you have set for your microphone? Can you go to settings and then go to audio?
Okay,
It's at the bottom of your
settings.
screen.
Settings. Let's find your settings thing.
well, there's another window open, is what it is.
Yeah, I
Can you
think
see
so.
another window, Rita?
Audio.
Well, there's another window.
You're on
open,
camera.
is what it is.
What window could be open? What window could be open?
We can close all the windows, but this one, it should go away.
Okay, you've got the other one open. Okay, let's go over to that. Go back to Safari and close. Close that.
Close this one?
Yeah. Close that.
Close this up here? Okay.
Yay!
There it is! Yay!
Yay! We did it.
Y'all,
That's
I
awesome.
am so text-hearted, and I sleep with my IT department. I just want you to know that. He helped put a man on the moon. Now, my husband's an engineer. I have to tell you this story, though. I was getting ready for a Zoom call, and with 1,700 teachers, and had everything ready to go. Push the button, it wouldn't work. So my husband had, he had set it up and everything. I went running in to get him, and he was in the shower. And I went, oh, God, David, I can't get the Zoom call up. And this was a paid gig and everything. So I go back and push a button, and there it is. I'm on camera. I look around behind me, and he is behind me, stripped naked from the shower. It gets better, y'all. He had a towel, but instead of around his twat, it was around his head. And by the way, they thought I staged the whole thing. They booked me 3 more times. And they said, can you have that special appearance come? I said, oh my God, I can't believe this. But y'all, when you're not, I have been spoiled. I was in broadcasting, they hand me a microphone. I'm a speaker, they hand me a microphone. Now this technology is just mind-boggling to somebody that is text-hearted. It's just amazing how so much of it is just scary when you don't know it. And I guess I've been spoiled. And I'm smart, but I'm not that intelligent on this technology. And you got to be in today's world. But I have enjoyed, y'all have got to be worn out. For God's sakes, how could anybody do this much? I'm an Energizer bunny to some people, but Lord God, I don't know how y'all have done this.
When Tigo asked me to do this and then told me it was 9 hours, I was wanting to say no, but I'm very excited that I said yes, because amazing women have been coming on, Rita, like yourself.
I was in labor with my first child for 28 hours, and this compares to it to me. If y'all can do this for this many hours, and you're just on top of it, wow! And I don't even know what I'm here for after all these famous people that have accomplished so much. What do you want me to talk about? Y'all have heard enough to change the whole world and impact the world and make a difference. And wow, you're amazing.
I know that you're one of your expertise, and I know what you're going to say when I say time management, because I'm your super fan.
Yeah.
But one of your expertise is you have been brought in to talk about time management. And right now, with all the technology, like you just said, and everything going on, everybody's trying to fit 48, 72, 123 hours into the same 48-hour spot. Yeah. So I got to ask you, my aunt, Miss Rita, what do you have to say about time management in 2025?
Well, first of all, you're just right. It is definitely a different world than when I was talking about time management. We all have the same amount of time, and time is a period or occasion that provides a certain kind of experience of opportunity. And when you are into time management, you learn about you have to decide what you want, what you're willing to give up to get it, set your priorities, and go to work. So I am a person that believes that if you want it bad enough, the world steps aside for the person that knows where they're going. And so time management was just something that I could spell out to somebody. We all have the same amount of time, and what we do with it. And to help people when raising their expectations to how to use their time was always exciting for me. And, it's just a different world with everything, the technology and the AI, y'all, and especially with little children. When I see children with their laptops and, they're just, 2 and 3 years old and they're not talking to anybody. We've got to stay engaged, folks, even though the technology is vital. We've got to stay human. The human touch. Babies die of a disease called marasma if they're not touched and cuddled as infants. So even though I say that your net worth is your network, having interaction with people, and I had a doctor tell me that the number one thing for all of us as we get past our 65 years of age is human interaction, social interaction, going out and talking with people. I helped build a business where it was a network marketing business that was called Arbonne. I guess you've heard of it, but we talked about the importance of parties and using that time to talk to people and have that interaction. It's vital. So make sure that you're not just locked into the technology, that you're out and about. And, just be nicer than necessary when you are out and about and you have a chance to make somebody feel better about themselves. I just did a speech with Joel Weldon for a local real estate person, 72 sold. And it was amazing when one of the quotes that they used for this article is to be nicer than necessary. And, you never regret and being nice to people that hadn't been nice to you, that can be a real test for you too, but it kind of messes with them more, I think, in anything you could do negative. But when Greg Haig, who's an amazing person with helping so many people and charities and things, but he asked me to speak to his company, and this is what came out in the newspaper: be nicer than necessary. And that can be a good way to live your life. Just make a difference, not just make a living. And you have a gift, first of all, that you're a part of this today, and what you've learned, 1 or 2 or 3 ideas to take away to say, I'm going to change this behavior, because look at these successful people that are doing this and the difference they're making, not just make a living, but make a difference. So I'm so grateful and blessed, and I feel, highly favored by God, and I want to give back. And I'm grateful to hear Tigo talk about something that she learned that helped save her life. I hear this from people, and I just thank God first. Thank you, God, that you were able to let me do something like that to help somebody. I mean, I was raised in poverty, and that was my gift, I'll be honest, because how can you enjoy the life that you have at this stage in your life if you don't know the difference? And not to have inside plumbing, to be ashamed of where I live, to be constantly told that I wouldn't, I couldn't, I shouldn't, because nobody else in my family, my dad could barely read and write, mother a little bit more than that. My sister got married at 14, and I encouraged her to get involved in a business that I was speaking for this company. And she said, I'm overweight, I've got a space between my front teeth, big, thick glasses. Who's going to buy anything from me? And I said, every whale knows a minnow, and every minnow knows a whale. And you might be a minnow in the network marketing world, but you do know a whale. And I can show you the way to do it because I've taught other people how to do it. And she went on to become the #1 income earner during that time. And she has passed away, unfortunately, since. But because she understood that if somebody wants it bad enough, you'll get the aha moments of what to do. But you got to have the desire. And those of you listening right now, what do you want? What are you willing to give up to get it? Set your priorities. And then go to work. And work is a 4-letter word, but you have to roll up your sleeves and go to work, because it's not easy. If it was easy, it would be sleazy. But I think looking back at my past and being told that, I would never be able to go to college. I wasn't college material. And then I didn't go to college for a couple of years. And then I managed to graduate in 3 years with honor. I received a BS degree, which I'm demonstrating right now. I know to you. I loved inviting the counselor that told me I wasn't college material to see me become the distinguished alumni. Also, that was fun. So when people tell you you can't, then you can flip that around and say, I can if I want it bad enough. So I'm just grateful when I hear people say what they learn from reading the books. And remember when people listen to tapes and listen to CDs and things like that? It really did make a difference in a lot of people's lives. And I'm grateful that I was able to. I got to, I got to meet Earl Nightingale and have dinner with him one time. And the famous people that I got to meet in broadcasting, you can't even put a price on that. I got to interview Billy Graham, and I asked him, I was praying to God to forgive me for noticing how good looking the man was. He was so handsome. But anyway, I've gotten past that. I asked Billy Graham what amazed him most about life. And he said the brevity of it. And it is a blink. That's the reason every single day, you ask me about time management, every day live your life to make a difference. Somebody's life. Be nicer than necessary. Y'all give compliments to people. When somebody comes, and I love to tip. I teach people to tip. And I tip the front desk at a restaurant, and because they don't get tips, the waiters and sometimes do, but those people. But I tip people that cleaning up and doing things like that. It's amazing how good it feels when you can give and you can see that you've impacted somebody's life. Do you have any questions? I'm sorry, I'm talking too much.
No, you're good. You're good. I just want to jump in too. Yeah. So Rita, you're talking about give, right? Give more, create more impact. Everybody on here can create even more impact. And what's interesting is I'm going to tie in the technology piece of what you're talking about, because unsilenced voices actually, we try to combat the tech part of human trafficking and domestic violence as well, because a lot of people are unaware that a lot of traffickers are using technology to really creep in and steal our children. And by getting them off of tech and by encouraging people to really meet one another in person and develop relationships, then they can create something together and give back. And we're fundraising. So ladies and gentlemen, right, please make sure to donate at unsilencedvoices.org. But I loved that, Rita.
I'm just so grateful that you're doing that. And the human interaction. And when I was talking about saying something positive to somebody, I was flying from Phoenix to Salt Lake. I usually don't fly on the same day that I speak because technical problems can happen, of course. And so the ticket agent behind the desk, I said to her, I love your hairstyle and those are the cutest earrings. And I said, oh my gosh, you're just gorgeous. And I said, I'm on my way to speak. I don't usually speak the same day as I fly, but I've got a speech in Salt Lake. And so I got on the plane, not thinking anything about it. I just told her how nice looking she looked and everything. We had technical problems. And here comes the ticket agent. She said to me, don't you have carry-on luggage? There's two kinds of luggage, by the way, carry-on and lost. So I've gone a week in Europe, and I had to bury the clothes when I came home, but I still had my clothes. So I've had that happen where I flew into Orlando and my luggage didn't make it. So never go with that luggage. So I said yes. And she said, well, get your bag and follow me. Y'all, she took me to another carrier, and of course, she dated the pilot. But anyway, she got me. So just a simple thing of me talking about her hairstyle, her earrings, and how cute the color was. Sometimes you have to make it up. In fact, I was waiting for valet parking one time, and a man came out, and he was on a walker, and he was kind of pitiful and compromised. And he was standing there, and he was waiting for his car too. And he looked me up and down. I think he was looking for something nice to say. And finally, he said, lady, I really like the color of your toenail polish. And I thought he had to go all the way down to my toenails before he could find something that he could say. And I said, it's called Cajun shrimp. If you want to buy some for your wife, that's the color. I thought, what a great example. He finally found something that he could say positive. But sometimes you do have to make it up. I have to say that. But, it still makes a difference in somebody's life. So be positive around other people, and your example is powerful.
I don't know if this is going to show, but you gave me this at the Now Honors, and it's in my office, in my studio. And nobody touches this. Absolutely not. Because you gave me this $2 bill. And I just want to thank you so much for this $2 bill that you gave to me. I said, Miss Rita told me I'll never be broke because she gave me this $2 bill. And I want to thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I do want to ask you something.
Yes.
My business partner, she's been my business partner since the 90s. She recently retired from her day job and she started to get into network marketing. I know that you still hold records. I'm sure you do, still hold records. What advice do you give someone who's just getting started in network marketing?
Well, the same thing that I followed. It's but every time you open your mouth when you're in the industry, money goes in or out by what you say, and you have to be aware that you're going to have at least 10 no's before you get one yes usually, and it is a numbers game, and the one that gets at the top, and I was able to do that, is the one that talks to the most people. And I have people would say to my husband, does she need counseling or something? Because we'll be talking about this, all of a sudden she gets right into this business and the products and the opportunity, because I was so enthusiastic. It was attractive to people. They thought, this must work, because look how excited she is. So be enthusiastic, be passionate, be determined, and don't let somebody cancel your chances by saying no. When somebody would say no to me, I'd say, okay, that means flip it over and on to the next person, because there would be like 300 million people in this country that never heard of my company. So it was my opportunity to make a difference, not just make a living, as I talked earlier. I love the industry because for a $50 investment is what at that time that I was able to start. I was able to become very successful. And that goes back to the times that I was poor, and I could understand that if somebody didn't have the money to start a business and build a building and all that stuff, but you could network with people, it makes a difference. So I hope that helps.
Before we let you get out of here, I want to know, did you see Beyonce at that football game do Jolene?
Yes, I did.
See that?
Yeah,
I saw that and I said, Miss Rita, I hope you're watching.
The Jolene story is only Dolly would say in front of several thousand people that I was the real Jolene. And I had dated her husband in high school. His daddy was my Sunday school teacher. I'd known him since I was in the 4th grade. He was a great guy. Unfortunately, just lost him. But he was where I got the $2 idea. He gave a $2 bill to my mother and he said, don't you ever spend this. And because of me, and his name was Carl Dean, you'll never be broke. And when my mother passed away, I found the $2 bill in her Bible and I put it in her casket. So she'll never be broke. She's in heaven with that $2 bill right now. So if you got a $2 bill, give it to somebody and make a difference.
Miss Rita, I love you. You know that.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
I think you absolutely fantastic. And I can't wait to keep sharing stages with you because you're amazing and you touch everybody's heart. Thank you so much.
I teach with humor. I found out the more you make people laugh, the more they pay you. People ask me what I do now for a living. I say I'm a stripper for blind people, and I charge for Braille. So if y'all have any gigs out there, let me know. Okay.
Stripper for blind people, guys. I love that you
for blind people. Yeah, did you catch that? Stripper for blind people. I thank you, Miss Rita. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go.
I don't know where we are.
We are heading to the next. We are heading to the next, and it wasn't planned this way. I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me share the screen with you real quick. It was not planned this way for us to just go bang, bang with these amazing women all day long. I put out a text message and said, hey, would you like to be a guest? Thinking that, most of them, like Rita Davenport, Forbes Riley, and the amazing woman that's coming up, was going to say, yeah, but I'm busy. I can't do it that day. It's going to be okay. And they all said yes. And I'm like, what a blessing. What a blessing. Coming up next, Marie Diamond. I mean, what else can you say? The secret. She's taught over 500 million people, billion with a B, literally. And she is a feng shui master. I believe she's the only round-eyed European feng shui master out there. We're going to clear that up or not. But now I got to know, what color is my wall supposed to be? What's going on? Marie Diamond,
I know.
Where you at?
I want to ask all these questions too.
Hello. Happy Women's Day, Teresa and Michelle.
Hi,
absolutely.
Marie.
How are you?
I am doing really good. Wonderful to be here.
Awesome. So why feng shui? I mean, you could have went any direction, but why feng shui?
Well, I think because it was a missing link for a lot of people here in the Western world. I've been focusing on spirituality and manifestation for 30 years. And, I'm a lawyer from background, so I'm very much analytical. So I love that part of me, but I'm also super intuitive. And I was just really looking at a way that people could do practical steps to really increase their energy. And so I love meditating, but it's not for everyone. I love creating vision boards, but it's not for everyone. But we all have one thing in common, and that's our home, right? And so I do believe that's like a missing link where we can manifest our dreams. Because like I said in my newest book, Your Home is a Vision Board, everything around you gives you a message. And it's up to you to see if that message reflects who you are and who you want to be. And so that's kind of why I chose Feng Shui as an outlet for helping people and influencing them to make a big difference in their lives.
Now, when you spoke this last time at Tigo's event, you were talking about directions of how desks should be, of what you can put around you. Which direction did you say that you should face your desk?
Well, that's a good point. So the first thing is always to be, I would say, the queen of your space. So being the queen of the space means that you are in a power position, that you first of all see the door that you're using yourself to come into the space. Yeah. So that people would walk in. I know you're saying, well, I'm digital right now. Nobody comes in, but still it's the energy. You need to see the door. And so the second thing, always make sure you have a solid back behind you. Could be a high back chair, could be a wall. So think about you setting yourself up as a queen in the space. Your home is your castle. And then you can go to the next level and you can check out my free Mary Diamond app, where it actually, based on your birthday, indicates the directions that are good for you. And so when you go to that app, you'll be getting a compass. And so this compass will tell you that there are 4 directions that are good for you. And when you hold the compass, you will always want to look at the direction that has good energy. And so there are 4 directions that don't give you good energy. And what it does, when you have good energy, you're more concentrated, you're more optimistic, you're more solution-driven, you're more creative. And so if you sit the wrong direction, you have more difficulties to manifest things, you procrastinate easier, more in fear, and you're not so creative. So this is like very simple things you can work with.
Got it. And I actually have your app pulled up right now because I love using this. Right now, my desk is about northwest and it says success. But if I face it this way, then it's wisdom, then health. And that way is relationships, right? Relations. So this, you guys, if you guys don't have this app, go to Marie Diamond and get this app because it's wonderful. And then you give so many keys. So what does my energy number 7 mean?
Well, interesting. So there are 9 archetypes of energy. And so you're the number 7, you're the advisor. So that means you will have gone through life to experience certain things to ultimately advise younger people. That's kind of what you're going to do. But also means that you really have a big mission and that you really want to bring that mission forward. So yeah, that's kind of who you are. So everybody will do it differently. And that number will also tell you then which directions work for you, right? And what you have to place in these different directions. But that's all explained in my newest book, Your Home is a Vision Board.
I was getting ready to ask you about your new book. And I also want to ask you about Instagram because you are, quote unquote, killing it on Instagram. You have an entire new community following you. What made you decide to share, your knowledge through the app of Instagram?
Well, from background, I'm a little bit of a geek. So, I know that's something we have in common, Tigo. We love technology. And so for me, having an app, I had an app in 2016 already where nobody was having apps at that moment. And so for me, Instagram is also to reach out younger women, right, out there worldwide. And so I made the decision to go on Instagram because I felt that would be a good space. And we did more than 21 million views last year organically without buying anything totally organic in 1 year. So, and that means that we're doing more than 100,000 per video that comes out. And so there's a whole community there. And I love that now. You know, before I was getting recognized to be in the secret. Now I'm getting recognized for my Instagram. So I think it's cool.
So she thinks it's cool. Can you share about your new book? Because I know you have your new book out.
Yeah. So this is my new book, Your Home is a Vision Board. So it's already an international bestseller. So what I'm talking about in that book is a little bit my own story also, how I used all these techniques to become who I am now and the success and the impact I've created, but also then to really like almost like having Marie with you in your home to go through all the steps that you need to take to really increase your vibration, to increase your energy. And knowing that, you know, top people in the world are using this information and they pay feng shui masters as me a lot of money to do that. Well, this information, I made sure it's all in the book and you can go step by step with me.
Wow. Where do they find your book?
They can go to an Amazon, they go into good bookstores. So that's, I think, the best place to find it. Yeah.
I love that. And then it's going to work hand in hand with your app. So I think I'm actually going to go on Amazon and buy this book after we get done, Tigo.
Yeah,
right.
With the app. So the app guides you. And so it's a beautiful combination. Because for a lot of people, because in feng shui we're using the compass. And so, and remember, you know, even people like, well-known people that were in The Secret, like Bob Proctor, Jack Canfield, John Gray, Marianne Williamson, they all are my clients. So they all set up their home because they all experienced that just focusing on goals and affirmations was just not good enough. And so they needed to also have a home that was supporting them.
You're not slowing down. You know, every time I text you, you're at a different country, you're on a different island, you're in a different city. You're not slowing down. Why? Because you have been, let's just say it, the queen for quite a while now. You're doing your thing and you're coming out with new books. You're dominating Instagram. What's next for you? Because I know you're not slowing down. What's next?
Yeah, well, it was interesting. Somebody was just asking me, like, in which season of your life are you? And I'm like, I'm in eternal spring. Like, literally, like every day is an amazing experience, right? And it's like, I'm so excited. And, you know, and right now what we're doing a lot is helping people, also speakers and authors, to help to set them up very clearly on social media, because a lot of agencies that are out there, and we have courses about that also, are not able to really bring the energy, the tech, and the reach, right? And so people all think they have to really pay a lot of money for all this, and it's totally not true. You just need to know the system. So I'm super excited about that. And so I would say just continuing the conversation and sharing my knowledge worldwide. I mean, like this year, I'm going to Australia, then I'm going to Europe twice. So it's like, it's worldwide. And I think more and more people are looking for some easy and simple tools to change their life. And I know I can provide that for them and really make a difference.
Where do you get your energy? Where does all this energy come from? Because I get tired just when we sit down and have a conversation and you tell me what you did today. I'm sitting there going, and they say, I do a lot. Where do you get all your energy?
Well, I have to be honest. I think it's also because my space is so aligned with who I am, like the right colors, the right energy that I set up. Of course, every morning I connect in with my vision to enlighten more than 500 million people. That's been my vision since I'm 15. So, of course, just tapping into that and then seeing the results of people and hearing the wonderful stories that come back to me just always gives me this extra boost of love. And really loving people. I have to be honest, that is always my big question in the morning. How can I love more? How can I love more myself? How can I love more my family, my clients, the world? Like, what can I do more to love? And so that, I think, is my biggest energy source, is love.
I love that. And, you know, when you love yourself, you can love other people. And when you love well, you serve well. And serving is what's so incredibly important, Marie. And you are serving so many people by helping them with their space in order to serve the greater good. So absolutely amazing content. I loved meeting you in person, and I am excited to meet you again in person. When do I get to see you? Are you going to Trailblazers or Now Honors again?
I don't know. I know I'm seeing Tigo, I think in a week. I think I will be here in Vegas when I'm coming to have I'm going to see Brian Adams in Vegas. So I'm kind of jumping into Vegas in and out with my husband. And so looking forward to see Tigo then. And then I'm sure we'll find a way to see more of all of you.
Yeah, well, you said Brian Adams. So how important is fun? Like those of you that are grinding right now, how important is having fun in our grind?
Oh, well, I'm telling you, my husband makes sure I keep having fun. So he always comes up with a new project. And I'm actually leaving tomorrow for 5 days to Hawaii to just have some time for myself. And I have learned over the years that I need to have fun every day. It could be playing with my dogs, hanging out with my daughter and my son, having lunch with my husband. Just I came back from lunch, just like having that moment where you can relax and be yourself and laugh. And that is so crucial to get energy.
I know we're going to run out of time in just a few minutes, but I've got to ask. I'm sure there's somebody out there watching that's just getting started. Maybe they're just starting their first business or their job, or maybe they've had a life transformation and now they're starting a whole new journey. And they're wishing they had 5 minutes, just 5 minutes with Marie Diamond. If you could meet someone like that, what's the first thing they should be doing to get in alignment? Because you've taught me that quite a few times, that you need to be in alignment, to be, in the right energy and do what you need to do. What's the first thing they could do if they could call you up and say, hey, what do I do now?
Yeah. Well, in order to really manifest in the future, you also need to let go of your past. And so too many times people hold on to judgments, to their own limitations, to their negative programs, to all the things they have done wrong or they failed at something. And I can tell you, I failed at many things in my life. And I've been bankrupt, I've been homeless, I've been all on the other side of life. So I know what it feels like. But I always knew that when I would let go of that experience and I would forgive myself to go through that experience, that I would open the door for the future to create a better future. And so if there's one thing you can do is forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for the things that went wrong or the things you were not able to do, because that will open up the energy in your heart and in your mind to really attract what you want in life.
I thank you for always coming when I call. It's like, if you can fit it in your schedule, even if you're in Vegas, even if it's 8 o'clock at night, if you can fit it in your schedule, you'll give a jingle and say, okay, I can meet for lunch, I can meet for dinner, I can be here for International Women's Day. I think you're amazing. I think you're fabulous. And you know that I'm a super fan. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Thank you. And happy International Women's Day to all of you. All my love. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Can you believe we have one more, okay? One more person coming up, and we're wrapping up today. We have been going since 9 a.m. noon your time.
Yeah.
What time is it in your world? Like
8:30.
8:30.
It's dinner time. My stomach is
like
growling.
it's after dinner time. We have one more. I couldn't think of a better way to wrap the day than with our sister, our friend, and the founder of the year for Trailblazers in a couple of weeks. Dame Dr. Shatira Wilkes is here. What's happening?
Hi to both of you guys. I want to tell you, number one, you are doing an amazing job. Y'all rocked on this one. I just want to tell you.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Michelle, you're amazing. This might be your next new big thing.
Oh, I don't know about 9 hours of hosting. Not every day, but I'll do it for Tigo, right? I will show up and do it for Tigo. But no, it is fun. I love hosting and learning from all types of amazing women, such as yourself. And I know we met briefly at the Now. Was it Now? that I met
Yes.
you?
It was definitely at the Now.
Yeah, perfect. Yes. So I'm excited to learn even more from you.
Oh my
Well, I
goodness.
mean, she is the Now
Oh, I'm so tired. I hope
2023.
I can teach you something. Okay, how about that? Is
I'm
a
sure
pillow
you can.
involved? Is a pillow involved? That's the question.
Well, you are the International Businesswoman of the Year. You've been carrying the title now for 2 years.
Oh my
I don't
goodness.
even know if we're even going to have another International Businesswoman of the Year because you wear the crown so well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I've been really busy. Had a very long 2 days, very great 2 days, but it's always some interesting information that comes across my desk that causes me to say, ah, and it happens.
Why do you do what you do?
Well, I do what I do because it's so funny. I was asked this yesterday, but I really do what I do because I decided to. If that makes sense. I literally just said, I know life is better and I want to see what that feels like. I want to know what that looks like. I want to know how I can enjoy it. I want to know all the aspects of what that could look like for me.
You have conquered being a franchisee, an entrepreneur, because you started with another business before that, probably a couple of other businesses before
and I'm
that.
actually featured on their global site right now as a Spotlight franchisee.
As a franchisee. And you're knocking that out the park. Then you decide to be a franchisor.
Yes.
And start your own business. And then like a week ago, the Chicago Chicken Shack, your logo is right there on the left. You're sponsoring and supporting us. And I thank you so much for that. We're going to bring your amazing franchise to Las Vegas. I can't wait for that. But then the other day, I'm looking at social media and you fed 1,100 people. What?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
What's that about?
So, even when I started Chicago Chicken Shack, I've always been a giver, okay? Because in the past, like I always say, it's old news at this point, but it's the good news that makes me who I am. I was previously homeless from the age of 14, right? So I always said, whenever I got to the curb, because to me, when you feel like you're nobody, you're just on the street, right? So when I got to the curb, I knew that foundation I could grow. And I remember telling people, oh my God, I can tell you this here. You can do this. You can do that. And they would say, you can't tell me nothing. You're not even as great shape as I am. I remember that growing up. And I said, well, I'm always going to come back and I'm going to remind them that I am. It was just my mind. Physically, no. We were in the same area, same environment, everything. But my mind was different. And I always said to God, even because I was a giver then, I was given a compliment. I was given something that could remind a person they mattered. And I said, if I could find something that could propel me to the next level of giving, where I'm not always giving to friends and family and people who don't really necessarily feel it from my heart into their heart, I know I could do it through creating a restaurant. And then that birthed the baby, ChicagoChickenShackCares.org. And now I get to feed 500 families a month. I was already doing it, but now I get to do it with a real reason and a 501c3, But we always go past 500. But I always say I feed 500 families a month. So what you saw was 1,100 people.
That's absolutely
and it could have
amazing.
been more. We just stopped. I just said we can't do no more. We've already went past our numbers.
She's like, we're out of chicken. Get out.
The whole world is my playground, Tigo. And trust me, I want to do this all across the U.S. I believe if anybody can do it, I can. I just know there's people out there with good hearts. So, and a lot of people are signing up to be a part of it. So it can happen.
It can happen. Why do you do it though? Because you like you said, because you can. I understand that, but you didn't have to start your own foundation. You could have written a check to a nonprofit and said, go feed people. I'll send over some meals, whatever I can do. But you're always boots on the ground, toe to toe. When I say 1,100 people, you weren't walking through and waving at people. You were right there with them, making sure they got their meals. Everything was running the way it was supposed to be running. Why is that so important to you?
It's
to
so
be right
important
there
to
in
me
the thick
because
of it.
It's so important to me because I was privileged by God to have the opportunity to understand what it looks like to be every person. Those people don't want to be around, those who people love. I understand all levels of life. You know, I've been all of it. I've been without, I've had everything. I've been in the middle. It just depends. But for me, that was my classroom of the clearest understanding, because everybody is my friend, the way I look at it, in my world of love. You know, as your last host just said, when you're moving in that frequency of love, it really is the frequency of a God-like energy. Okay. And in doing that, there's no room for anything different. You can't be different if you want to. You can't, because when you sign up for philanthropy and you're doing it honestly with integrity, all the doors, all the right people show up. And I have asked God to not allow people to only see my beauty, a little arrogantly, but I asked God to also allow everyone to see the light of God within me. And I think when I show up to do that, I understand everybody and they're happy because I've been everybody and I'm still everyone. I look at it as if I'm the hands and feet of God in the moment as a distribution center.
And God uses those people with personal experiences to make a difference. You know, his disciples were all people who have gone through adversities and who were tax collectors and people who we didn't think were going to be disciples of God. But you know what? Because you were homeless, because of the experience that you went through, you are now using your influence today to give back to thousands of families, hundreds of families a month, thousands and thousands of people every single year. And we need more people like you, because stories matter, and your story mattered, and it propelled you to be where you are today.
Yes. So Michelle, one thing about that I want to say is I've been a giver all my life. I have just been giving to the wrong people. I've been a giver all my life. This aided me in the process of my alignment of giving. So now when even the wrong people show up, it's on your karma. It has nothing to do with me. If I'm giving out water today and you show up to try to use me or take advantage, that is your karma. I'm giving out water any way you look at it. We're still swimming in this pond. The fish are going to be here. If you show up as a shark to create havoc, that is your karma. So God just opened the door. And I'm not the biggest religious person, but I believe and I know for a fact that I'm living with divine intention, with divine assistance. And I tell people all the time, you can have a divine life of prosperity, life filled with joy, or you can have divinity in your life of mess, because we are creating what we believe. And God, the divine universal law, is so faithful to what we expect. And I expect to be a distribution center to humanity. And I'm getting the privilege of doing it.
Amen. I love that. And I love getting the privilege to do it, right? It is an honor that God has given us those gifts. Yes, 100%.
That's amazing. What's next for you? You're already taking on the planet. Are we going out into the hemisphere? What's next for you?
I love you. You're so funny. You know, I just want to be wherever there is, where if I live, I get to help change somebody's life in that one moment. That's what it's all about. Being able to do that in that one moment. So everything you can think of good is next. I'm going to be doing another giveaway, of course, on March 29th. If you happen to be in town, it's going to be at the Roseland location. The goal is to feed 500 people again, but you already know how we roll. So if you want to volunteer or if you want to donate to all of those out there in the ethers, feel free. Always look at ChicagoChickenShackCares.org and just make it happen, because we're going to do this every month. We have a full calendar already for 6 months at different locations.
You're amazing. If somebody wants to be a franchisee, is that a possibility still?
That is definitely still a possibility. We're working, of course, it's always some legalities behind the scenes, but yes, just send us a message at Chicago Chicken Shack info@gmail.com. Chicago's Chicken Shack info@gmail.com. That is the restaurant side, and the other is the nonprofit side. So it all works hand in hand because I want all of my franchisees to know that we're not just in business to make money. If you sign on with my brand, you must know that you have to have the responsibility of understanding. You will have compassion because this is a compassionate brand.
Well, before I let you get out of here, I got to ask today, Dr. Shanita, right?
Yes.
Our sister, our now sister. She's
Yes.
doctor now, right?
Two
We've
of
been
the
talking
now
about
sisters
doctor all day.
graduated with
So
their honorary doctorates.
nice. That's amazing.
And you know they
Congratulations
are
out there.
huge philanthropists as well. When I say to you, how does it get any better than that? The world is just allowing us the privilege to grow. You know, that they're so deserving. They of course did tell you hello because they were celebrating, but they said hello. I probably still have a little bit of cake on my mouth or something.
Oh no, you didn't bring us cake? You know, they say let them eat cake. Michelle,
Let
do you
them
have
eat
anything
cake.
else?
Let them eat cake. I know. I have cake in my freezer right now, and I'm trying not to touch it.
Well, I mean, there's a reason I said let them eat cake, but I ate cake, cheesecake, all pineapples, all kinds of stuff. I ate way too much. There you go.
So I have an idea. So Tigo, you have an event coming up in Chicago in May.
Yeah, May 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, you could
May 2nd and 3rd.
May 2nd and 3rd, right? So working with Chicago's Chicken Shack and being able to donate some meals and help during that time, I think that would be a really great idea for you to do.
You don't have to tell me the type of event it is and what, I got the dates, but what is it? I mean, the level of people you're thinking.
You already know what it is. It is the launch of the Global Speakers Tour. We're launching it in Chicago. The launch of the Global Speakers Tour is May 2nd and 3rd. So we'll be there. We'll already be there. So if there's some way we can help, some way we can donate, just let me know. We'll stay a little bit longer. Maybe we can come out to one of the chicken shacks on the 4th and hang out with you or
And
something.
we will
That
also
would be
play a
awesome.
role in aiding you for your event as well. So Tigo, I'm very much aware, but I had to have you say it again. For the people in the back who didn't hear it.
People in the back who didn't hear it. Here, wait, we'll show you the little promo because I know you've been busy all day long. Yeah, man, we're launching it in Chicago. I gotta launch it at home. That's
You
home.
are rocking. That's all I can say. Let me tell you something. When you sign up to help change people's lives, God opens all the doors.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yes, he does.
It's like everything you can possibly think of is right there for you to utilize. And you're doing such a phenomenal job. You're helping
I
so
thank
many
you so
women.
much.
You're bringing light to those who feel like nobody recognizes them. And you're reminding people that they care. I mean, that you care and that they matter. You
I
can
thank you
surprise
so
the people
much.
that just want to know that you see them. And you do that. You do.
I thank you so much. I couldn't think of a better way. Everybody picked their own time slot, but when you picked the last slot of the day, I said, yes, wrap it up with my sis. This is awesome. I thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. You're just fantastic.
Well, I will see you in how many days? A week?
Yeah, like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Very,
Oh
very,
my
very
goodness.
Trailblazers. Yep. So I'll
Yep,
see
we'll
you
be
there
here.
too.
I will see
Yep.
you guys. And let me tell you, in a world of options again, thank you for considering me. There are no
Always.
mistakes, but I am grateful.
Always.
Awesome.
Always. Thank you. Have a great
Happy
night.
International Women's Day.
Happy
I am
International
the
Women's
International
Day.
Woman of the Year, so there
Yes,
you go.
you are.
There you go. I'll talk to you
Get
soon.
you some food.
All right. I cannot believe it, but we did it.
We did it, Tigo. We did it.
We did it. We did it. Almost 9 hours. 8 hours,
Almost 9
31
hours.
minutes. Almost 9 hours. I cannot believe we did it. You are fantastic for just saying, yeah, I'll do it. Not even realizing, what did I just sign up for? You are the absolute best. But I got to share a secret with you.
Okay.
And share it with everybody else. So we decided, because we've had so many people come to us after International Women's Day and say, I missed it. I couldn't see it all. I didn't know. I wanted to be a part of it, blah, blah, blah. So we decided to turn this into a virtual hybrid. And you may be saying, what the heck is that? So a virtual hybrid is just this. I truly believe you can't do a hybrid and do justice to the live audience and the virtual audience at the same time. You're either staring at the camera or you're talking to the audience.
Yep.
Your brain just can't do it, right? So we're going to take all of these interviews and we're going to cut them up into individual episodes like we do every year and share them out there. But April 4th through the 6th, for 3 days virtually, and no, I'm not asking you to stay with me for 3 days, but you are welcome to come and hang out a little bit. We're going to blend some fresh new interviews in as we re-air these interviews.
Okay.
And turn it into a 3-day event. So April 4th through the 6th will be the first ever, pretty much, International Women's Recap. We're going to do it for 3 straight days. You ready?
Fun stuff. Am I ready?
Are you ready?
I'll check my calendar to you.
But I take that as a yes, so she'll be there. No problem.
I'll be there. I'll show up at least, right? Yeah. I'll make sure to show up because I will always show up for you, Tigo.
I truly appreciate it. Before we get out of here, one, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Two, please share how they can support Unsilenced Voices.
Yes, thank you, Tigo. Please visit unsilencedvoices.org. Again, unsilencedvoices.org. Time, talent, and treasure. We really need your help. If you are listening, you feel called, compassion, to donate to an organization combating human trafficking and domestic violence worldwide. We need you. Your donation goes a long way, especially in Africa. We work with children and families who don't have running water or electricity, and $1, $5, $100 really can go a long ways. But our survivor program, our sponsor survivor program, is our flagship bread and butter program where you can sponsor a survivor and help that survivor go through vocational training material, monthly stipend, medical, and counseling. So please help these young women get off of the streets so they too can have an even more impactful life. So Teresa Goss, it's been absolutely amazing. I know you feel weird every time I say your full name. So Tigo.
Yeah, just the whole government name. Just put it out.
I know. I do. I know. But I adore you. I am so honored and humbled that you chose me, because you
absolutely
and you choose me a lot, and I appreciate that because I will always choose you, and you are just such a supporter of what I'm doing and one of my biggest cheerleaders. So thank you so much for allowing me to co-host with you on this amazing 5th annual International Women's Day Marathon.
You know, kid. Yep, I'm calling you kid. I will always, there it is. I will always have your back. And before we get out of here, I got to give a giant shout out and thank you to Alan. He's back there just running the room. He's been with us all day long.
All day.
And, you know, he's in silence. That's got to be harder because he's not talking to anybody. He's literally sitting in front of computer screens, making sure we don't fall off the edge. So I want to thank him so much. I call him Pib, but I couldn't do this stuff without him. He's absolutely amazing. And he knows I love him. So I want to give a big shout to him. Thank you, Michelle Jewsbury and Unsilenced Voices, for hanging out with me today. And we can say that's a wrap to the 5th annual International Women's Day.
That's a wrap. So and bye, much. Alan. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Have an amazing night.
Have a good night. Thank you.